These times are coming. We told you about them, but you motherfuckers was sleeping. Now you gotta wake up.
The time has come. Low key.
Yeah.
Immortal technique.
Harlem, motherfucker. We here.
Let's make history. From West End to the West Bank, I write righteous rhymes with my right and wrestle the devil with my left hand. Never worked for a Zion, it's never been a yes man. My art is like Rembrandt painting pictures of death camps. The average person is allergic to the words of wisdom. This is for everyone, the Saddam's Kurdish murder victims, and all the pure souls that never had the chance to speak. Truth pumps in my arteries and causes my heart to beat. The soldiers haunted and tortured by guilty memories, who realized too late to reveal their real enemy. It's all dead wrong for every victim of racist persecution, from Auschwitz to Hebron. My words may sting cowards for people that were atomized by the third mate in the Twin Towers. Those living through the wars ask me what I do this for. Put the world in its place before it puts you in yours. You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride, come what may we will provide.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Keep my third eye hidden under my New York fitted. A crazy unmarried man that deserves to be committed. The future is encrypted in my troubled lyrics. Dream that I've been somewhere for weeks and wake up in a couple minutes. Sweat dripping with visions of population control. Thoughts overflowing my world like the melting of the North Pole. My people are targeted by military crack committees, so I'm bucking at the feds like natives in Rapid City. Reality savage, my words are like a riot in Paris. The voice of the voiceless, that voice is social imbalance. So stand stronger, sit harder in your mental palace. Blinded inside the kingdom, united to its old habits. Middle passage coming, war chant, African drumming, Gatling gun humming, rapid fire mechanism. Reckless living that checks the rhythm of perfectionism. Slave condition while you singing God save the system.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride, come what may we will provide.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. Detain my body, but you can't imprison my mind. If it's my time, I'll probably die with my fist in the sky. These are the thoughts of a man who can't escape from his coma. Cries of a young virgin girl who got raped by them soldiers.
Birthing a screaming bastard post-colonial nation, subject to childhood diseases, famine, war, and inflation. Education molded you into your master's image, and you forgot who the fuck you were before the war was finished.
You're hearing the ghosts of Nagasaki, you're hearing Hiroshima. Beautiful babies being born with the weirdest features. You might never see me in the chart, but inshallah my seed can see peace in Iraq.
But peace and freedom can never be given, that's historically forbidden. Cause only collision is the recipe, changing the course of destiny. So I'm strapping weaponry, cause the government don't give a fuck about protecting me.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride, come what may we will provide.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Resident evil attack, zombie take over, boy watch your back. Infected, disease unprotected, sound catch a so everybody dress black. Good verse evil, evil verse worse, worse verse terrible, worse verse curse. Don't fuck with we.
drums, the drums, drums, the drums.
Little man never did exams, got a particular bigger plan, flipping grams when a bigger man in his gang gave him a stick to bang. Or maybe just hokers, no one thought he would kill a man till he caught a silly Billy villain chilling in the jam, sipping sham, spliff in his hand, triggered in a jam. Bang, bang, biddy, biddy, bang, now he's in the can, thinking damn what a pity fan. Rappers are yapping and flapping their lips about how they're packing and clapping their sticks. Has to be big, the impact it has on the kids, tell me where the factory is. The government killed it just stacking their chips. You wonder why the youth them are strapped and they're pissed. If not a nine, it's a knife getting jabbed in your ribs. People die for the petrol and gas and our whip. In London, you can get shanked in the heart, still the government put more tax in the rock. Ignorant little spitters are talking greasy, cause they bitten bits that they saw on TV. If all you rap about is the holes on the dope, it's already too late. You sold them, you sold. You jokers act like you know, but you don't, cause there's little kids dying all over the globe.
My lights out on nights out, but days in spent blazing. Didn't tell me to navigate ways in the mazes. A white out, it's right out, amazing to think. Now let the revolutionary sing.
Stand up for your rights and fight for revolution. Free your mind and so ignite the Constitution. Cause they're killing us all. They're killing us all.
Little man never did exams. He'd be chilling with his fam in a flat, spliffing and spitting raps. But there's more than one way to skin a cat. Gotta make up for the things that he didn't have. Wanna be the damn little man's got bigger plans. Wanna be bigger than Jigger and Killer Cam. Picture that while he's sitting back, sipping out a Guinness can, feeling chat. Done with the chit chat, little man stealing crack for a bit of cash. Got his shit on smash, billing stack, living isn't bad. Till the cat got on his flat and hit him with a bat. And he found where he had his stash, little man found it, getting back. Now he really mad. Feeling militant, put on his Timberlands and headed to the flat where the cats that had jacked him was chilling at. Ball for the gas, fill it with gas, and lit a match. Put it in a round and it went kabang. But the cat's whole family was in the flat. Now it's definitely death or prison for little man. He could have been one in a million, he could have had the whole world in his hands. But shit in the fan when the cat come back with the strap. Put the trigger back, finish little man in the flash is a fact. Revolution is dead
My
now.
lights out on nights out, but days in spent blazing. Didn't tell me to navigate ways in the mazes. A white out, it's right out, amazing to think. Now let the revolutionary sing.
Stand up for your rights and fight for revolution. Free your mind and so ignite the Constitution. Cause they're killing us all. They're killing us all. Stand up for your rights and fight for revolution. Free your mind and so ignite the Constitution. Cause they're killing us all. They're killing us all.
Hi, welcome to the pod. I'm having camera issues. it gonna stabilize? Ah, more blurry. More blurry. There we go. I got a new camera, and by new I mean it's some old Logitech thing. I just wanted like a different angle, because then I can do things like this with the webcam on my laptop, just in case I make but like yeah, um, huzzah. I mean I can also do this for aggressive angles. Thank you, Intel, I guess. But also fuck you, Intel. Um, the life of being into computers. What's it? We are just having a bit of more of a flat side chat, today. I might just go browse the news and watch some things and talk about it. Just some of the old fucking cycle of things with the way in which fascism is growing um across the globe, This is a thing that I think a lot of us can see in like America and Europe. My hair is um like all fucking messed up. I spent like a while getting ready and I still fucked it up. Um but like I feel like a lot of us that are in like the Anglosphere or from Europe or even somewhere like the South American like settler colonies and all that, like it's easy for us to see like the European rise of fascism, but it's going on all over the globe. I mean, and those that already have been in power, we look at like Modi and all that law. The points of aggression from those groups has intensified, and what we can really draw lines to the empowerment of the fascist movement straight back to Israel's genocide, and I don't mean the whole 77 years of the Palestinians, the recent mass slaughter, the Holocaust that we have been witnessing over the last 18 months. That and really, for those that have actually been clocked on the last 4 years, uh, uh, which finds its roots in the moving of Jerusalem to sorry, the movement of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, and the Abraham Accords. Those two events are imperative to the current global rise of fascism and the rise of Islamophobia, Arabophobia, and Pakistani phobia, because the Pakistanis and the Arabs out of the Muslim peoples tend to get targeted quite virulently. Same as Sudanese and Algerian peoples, because Islamophobia is heavily coded in anti-Arab racism, and anti-Semitism. But like when we're really looking at what's going on in India right now with the rising hostilities, the very likely possibilities of a false flag operation being utilized by the Indian government for a campaign of slaughter against Pakistan and its own Muslim population at home, too. And the reason I add that second stipulation, India. India very recently instituted an apartheid law. What is that apartheid law? They made it completely illegal for a Muslim person to own property. This is passed in their parliament. This and the congruing war, all this anti-Muslim hatred being able to turn into active policy has heavy ties to Israel's war against Palestine, genocide against Palestine, and the congruing effects as well of things like the Iraq War and the Afghanistan war, and that environment of hostilities. But right now, and even back then, a lot of it's still tied with the Palestinian environment. 2002's Second Intifada um, was a big move for freedom fighting for the Palestinians, and a massive push for the Israelis to paint Arabs and Muslim peoples as barbarians and barbaric, and Israel got away with so much that they did in the 2000s and the 2010s. The reopening of a war with Lebanon, they did that 10 years ago. They're doing it again now. We did this facilitation of this hatred is heavily targeted against the most oppressed Muslim slash well, they say Muslim, but they mean Arab peoples. You know, these are Christians, there's atheists here. They mean Arab people, but like a lot of these people aren't just Arab. Arabic is like a multi-ethnic culture, so like you're talking about like like black people, brown people, white people. There's a lot of different like peoples if you want to apply colorism here, but like um it's very complicated, but when we're looking at like the oppressive structures at play, you have a lot of like hatred, even within like like the prominent Arab countries that we tend to use as our like litmus test for acceptability when we're committing genocide, like Saudi Arabia, and includes Egypt or countries like that. All these countries have abandoned Palestine multiple times. They abandoned Sudan. They abandoned Algeria. There's a lot of chauvinism to the most oppressed Arabic and Islamic countries that leaves them suffocated. And it plays into the rise of Islamophobia around the world. Um, Egypt and Saudi Arabia's mistreatment of Palestine over the last like 60 years has been a sort of chief example of that. They have to seem like they care as centers of the Muslim world because if they show no care, it'll turn a lot of people against them. But they can't commit to any form of care, and they have to profligate positions that actually make Arab people make the racist position viable to call like Arabs barbarians. They themselves are calling the Palestinians barbarians in the way that they treat them. It's this whole like massive race. Yeah, Turkey's a good example as well because Turkey feigns support for Palestine too, but they have done a lot to support Israel in its time as well. Yeah. And so it's like when we get into like the relationship that these countries have, it's very chauvinistic. I mean even Nasser and all that was like telling the Palestinians, no, you should wait for your struggle, wait until we can save you rather than like being able to have any sense of like um move towards liberation on their own terms. So like they've been like paternalized and treated like children. And when you treat people as irresponsible and like children, it profligates the ideas of incompetence on a like an ethnic level of the Palestinian people is incredibly racist, like incredibly fucking racist. We are literally watching the Holocaust. I don't know how much. I'm sorry if the camera shake is really annoying. I don't know how to fix that. I didn't think this monitor would shake so much, but it's a shaker. Might just be my laptop lid that's doing the shaking. I move this like that. I don't have to see it. Oh no, it is the camera. Okay. Shaky images for you then. But yeah, it's imagine being in World War II, 1941, and everyone's just like, oh, I think my problems matter more than Palestine, because that's the way people are treating it. People broadcasted Holocaust, yeah, and people don't fucking care enough. People people's hearts are all in the wrong places. I mean, gonna when I get into the pod, I'm gonna read Mahmoud Khalil's letter, which is titled "My name is Mahmoud Khalil and I am a political prisoner." I will read that in a moment. I'll have it on the screen so people can follow along. But that is, I mean, it came out 2 months ago, so I'm behind the curve on this. I was gonna read it a couple streams ago, and I was supposed to cover it when it happened, but I was a bit out of it with my health in the March and early April. But um what he says is so fucking relevant. It doesn't matter that it's 2 months old. What matters is what he says, like more than anything. And the fact that it's 2 months old and people haven't clicked on to what he's been saying means that there's no uh uh um like uh, datedness to me reading this. This is really chief shit that we got to get into. This bitch needs a bit of marijuana in her system. God damn. Exactly, JP. Exactly. You know, there's no expiration date on giving voice, especially to a Palestinian political prisoner who's from he's from the West Bank, if I remember rightly. The fact that he managed to leave the country would suggest that. I mean, there are people who have left Gaza. I've met someone who lived in Gaza, but like it's very, very hard to leave Gaza. And when you do leave Gaza, good luck going back. My body is a machine that turns caffeine into blood cells. I feel you. I feel you. I got my coffee. No, no, tea. I got my tea. Yes, I drink a good cup of quiet. Actually, it's Yorkshire tea, but you know the posh way. Good tea, hirelings. Yes. God, spiffing. I think is what they would say. When I do memes like that, it reminds me of that like bullshit accusation I got from Red Pig and Nicole of being like an immigration. When I live in a fucking apartment. A shit one at that. Well, the one good thing is the sitting room is a bit bigger than it should be because I'm in like a building where like most of them have two bedrooms, and I'm in like this weird, like slightly smaller but not too small a flat that's like shoved in the corner. So I get a tiny bit more living room space than you normally would in a council flat. Wins, you gotta take the victories, you know. It's too bad. Like fucking, I hate being here. Gentrification is a nightmare to live around. Everyone hates you and thinks you're like a fucking criminal. It's fun. Huh. My computer is telling me that my phone's battery is low. Don't think too hard about the anachronism of that statement. Sorry, you have pink microphone bourgeois. Oh my god. Like fucking straight up is socialism but iPhone. What the fuck? Well, they got blocked. You wouldn't have seen it, JP. Someone on Twitch posting fucking bullshit like best way to watch whatever or whatever. Some fucking like clickbait crap or whatever. I don't know what the word is for it. Like, I don't think clickbait's the right word. You know, like when like a link is full of shit and it's trying to like rub your money, it might be clickbait. I don't know. Um, it's probably some shitty fucking site, but it was like, what best way to watch or whatever like that. And I'm like, you're watching it on Twitch or YouTube. Is that not the proper way to? I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's all very fucking spooky. Ah, all right then. Rage bait scams. It'd be scam. It'd be a scam. But then also spam at the same time. It's spam and scam. Spam, 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 spam. Monty Python enjoyers will know what I'm referencing. My name is Mahmoud Khalil, and I am a political prisoner. I am writing to you from a detention facility in Louisiana where I wake to cold mornings and spend long days bearing witness to the quiet injustices underway against a great many people, precluded from the protections of the law. Well, why did you say the word moist? Who has the right to have rights? It is certainly not the humans crowded into the cells here. It isn't the Senegalese man I met who has been deprived of his liberty for a year, his legal situation in limbo, and his family an ocean away. It isn't the 21-year-old detainee I met who stepped foot in this country at age 9 only to be deported without so much as a hearing. Justice escapes the contours of this nation's immigration facilities. On March 8th, I was taken by DHS agents Department of Homeland Security, who refused to provide a warrant and associated my wife and me as we returned from dinner. By now, the footage of that night has been made public. Before I knew what was happening, agents handcuffed and forced me into an unmarked car. At that moment, my only concern was for Noah's safety. I had no idea if she would be taken too, since the agents had threatened to arrest her for not leaving my side. Department of Homeland Security would not tell me anything for hours. I did not know the cause of my arrest, as if I was facing immediate deportation. At 26 Federal Plaza, I slept on the cold floor. In the early mornings, agents transported me to another facility in Elizabeth, New Jersey. There, I slept on the ground and was refused a blanket despite my request. Um, my arrest was a direct consequence of exercising my right to free speech as I advocated for a free Palestine and an end to the the end to the genocide in Gaza, which resumed in full force Monday night. With January's ceasefire now broken, parents in Gaza are once again cradling two small shrouds, and families are forced to weigh starvation and displacement against bombs. It is our moral imperative to persist in the struggle for their complete freedom. I was born in a Palestinian refugee camp in Syria, a family which has been displaced from their land since the 1948 Nakba. I spent my youth in proximity to yet distant from my homeland. But being Palestinian is an experience that transcends borders. I see in my circumstances similarities to Israel's use of administrative detention, imprisonment without trial or charge, to strip Palestinians of our rights. I think of our friend Omar Khatib, who was incarcerated without charge or trial by Israel as he returned from home from travel. I think of Gaza hospital director and pediatrician Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, who was taken captive by the Israeli military on December 27th and remains in an Israeli torture camp today. For Palestinians, imprisonment without due process is commonplace. I have always believed that my duty is not only to liberate myself from the oppressor, but also to liberate my oppressors from their hatred and fear. My unjust detention is indicative of the anti Palestinian racists that both the Biden and Trump administrations have demonstrated over the past 16 months. As the US has continued to supply Israel with weapons to kill Palestinians and prevented international intervention. For decades, anti Palestinian racism has driven efforts to expand US laws and practices that are used violently to repress Palestinians, Arab Americans, and other communities. That is precisely why I'm being targeted. As I was talking in the intro, this has been a progressive matter for decades. You can take this all the way back to the fucking Nakba itself. This is this is a commonplace problem that we have with the racism that Israel profligates against the Palestinian people. Um, but while I await legal decisions that hold the future of my wife and child in the balance, those who enabled my targeting remain comfortably at Columbia University. Presidents Shafiq Armstrong and Dean Yari Milo laid she might be Milo. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Laid the groundwork for the US government to target me by arbitrarily disciplining pro Palestinian students and allowing viral doxing based on racism and disinformation to go unchecked. Colombia targeted me for my activism, creating a new authoritarian discipline office to bypass due process and silence students criticizing Israel. Respect, Ashanti. Welcome, welcome. Love and solidarity, sister. Colombia surrendered to federal pressure by disclosing student records to Congress and yielding to the Trump administration's latest threats. My arrest, the expulsion or suspension of at least 22 Columbia students, some stripped of their BA degrees, just weeks before graduation, and the expulsion of SWC President Grant Minor on the eve of contract negotiations are clear examples. If anything, my detention is a testament to the strength of the student movement in shifting public opinion toward Palestinian liberation. Students have long been at the forefront of change, leading the charge against the Vietnam War, standing on the front lines of the civil rights movement, and driving the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. Today, too, even if the public has yet to fully grasp it, it is students who steer us toward truth and justice. Hell yeah, all love and all fucking solidarity and power to the Black Belt. The new Africa Republic needs to fucking rise, you know? Rise. Tiokfairla. Our time will come, sister. Our time will come. What's it? Shanti, given you're a student and you're in the mess of all this stuff, after I finish reading this, you want to hop on the pod? In the spirit of things, you know? The Trump administration is targeting me as part of a broader strategy to suppress dissent. Visa holders, green card carriers, and citizens alike will all be targeted for their political beliefs. In the weeks ahead, students, advocates, and elected officials must unite to defend the right to protest for Palestine. At stake are not just our voices, but the fundamental civil liberties of all. Absolutely, like your input on the matter is fucking immense. You can join if you want, JP. Like it's not exclusionary. Knowing fully that this moment transcends my individual circumstances, I hope nonetheless to be free to witness the birth of my firstborn child. This is so heartbreaking. Remember the face. Mahmoud Khalil, revolutionary Palestinian. Okay. No, it's fine. I tell you about my native background and I'd give. What the fuck? Shit. If you gotta. Looks like that. We definitely need to like fucking have a conversation about Argentina's like ethnic history and the genocide in the 70s. So like that's a conversation to be had, comrade. Hey, um what's it? But yeah, no, what's it? JP, do you want me to start the call in the group chat so you can be in, or do you want me to like that's why I always ask you started to drop like fucking memes. Yeah, Rodney Hinton needs releasing too. Yeah. You know, I'll just call the group chat because you're not saying anything. Fuck it. Okay.
Are we here?
Yes, you are live. It's crazy.
Hi.
Alrighty. God, shit's so wild. I'm gonna have to make a new scene for like sharing Discord, but I'll just put myself on the big screen and share all of the limelight. Um, You know, the
Nice.
term limelight actually comes from the use of coal gas. Basically, they would use
Yeah.
lime crystals, and the coal gas would light up the lime crystals, and it would create this very lime essence to it. Oh, hey, welcome. I haven't spoken to you in a while. We're streaming at the moment, like talking
Oh,
about. It's more like a fart side chat, you know, like the what's his name, Prager. We're just talking about fascism and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
hello, Internet. Amidst all the fascism that we're dealing with here, um,
Yeah, there's
welcome.
more than enough fascism to go around.
Yeah, and Shanti, you've been like quite on the front lines with all that fucking what's it, DePaul, right?
Yes, yes, I have. It's so much happening. Um, it's it causes so many like sarcastic brain aneurysms that I don't know. It's just you feel like you can't keep up because of how shit our admin is, you know, there's been a growing sense of militancy on campus, especially with our SDS folks, surprisingly, because like SDS is under like FRSO, in case y'all don't know, it's Freedom Road Socialist organization. They split from RCP in the line struggle regarding social imperialism in China and Maoism as the third stage. And they are talk about national liberation, but they are not with the poor masses at all, which is what my org, which we just formed a few weeks ago, the Clark Youth League under the Revolutionary Student Union here in the U.S. Empire, is trying to do, given the history of Puerto Ricans that have lived around DePaul, that have been kicked out by DePaul and Mayor Daley Sr. And you know, they have been expressing to me more along the lines of becoming more like Jonathan Jackson type shit. And like that's very, very exciting because it shows that maybe the red roll, yellow roll, green roll shit is not working for us anymore. We really need to like build our forces, you know, students and youth with workers and poor people, and really like, you know, build that alliance and bridge the gap between us despite, you know, our class, you know, situation in society. Students, you know, regardless if we're poor students, you know, well-off students, we still have a role to play in the revolutionary struggle as an auxiliary to it. And with everything that's been happening lately with, you know, Rodney Hinton Jr.'s father getting his just desserts against the pigs, shooting the pig that killed his son, free my nigga right now. You know, like we're not holding back anymore. We are tired of having to live in terror, in fear. We are tired of these bootlickers and bootstrappers telling us this thing and that thing and not wanting us to rebel. One thing about contradictions, they arise to the point where you can't ignore them. You either respond or you don't. And a lot of people have been responding by rebelling back, by fighting back, by not standing silent anymore, not standing on the sidelines, letting the pigs do what they do, letting the state do what they do. Especially the youth, we're fighting back. We're fighting back with a vengeance. And they may have, you know, stifled our struggle for 5 decades at this point, but guess what? They cannot negate contradiction. And I am very, very excited for like what we do in terms of building militancy in the US, because there are still a lot of people that think that you know, that we don't need militancy, that we have PSL and that's enough. But no, the fact of the matter is they embrace the state unions that have long become labor auxiliaries to the capitalist class here, who are now imperialists on top of that. And we need something militant and we need something new. And that's what we're building currently. So like, it's going to be a long uphill battle, but
You what? Sorry, long uphill battle. Did you say?
What?
Like you just stopped immediately, and it made my brain go shudder. Was the last word you say long uphill battle? I lost that last 3 words.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a long uphill battle, but we will not be tamed. They'll never tame us.
They won't ever shame us. And like what's it, there's like a lot of important shit going on with this sort of stuff. Like you say, you're building yourself a new organization, which is like uprooting that over reliance on being soft. I mean, like the college and campus campments they should have shifted. They should have gone, wait a minute, this isn't enough. We need to like really all coordinate with the
Exactly.
unions and form an encampment in the city center. I mean, most universities are like right next to a fucking town or a city, and it's normally a place where trade's gonna go through. Because like universities, there are some in bumfuck nowhere, but it's not a great place to put a university. So like, I think coordination with unions was important. We had that with some of our university struggles, but even that, it wasn't as good as it should be. And union coordination wasn't as strong as it could be either. And here, the unions were massively involved in organizing protests. They did good work. I don't want to undermine them, but like, it's still,
Yeah,
we can do better. Um, and I'm just gonna type a message. I had something to say about fascism, but you can roll on if you want.
yeah. That's what a lot of my other folks have been saying. Um, the encampments were not enough. It's great that we're actually like agitating, but what class line are we being guided by? What are we trying to achieve with this? What are the concrete issues and demands of the masses that we're facing here on campus and in the community in general that we can tie back to Palestine? What does having lackluster Wi-Fi and being harassed by public safety and the Pinkerton pigs on campus, because we do have Pinkerton pigs here now, what does that have to do with Palestine? What does it have to do with the international situation? And we have to tie it in a way that makes sense in language that is
It's really hard.
understandable
It's really
to the
hard to
general mass.
It's really hard to do that when you're just doing it from the perspective of the college campus, though, because it's easy for people to dismiss it. But if they link
Exactly.
themselves up with the local, like the local struggles, and they actually like help with the construction of institutions for survival programs, stuff like that, as a part of encampment struggle, they can unify it with the homeless struggle. Now, with the homeless struggle, fuck me, with that struggle in the lumpen proletariat, you can find a lot of parallels with stuff Palestinians go through, and not in the sense of like, oh, I go through stuff that's Palestinian like. That's the way people gaslight you, and it's like, no, I have a fucking roof over my head. And like, even when I was homeless, I didn't
Yeah.
have a fucking, F-15 flying over my fucking head, like, with barrel bombs and shit like that, ready to fucking decimate my fucking town. But I did struggle for food. I did struggle for water. I struggled to be warm, or I struggled to be comfortable. Yes, these are like the basic emotions of it, but that's the point. We have this
Right.
shared elements of experience that we can go, okay, I have some of this experience, but the source of it is over there, where the most oppressive forms of those experiences are. And if I want my life to get better, those experiences need to end. They need to end. And
They
so
need
it
to end.
all links together really fucking hard.
Kashmir too. Kashmir too.
Kashmir, yeah, with the fucking their independence movement has been squandered since what was it, 1946?
1946. Yeah. So it's almost 80 years. It's going to be 80 next year.
Because it
And
was
like people do not talk about Kashmir like that. Like this has probably been one of the only times that Kashmir has been on the news for like longer than, I don't know, a day, like this. And we see like the old Indian state pretty much like dissolving piece by piece. Like the more that they try to conduct counterinsurgency against our comrades over at the Communist Party of India Maoist, and the revisionist Communist Party of India Marxist standing behind the terrorist attacks on Kashmir by the Indian state. And like a lot of the weaponry used to bomb Kashmir lately are from Israel.
yes.
So where do we go from here? Like there are
They
parallels to
used to
this.
do ethnic cleansing in Kashmir. It comes from the ethnic cleansing of Palestine as well. They want to take
Yeah.
Kashmir and cleanse it of Muslims, and it wouldn't surprise me if they target the Sikhs too, because of
Oh yeah.
Sikhs being Muslim coded. Because like what those that don't know, Sikhism actually is like a merger of like Hindus and Muslims that
And Muslim.
fell
Yeah.
out of like they fell out of comfort with the with Islam, and Hinduism during the war. What was it, like the 10th or 11th century? I think this is happening. I can't remember.
Around
And
there, yeah.
and like no, it has some like indigenous influences from like the southern Indians as well, but like it's a very complicated history. But yeah, Islam and Hinduism was a big part of what makes Sikhism, and so like that Islamic element of it. Ooh, hang on like that, and it's indiscriminate, you know. Like they don't like they don't really think about whether you are a Muslim or not. Do you look Muslim? I mean,
Wait, what does
some
a Muslim
Muslims
look like
wear
for now?
turbans, you know, like
Right.
they both wear turbans, you know. It's not like
It's not like a one-dimensional thing, and
they both
that's
tend
sort
to
of what
have
they
like a
weaponize.
lot of facial hair as well as a part of their culture, and that's the way they normally target with shit like that. When anti-Islamic or anti-Sikh shit comes like that, it all comes about like weird beards and funny hats and all that fucking racist shit. Welcome,
Yeah.
Neil.
Hello. Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, we're streaming
Hi.
right now about 2025 fascism and genocide. It's a little more of like a fart side chat or whatever they call it, fireside chat. Uh,
This is the Red Fireside,
Fair
and
but
play.
I know you like this.
Ashanti was in the chat and like I was like talking about student shit, and I'm like, yo, we got a student who's fighting fascism. Get this motherfucker in here.
Like I had to get in, and I couldn't figure out at first how to get in, but thankfully we're doing it from iPad.
Yeah,
So,
no, it's too used to like those people with like the joint. I could do restream that way. I just haven't like bothered to set it up like that. I just use OBS because I prefer
we
it.
haven't used Restream in like a year.
I mean, I am using Restream. I'm just doing it through OBS. I
Oh,
don't
got
know.
it.
I don't know what's happening with Wham. I haven't been ever since I exploded at like a lot of them. I haven't really been talked to by anyone. But like that's closed doors thing. But
Closed doors.
Yeah.
Closed doors.
Is this hello? Hello.
Hi.
Just talking about unusual headgear, and I must admit that is an impressive headdress, and I really do like it. Much love.
Thank you.
well said,
You're welcome.
comrade.
Oh, we got more people joining. Hi.
I gotta make a Discord. Where's application capture? Window capture. Fuck me. I know how to use computers. Stop judging me. Someone has an echo.
I don't. I haven't got a bloody clue.
Let me.
Damn.
Maybe if I wear my earphones.
What if they're actually bum phones and you just got tricked? See, it's not echoing all the time. It's just when I'm loud.
They are telephonic.
I need to.
Telephonic bum phones.
I'm wondering whether to do a stream on Twitch soon. I've never used it for streaming yet. I keep meaning to start.
I've been using Restream so I can stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah, I'm cheating.
I don't blame you.
Cheating is the way to go. Hey, we now are all somewhat visible. I need to like resize this and crop it. Like, the wealth of streamers is so.
I need to do one on my solidarity and sympathy with like Yoruba and Igbo people among other Nigerian folk. I'm gonna
Free Biafra.
I'm gonna make the camera folk kind of big.
I've just been conversing with a lot of Nigerians, and they all absolutely hate the leader of the opposition in this country, Kemi Badenoch, who is a Nigerian Yoruba herself.
Oh my God, she's a fucking bitch.
She's a piece of shit, and it's wonderful. It's beautiful thing. Hatred and loathing is not generally a positive thing, but when you see how many of the Nigerian community in the UK absolutely fucking hate Kemi Badenoch, it makes my heart blow.
She's bringing the fucking oppressive shit from fucking her own ways of doing things.
Yeah.
It's that British like Yoruba like fucking oppressive unity shit going on where it gives that bad taste of back home. It's like,
It's
yo,
colonial.
we know colonial fucking shitheads like you. It was the same with Rishi Sunak, with my fucking Indian comrades, saying very similar things where it's like Rishi
Yeah.
Sunak brings that Brahmin British
Yes.
energy into the table, and it's
Same with
like,
the
and for
the
anyone
Irish.
going on about this, this is all still the British colonial component. This
Yes.
is not saying that Britain has nothing to do with this and that like all the foreigners taking part in this. No, like Keir Starmer is worse than Rishi Sunak in a lot of ways, but like he's also better than him in certain ones. But like this is just Britain has like enabled the fascism of colonial powers that are local to certain regions, like the Brahmin, like the Yoruba. And so like a lot of people who escaped that, they don't want to be trailed by it. Like that's the
Yeah.
thing. Because I mean, not all Brahmin who come to Britain are chauvinistic bellends. Just a lot of them are.
No, most of the
And with the
Yoruba.
Yoruba, you get a lot less of it. A lot less of the Yoruba
Oh yeah.
tend to be chauvinists. We like
And same with the
I
Igbo.
had Nigerian teachers at school and everything. Like they're very much in the public sector,
Yeah.
education, healthcare,
Yeah. That's
politics,
where I know 'em. Yeah, most of them. I mean, the Europe
social
most
workers. Sorry.
yeah, care workers. Most of the Nigerians you meet in the UK, the majority of them will be most likely to be Yoruba. Second most likely to be Igbo. Then you get others. The ones that are not so common are the Hausa. They tend to stay at home.
Yeah,
But
I mean, they tend
the
to not be
Yoruba,
able
the
to
Igbo,
leave a lot of the time though because of
there's
poverty.
that. Yeah, yeah, it's true. But yeah, it's an interesting thing engaging with them, and I keep finding so many comparisons. They tend to think, "Oh, I thought you people were just white British." You went, "Oh God, no, 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 no. We're not. We're very different." And same with Zimbabweans. I've had conversations with them, and Ghanaians as well, and not Namibians, but mostly Nigerians. And it's an interesting cultural exchange. It really is.
Mm.
And the same bigotry they see in the same like conservative ugliness from the likes of Badenoch, sort of personified by Badenoch, is the same shit we see back home in the Irish Free State with these like Irish Lives Matter, make Ireland great again. What the fuck can that fuckhead McGregor is even talking about by making Ireland great again? Does he mean going back to like 1168 before the Normans arrived, before his fucking ancestors arrived? Because he's got a Scottish Highland name. You know, I mean, what does he mean? Make Ireland great again? Fucking idiot. He's a clown.
Make Ireland great again. When was Ireland great? Like, not gonna lie, like just to speak from like the Irish
Yeah, I
like
mean,
perception of things, like we've never been great. We've always been oppressed. Like as long as we've been
I
called
mean,
Ireland, we've been oppressed.
great, great at what? Like, I mean, great at, there's great things we've done, but it's usually under being shat on by somebody else or controlled by somebody else. You know what I
It's
mean?
the framework of it because make the Irish great again involves the Irish Republic. So you can't say that the Irish Republicans because you can't say that, because that'll involve having to like question
Well, yeah, Conor
you know,
McGregor snarled at I forget who it was off the top of my head, but somebody from the north. I think it was from Derry. It wasn't James McLean, but it was somebody like that who wrapped himself in an Irish tricolour. McGregor snarled at him on Twitter saying, "Get that off you! You're not Irish," because he's from the Six Counties.
shut the fuck up.
Fucking blue shirt, piece of shit. You know.
God, I even think a lot of the blue shirts would be more dynamic than this. He's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
blue shirt but soaked in piss.
You're
Like
even worse
fuck
than the blue
me.
shirts. I mean, that's a hell of a low bar. You're even worse than the fucking blue shirts. I mean, how low can you get?
It's
How
like what the fuck? Like I was talking about this the other day. I can't remember if it was on the last stream I did or no, I was talking with a friend who had like native descent because we're both like have experienced cultural genocide. And
Mhm.
it's like the rejection rate to engaging with your culture can be really high because of chauvinists, and it's like I was bringing up yourself because you are you're fucking Irish, born in the UK, but you're first
Yeah,
generation, like
second
or
generation
second
Irish.
generation, sorry, yeah, second generation Irish, born
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
and like you're treated as if you're fucking English by like family and shit, and it's
Yeah,
just like
yeah, yeah.
it's
Some of them definitely.
but it's like there's a consistency with it being relative to what's it? Like so that social chauvinism of the republic,
Sure.
so-called
Oh, fuck,
republic, the Free State, where
yeah.
they target people, and so like someone like myself, who's kind of like, I'm kind of wandering in the dark a bit with a lot of stuff because I don't have like family members that I can like communicado with to like
Yeah.
learn about my history. I don't have a family history to really build off of. I mean, I could probably build off of some of my Scottish family history, but the sept I come from is so broad that it'd be really, really hard to narrow it down. I come from a really big Highlander like group, and like there's a lot in Clan Donachide and a lot in my specific sept of Clan Donachide, so it's like, oh god.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel overwhelmed, like, to be honest,
It's a bit
and
complicated, like.
but it's hard to like, because when you admit that overwhelmness, they target you. It's fucked. Like,
Yeah, true. True. It's yeah. I mean, I've got like I get most of the people who tell me, "Fuck off, you English bastard! You're not Irish. You're bloody English. You fucking Brit." I look at them and I mean, I can list off the names that they had. Some of them. I mean, they were like they either had Norman French names, which again, there's no sin in that. But they're ferociously they became the landed gentry. They became the kind of new Free State middle class. They come from Anglo-Norman original colonizer backgrounds, or they come from Protestant colonizer backgrounds who married in, assimilated, became more Irish than the Irish, if you will, like the Normans had done before, and they became this gatekeepy attitude of we are the Irish, and they are usually the ones who are behind the far right in Ireland.
more
They've all got
Irish than
names.
more Irish than the Irish. Yet and a lot of them will learn our fucking tongue and never speak it. Never
They don't
speak
even learn.
it.
Yeah, you
If
can learn it
I
at all.
knew my language fluently, I
Yeah.
would be speaking to you in Irish, greeting you, saying hello, and speaking to you
Hey,
like that.
Kevin.
When you came into the chat, I would have made everyone suffer through us speaking fucking Irish to greet each other because that's the way it should be.
Saoirse Glúibh Carja agus a camradí, is me sé an punk finin jarag.
Exactly. That's what we need to hear. I love that. Like, fucking, it's great to
Saoirse
have you as
Joe
a
Carja.
comrade.
I guess I can't remember how to say solidarity, but Saoirse Joe, freedom forever.
Freedom
But yeah,
forever is very much in the line of solidarity and love and
indeed.
empathy. You can't have it without it.
Well, I say Gajivan. If you hear me say Gajivan all the time, that means indeed. So that means like Gajivan or Kincha, which means certainly. So I'll slip it in here and there. Ooh, that sounds like a smutty innuendo. I'll slip it in there like a. Oh no, stop it! It's getting smutty. Sex is a petty bourgeois deviation. Pleasure is capitalist decadence. Yeah. Anyway, but 10 Hail Marys and five Glory Bees and all that. But no, seriously though, I do sort of throw the odd Irish comment in every once in a while, and people go, "Oh, what the hell? What was that?" You know. So it's all very good.
What was that? What was that? Quick before the Irish come, eh? Dig it tunnel, dig
Um,
it tunnel.
Did I tell you about the incident when I was in an African shop I was in Gateshead at the time. I was in an African shop, and one of my friends and slash carers walked in and sort of spoke to me in Yoruba, and I tried speaking back to her. The entire shop, sort of their jaws dropped open, and they all went, "What the hell? This pale-faced, blue-eyed man speaks our language?" And I went, "Oh, these are all Yoruba then?" They went, "Yes, I am." And I went, "Oh." They went from being like friendly to being like my best friend, and it was a beautiful moment.
We're not used to white people not in Europe.
I know, because she walks, one of my friends, Christy, goes, "Bawani." I went, "Ma wadadasha, what? Okay." And she's like, "I'm all right. Are you all right?" And I tried to say that back to her. Bawani is, "How are you?" in Yoruba. And I went, "Ma wadada, I'm good. Shawa, okay? Are you okay?" The woman behind the counter who just literally served me went, "What the?" Her jaw dropped open, her eyes bulged, and she's just, the whole lot of the shop were all staring at me going, "I can't believe what I've just seen here." You know, and she went from being like friendly, polite to being like my best friend, and I was like, star of the shop. It was quite a beautiful moment, I have to say.
This is what they mean
Definitely.
when they say the charm of the Irish.
That's when I like people. If I don't like people, I'm evil. But you know what I'm like
That's
when I'm.
what they say about the ruthlessness of the Irish too, though. We've got that temper. We've got that temper. Like fucking. It's I mean, I know it's a meme, but the generational trauma definitely does create that temper. So it's like, how much of a meme really is it when you think about it? Like,
Yeah, being extremely bitchy. I have been known for that. So yes.
Yes, I'm very bitchy.
A friend of mine told me that I was more bitchy than all of her female and gay male friends combined, and I thought, Jesus, I must be a real bitchy bastard to be that catty. So I wear that
Well,
with pride. So you know.
they say that even lies come from truth. So
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, all of the native talk, it reminded me a bit of like what I have to kind of deal with because especially in my case, because I have like a lot of different culture groups in my family. I guess there's like Spanish, Arab, which I don't know what exact of that. They just told me Arab.
Probably
Then I know my grandfather was Turk. And then apparently my grandmother had like the grandmother of my grandmother was Mapuche, which that can mean different tribes because being Mapuche is more of like being part of a language, speaking a language.
Okay.
There
In
are
Celtic,
different
you're part of
Mapuche
a
tribes.
multi-ethnic culture. That's the way Celtic works as well. Like a Celt is not
Mm.
one ethnicity; it's like several.
Yeah, because back in the day, the Mapuzungun was like started to become a trend, which within the lands that are called Araucanía, which is basically from Buenos Aires straight to the left into Chile, and and the people who lived in what is called Araucanía, in the Walmapu, they were different tribes, and when you look at the tribes in like in the Argentinian side of the Andes, they were way more nomadic than the side on the Chile side. They were semi-nomadic. So, and both groups were pretty cool. They fought against the Incan Empire and the Spanish Empire, and they won both times. So
that sounds
that was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there is besides the history class, what I was trying to say is that there is this thing of like I was thrown the word Mapuche as like, hey, like, yeah, you have Mapuche in your family. And I'm like, oh, okay. What now? Because it's like it comes from the grandma of my grandma, and I don't even know what tribe they were, right? So it's not like I can look specific. I can't even look Wikipedia. I can throw darts, but in the case of the Mapuche people, there was this thing of like, they were they spread to Argentina and Chile as colonialism, and a lot of their like the bulk of their population, which is in Neuquén, which is in like the next to the Andes, that's like 5.5% based on a study that was done in 2015 that was heavily criticized by everyone involved because basically what they did was exclude four groups of people. If you were mestizo, you're out. You're not Mapuche. If you're in a city, we are not even going to look in there because Mapuche only live in the fields and stuff like that. And then there were like, if you were in another province than these four, you're not counted. It's impossible that you're Mapuche, physically impossible. And then the last one, I don't remember the last one, but those are the three main ones that I had problems with, because it's like crazy. And they say that there were like 50,000 Mapuches, which all of the Loncos were like, no, if you count all of the people you excluded, you probably have like hundreds of thousands. So it's like, it's kind of difficult to find out stuff in general, because there are no resources to like link you to that past, and the only resources to like approach them are done by the Mapuche tribes themselves. Like recently, I show Kara that a book was written that was like a dictionary for the Mapuzungun, and it's like it's a contextual dictionary. So it's one of those that have like the explanation of the words and also like context of like a text of where will you use it and stuff like that. And that's cool. There is also another fact with the Mapuches that they really don't want their culture to like be expropriated more than it already has, because a lot of like tribes have had their cultures like expropriated by Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and all of that. Like for example, the Guarani, or with the mate, which is like the most Argentinian thing ever. That was done by the Guarani tribes for like centuries, and we just stole them, and we just said that's ours now, you know. Or the ponchos and that whole thing with that, like people claim it as like, oh, that's from the gauchos, which are like uh, um how to describe it? Gaucho is anyone who's not a part of the government, but who isn't a native or black, basically.
Yeah.
It's like a definition of like a wild man who is still civilized, quote unquote. It is very weird definition, but that's like a national thing of with the gaucho. But yeah, all of them had their culture expropriated by the Argentinian, which is something that you can see with the Israelis have been trying to do as well. So the Mapuche, yeah, so the Mapuches, to try to avoid that from happening, have banned the recording of the rituals. As in, like you can write the basics of like conduct. There is an official document that explains you, hey, this is what you shouldn't do if you go to one of those rituals that they invite you to. You have to be invited to assist. And the first thing that they tell you is do not record a video of it, because they do not allow it, and they will get mad at you if you try. So there's no record of like their traditions beyond some texts that, you know, aren't very specific. So it's like very closed. And when you don't have like an active community in your area, which is my case, because I don't know if anyone else around here knows too much about their past, like me, you know, it's kind of hard to connect to that side of your culture, even if you try. I try. I inform myself on the history of the native tribes around here. Like right now I'm trying to look into the Mapuche because of proximity. I also should look into the Guarani, the Goth, I think they were called, and others, including the sub tribes that are included within the Mapuche group. But yeah, basically my point is that connecting to your culture when it's being like suppressed is very difficult, and any step is a good step, because you know you're keeping your past alive, and in some way you're keeping those who died alive, you know. It's pretty cool. That's why I think it's important to not forget those who died throughout the course of like genocides, plural. So yeah, I spoke a lot.
Good stuff, and glad to hear you speak your heart on your struggles and engaging with that aspect of your history and the relationship it has towards the colonial past of the country for which you're embedded in. Um, I mean, with the studies of these kind of things, it lacks a lot of cross-referencing. Like, none of these groups, you see this with like American references on like native existence, same with Mexico where like people who are of the so-called mestizos and other so-called half-caste heritages tend to be overlooked. And they'll do this thing like they did there, the racist shit of, well, they live in the fields. Well, do you know what? Where your city was used to be where one of their towns was, or one of their fields were, if you want to be a racist pig shit about it. Like,
Hmm.
the nature of that relationship means that there are peoples all over the place. If you're going to do a thing like that, you really should be like catching a wider net if you actually want to find out about what the displacement of a people are. You can't just so simply go off of here's where we know the people who still call themselves are, or the people who are specific in this location, because you're a colony. You're got a much more like complex history than that, and erasure is a common practice of the colony. And if you're not going to
Yeah.
even try and like amend that facet and instead just contain them to a specific space, then it's like it just becomes very, very problematic.
Yeah, and besides, there's the thing of like when you work with groups like the Mapuche, it's kind of complicated to draw a line because of their lifestyle. Because when you, for example, when you look at the old map that was, I think it was done by people who went to speak with the Mapuche back in the day. There is an old map that shows you the area where they live, and when you translate Walmapu, it's like, I think it was something like this the space where we walk, something like that. And it's like they were all over the place when you think about it. And they lived in a time where there weren't, hard lines drawn with a pencil and a rule across thousands of kilometers. So it's you should assume that they live beyond that, or up down, changes. They were very nomadic in that sense. But also there is this thing of like they were diluted. That's the word. Because most of the regions where they live they were either massacred from, like in the case of Buenos Aires. I don't know if they were very present in all of Buenos Aires, because they were anywhere in like the capital, but they were also but the Mapuches were more on the west side, but complicated. Um, they were genocided from Buenos Aires because that's like the how will a European call it, the living space, let's call it that. They were present in La Pampa, but in La Pampa, I think it's one of the spaces that suffered the most from like the conquest of the desert, as they call it. Well, the historians call it that. I call it that. Which was basically Argentino Roca, which is very Argentinian name. He used guns used in the American Civil War that the Argentinian government bought from the American Civil War from the USA. They brought Gatling guns at 10,000 horses, and they just rampaged all the way down to Rio Negro, and they just massacred everyone in their way, and that includes La Pampa and Neuquén. So, kind of messed up. And then once all of those territories are conquered, they are some of the poorest regions, excluding the capital, which wasn't in their power by the time of the conquest of the desert. So a lot of people are going to grow up. They're going to grow up with the Argentinian culture, and they're going to be like, well, I want to go somewhere to live, because they are some of the poorest regions in the country. If you want to exclude the north.
I got a question. So is like the education system in your country similar to how it is in the United States, where like they kind of whitewash like the genocidal history of the country? Do they like just kind of go over that like with
What
just erase
is
it?
white? What was whitewash again?
Whitewashing is where you like fucking minimize or alter history to make a genocide seem either like not a genocide or less of a genocide than it is. Kind of like how the Americans are like, oh, we had the Thanksgiving and then most of the land was just kind of empty and like, well, you know, some bad things happened down the line.
Well, I'm sure that narrative is very present. I mean, you have the president saying that we evolved from boats, um, but in the education system, at least in my education, you know, it can be different in different provinces. There is a province in like I think it's Formosa that has had the same guy in power for since the dictatorship, so that could be different from here. But in Buenos Aires province, um, they did say about the stuff that happened, not all of it, because there were, and when I say the conquest of the desert, there were multiple campaigns that were named that. They just named the one of Argentino Roca because that was the largest until then. There were some to conquer the lands near Cordova. When you look at maps from like old Argentina, there are circles in spaces like the north of Argentina, the middle of Argentina, because those spaces were still in the control of the natives, even until the conquest of the desert, late 1800s. And then campaigns were done by the military in those regions to destroy any kind of like organization and power that the natives had there. And they don't talk about that. I remember seeing one of those. It was a mention in a paragraph. It was this tiny of a paragraph and an image, a whole, and something that they never say. They never call it a genocide. They always say it's a conquest. It's like movement. It's a military movement,
That
but
is
they never use the
whitewashing.
word genocide.
That is
Yeah,
whitewashing straight up. Like that is whitewashing. Because like you
and then
whitewashing varies in extremities. You have full blown whitewashing where you get like Trump's slavery was good actually with the 1776 project. And then
mm,
you have it provided jobs, didn't you know? But then you also have the whole framework of things with the like fucking what you're going on about, where yeah, they're talking about it, but it's more like a war to them than it is like
mm,
a colonial like conquest in the sense of like genocide and occupation and taking. It's more like they discovered this land
um,
and then these people started attacking us when we like settled ourselves in. So we had to go on a conquest. We had to expand. We had to. It's the Roman shit. Which is a common tactic of whitewashing. We're defending ourselves by invading strategy.
yeah, the best defense is a good attack kind of deal. But like, that reminded me of something of like how the T tribe was mentioned, because in the history textbooks of Argentina, the only one that is mentioned is the Mapuche, and that is because they were the most effective against Argentina, because the whole country had to do a whole frontier from Buenos Aires all the way to the Andes of forts to try to keep them away, because they were strong and they were scared of them. And the history books were always like painting them as barbarians that steal our cattle and or white women. There is a painting of the average native image of like riders with the very white, extremely white woman on the back of the horse, and they were just stealing cows, which, crazy stuff. I won't say that they didn't. I will also steal cows, but seems a bit exaggerated.
I mean, yeah, to be
Especially
fair,
because
someone came and brought their cattle on my land. That cattle's mine.
Yeah,
yeah,
like
and
I
there is
don't.
the thing of like the Argentine before doing that line of forts, they also had tried to do a massive trench across the whole border, and the natives saw that and they said, well, we don't need all the cows, and they just threw a few cows and used them as a bridge to get across. So
Yeah, like
that didn't work.
I got my education in Arizona, which is like for the most part usually a red state. At least it was growing up. When I was in middle and high school, and the narrative that they had was definitely the one that Raven brought up. about oh, we had Thanksgiving, we landed here and peacefully traded with the tribes here, and we had Thanksgiving dinner, and here's a picture of it, by the way. Like, we didn't hear anything about like the Jamestown massacre or anything like that. Like, none of the I didn't hear about that shit until like way later, like after school. Like,
It's like
Yeah.
so fucked. I mean, shit, I learned more about what the Americans were doing in the 1800s than the Americans learn about like what they did in like fucking 1776, you know?
yeah, I bet you, like, if there was like a comparison of like early American history between like people in the UK and people in the US, like I'm betting that students in the UK would probably do better and be more correct than the ones in the US,
It was a
which is
British
pretty bad.
course I had to take in year 10 called American West, and like that shit made me stop being a Nazi. You want to know how powerful learning about American history is? This is why they don't want you to learn about American history. Because if you do learn about it properly and you see the lynchings, you see the fucking mass slaughter, you see the honor. Like, because when you're a fascist, you have this like honor, like fetishism, where you like fetishize like European, like military chivalry. That shit gets broken when you go look at what went on. Like, you go look at Custer. Any of you know about Custer, General Custer, and his battle against the natives and how they treated him with more honor than that man could have ever deserved. That is like the things they don't show you. And so, even for those that are like quite militantly fascist, it could fuck you up learning about the American West. Like it from an actual truthful angle, from an honest perspective. And so America hides this as much as possible. Even the places that teach you about it teach you a ham-fisted version unless you're in like university. And so it's this weakening of people's ability to take off racism. It made me disavow racism entirely, you know. I just couldn't look at it the same way. Um, I mean, black and native peoples are two peoples I've never really had like a racist perception of. Like, I think there's like latent things when it comes to like anti-black racism that I'm not conscious of because like that shit definitely exists there. If you look at me, I'm white, like raised in the culture. But like fucking so when I was looking at it, it gave me like a fresher perspective. So that would have helped for sure. But I even think for people who have prejudice against these people, when you see people being lynched innocently, when you see people being slaughtered innocently, when you see the attempts at peace, when you see the honor given to Europeans in war after they'd slaughtered and slaughtered and slaughtered, when you find out that actually it was the Europeans that were scalping people and that there's a lot of racist myths going on here, it fucking breaks your brain and you have to rethink everything. You have to be like, whoa, what the fuck is this? So they gotta hide it. They have to distort it. At best, you'll know about the Indian Wars, and it was a war that was totally started by them and not by us, getting really, really anxious because of the Gullah Geechee fighting for their freedom in Florida. You know,
Mm.
Yeah, and this is a blind spot that even like Marxists have, because like if you look at like the early like stuff that Marx and Engels wrote about American history, like it's not accurate, and even Lenin was like guilty of this, because yeah, it wasn't accurate at all. It had very colonial, genocidal apologia in it. Like they didn't even know that apparently like Columbus. Well, not apparently. I mean, they didn't even know that Columbus was like an active participant in bringing slavery. Like,
Mm. Yeah, horrible. I remember learning about Columbus a while back and how eager, how demanding he was of bringing slavery. And even the crown was like, "Hey, calm down, dude. We're
yeah,
gonna do it. Just slow down, please.
like he was
We
a
need time."
yeah, like
And
he
he was
was
like,
a
"No,
foaming at
I
the
want it
mouth.
now."
Yeah, like he was a fucking foaming at the mouth slaver. So like anyone who like just relies on Marx and Engels to get their opinion on early American history, like they're just a chauvinist. They're just an
I'm
American
sorry,
chauvinist,
I'm
not
an
even really a Marxist.
orthodox Marxist. The only theory I read is from Marx. Not even English, just Marx.
I mean, did you not hear that Marx said that Lincoln is like super great and all that? And I mean, like, I mean, God, there's some truth that being like a leader of a bourgeois revolution makes him progressive. Because I'll stand on my toes and say that fucking um, the American Revolution was not the bourgeois democratic revolution of America. Like at
Mm.
Yeah,
all, like it was an outcry of the bourgeoisie working in tow with feudal aristocrats. Let's be fucking real. Like they wanted to form their own little company, maybe call it the British West Indian Trade Corporation, because Britain didn't make a West Indian Trade Corporation. They used the East India over there. So like, it was like a little like Britain, another company. Um, didn't work out so well for America. It's why they changed the flag. They put the stars on it. They originally was gonna go for the Union Jack still. It was like 1778, I think they changed it to the
a
flag
book.
of the 13 colonies, or the flag of the 13 states, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, there's a book at the
Uh,
top of my reading list that I think every Marxist should read, especially in America. It's called "Red Skin, White Masks: Rejecting the Colonial Politics of Recognition" by Glenn Coulthard, and it views like this, an early American history from a Marxist perspective, a genuine Marxist perspective that doesn't have the blind spots of Marx and Engels.
Well,
So
then you say people should read Black Skin, White Mask in congruence with that as well, because that you can tell that book is a sequel. Like that is a
yeah, it
spiritual
is.
successor that is like my dad.
It is. It is. They do go into like Fanon and everything too. So
Yeah, that's
um,
gonna be on my reading list now. Then I need to give that a roll. I hadn't heard about that one yet. That's sick.
I got through my George the Third book by Penguin Monarchs, and he wrote some fire stuff by a very glowing critique of slavery here. Where is what's that quote in here? They actually show his actual writing, but I can't find it. Oh, there it is. George's opposition to slavery is equally repugnant to the civil law as to the law of nature. The propaganda of the Christian religion was the first reason. The next was the indigenous Americans, differing from them in color, manners, and customs all of which are too absurd to take the trouble of refuting. But what shall we say to the European traffic of black slaves? The very reasons urged for it will be perhaps sufficient to make us hold this practice in exercation. I don't know that last word, but
Put it in the chat.
yeah,
If you want.
yeah, I'll put it there. Sorry, give me a second. Well, damn it, I got the page. Hate when I do that. Uh,
Um.
There's supposed to be an E in there.
Oh wait, is it EXCERA?
execration.
Exoration.
Exoration.
Wait, is it XCEC or XCER?
Uh, XECR.
Okay. Execration. Let me ask the internet. It's always a great thing. Let's ask the internet.
The interwebs.
It's like denouncing or condemning something.
Ah, to execrate. Feel or express great loathing for. Curse or swear. Oh, you execrated foul language in this chat quite right now. Oh my god, he does speak like a king, but like fucking rare W from King George the Third. I mean, this is the thing about America that's like a wild thing to talk about because we're not here to glaze no fucking king dick shit. But what the point is to really take in about this is America rose in a way that made a king look like the lesser of two evils at the very least. Like they made the Mandem look like he's some major like force in like freedom when he wasn't going on about ending like serfdom or anything like that, you know? So it's like the Americans made the British monarchy look good. That's an achievement, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we're talking about a country that even Hitler himself like looked up to as an example of like, oh, this is how you engage in a genocide.
It's always my favorite fact. It's like, oh yeah, you know, Britain and America was like two of Hitler's favorite countries. Like, you know,
Yeah.
look in the mirror and see what you made yourself be. Also, Ashanti, you're back. There was something that you were talking about that made a big thought to my fancy that I actually think, Flashy, you'll also like the point of reference here. Fascism. So like there's this big conversation. I think I'm glad Mehdi Hassan and people like that are like even getting onto like mainstream media. Actually not mainstream. Democracy Now. I guess Democracy Now is kind of like semi-mainstream. And like saying the fascism isn't coming, it's here. But a lot of people are saying it's not. And I think the problem we have here is that there's something that Biden said that's actually kind of accurate about Trump. Trump is kind of a bit more like a semi-fascist in a lot of certain ways. He's not very good at being a fascist compared to like Hitler or something. You know, if Hitler wanted to bring industry back from outsourcing, there would be the threat of death against these capitalists if they didn't do it. Like, it wouldn't be this like, okay, we're gonna fuck around with tariffs and all that. Oh, he would have done tariffs too, but he would have like made sure
Yeah,
they brought industry back by force. So would Mussolini. Hitler is in a lot of ways semi-fascist. That is one of those like rare Biden alive moments where he has like a W where he's like, "Whoa, Hitler, I remember him." But the my
yeah. If he was
neurological capacity is
if he was a confident fascist, he wouldn't be sending immigrants to death camps in El Salvador. He'd be building them here.
I
Like,
think though part of that is so that eventually they can do that. They need a spectacle, like
yeah,
but they also want to get rid of a lot of them. They want to throw a lot of them out there, and fund faraway prisons so they can use those faraway prisons for American citizens that rebel and green
yeah.
card holders and stuff like that. And then the excuse of no, the Supreme Court has said you need to keep this at home. Okay. We'll open up Alcatraz. And they're gonna build loads of. Well, they already ordered the building of loads of private prison facilities. That's the thing that's in the background that no one's talking about is that like private prison facilities are being funded, and so the death camps are coming home. They're coming home to roost. But that's the sort of like major element in all of this is that like the fucking the what is it
We're
like
going to produce
the
Cyclone
way
B
the
here in the United States.
the way that people treat it though is because it is semi-fascist, and I think people know that people do the thing that they do with Russian imperialism from the early 20th, late 19th century, where they say, oh, whoa, it doesn't meet all these points of what an imperialist is. So it's not imperialism. And they're doing the
That's
same with Trump.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I hate that shit so much. It's even more frustrating because if they actually read Lenin, like he didn't need them to meet every single characteristic.
And that's
Like
even more
he
true of
still called Russia
fascism.
imperialist. Yeah.
Like,
What was
goddamn.
the
Sorry, go on.
there? There was a name. I remember back when I started learning about communism in depth in 2020. There was this group of people in the communist sphere that were very like I don't remember their name right now, but they were basically like, well, everything is exactly this fits in this box or it doesn't, and it fits in another box. And uh, it's very
It's a weird way to
limiting.
view things because like if they're supposed to be scientific, like most scientists don't adhere to essentialist theory. They adhere to prototype theory. So like as long as
Yeah.
they beat the vast majority of things, like it would still classify as a thing, you
I
know?
mean, that is how you do analysis. Analysis has to be prototypical. Otherwise, you're just subscribing to whatever you like preconceptually think a thing should be out the box. Like you're just, I have a definition, so I'm gonna prescribe it. That's not how you do science. No matter how rational things are, it's empirical, rational, empirical, praxis, theory, praxis. You know, all of these things relates to each other, and so you have to be uh, developmental about how you think about stuff and understand that if something is to a point a certain amount of a thing, it is the thing. I mean, that's how you like assess conditions. To say someone has my fibromyalgia, they don't find the fucking genetic part of the epigenetic component. They go, oh, you have like 70%, 60% of the symptoms. Well, you probably have fucking fibromyalgia. Well, then, hey, well, it's how I can treat it. Like, I mean, there's finding ways to actually discover it more narrowed down, but it's still a symptomatic thing. You're still being prototypical about how you're applying your analysis. You're not going, oh, we have this one thing, and that one thing says exactly everything about this thing. And so, oh, I know what fascism is. Fascism is Nazis. And so if you're like, you have to be some goot stepping fucking swan buckling fucking Hitler saluting moron to be seen as a fucking Nazi. Otherwise, oh well, they're just right wing authoritarians. What are you on about? Fascism for? You throw that around like a buzzword all the time.
Yeah,
Sorry, in the political
think,
chart, they're
Oh,
not on the far right, right, so they're not Nazis.
what was you gonna say,
yeah,
Flashy?
like if they even like because a lot of these type of people that say this shit, like the people that try to downplay Trump's fascism and everything, a lot of them are like I tend to notice they'd be like MAGA Nazi type people, the mecha fascists. Like those types of people, like these are the type of people that would fakely support like Dutt and his book Fascism and Social Revolution. But the only reason they do that is because they want to go after like social democrats, but then they don't want to like actually engage with the actual criticism of social fascism or fascism in general. But even in that book, like he goes over the differences of the various different fascisms. Like there's entire chapters dedicated to Nazi fascism, Italian fascism, Austrian fascism, etc., etc.
Mm.
That also does not say not to work with social democrats. That's the important thing as well. Like, Dutt is not saying that social democrats can never be worked with. He is specifically saying that social democrats are very fucking dangerous.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a warning.
And that was the same thing that Lenin had in mind with the United Front and everything too, where it's like we know because he was calling for keep in mind he was calling for United Front after he already said they had totally abandoned Marxism and the fight for socialism in general. Like it even said like by working with them they expose their own hypocrisy, they expose that they are not in favor of the workers. So it's only there to benefit the communists at that point.
The Bolsheviks proved
Um,
themselves right. The working class vacillated from the Mensheviks. Like, the Mensheviks ended up siding with former loyalists during the fucking like Civil War when they split. Like, there was a lot of Mensheviks that
mm.
joined literal fucking loyalists, and that was where they showed themselves. They showed themselves what support they're gonna have. The rest of them had to turn into Bolsheviks, and some of them became later revisionists. Some of them actually became good communists in the end. It's a mixed bag. But like that is where you see the Social Democrats crumble is in the revolutionary situation. It's why they have to prevent it by any means necessary. And we saw that with the Kerensky regime. Although he
Mm.
failed at it. Why did he keep the wall going? He's such an idiot. He had so many
They,
chances to form a social democracy that would have stuck because the October Revolution would have struggled without that civil war kicking off. Sorry, that World War still going, like the reignition of the World War on the Russian front after the revolution.
it reminds me something that upsets me when talk about a united front starts is that you always have some ill ill-spirited person who starts to throw hate at anarchists for I don't know Spanish Civil War, and nothing else, you know? And that's really sucks because it limits a lot of people and it pushes our groups apart from one another. Because, you know, most anarchists, I think, are cool. So I don't know why the need to throw more hate at them than to, I don't know, fascists. I've seen it, I've heard communists say that, oh yeah, I want to put to the wall every anarchist that breathes in this
Oh my
holy
god.
earth,
The to the
you know.
wall thing
And
is so fucking pathetic anyway. It's like, what are you, like a 10-year-old? Like fucking like playing
mm,
with
Yeah,
your
it's
toy
stupid.
guns? Shut the fuck up. Like, but
There's like this stupid like Reddit 4chan culture like in Marxist circles when it comes to like talking about anarchists. Like they really need to dead that shit on both
anarchists
sides.
are our
I do see them on
fucking
both sides of it.
siblings. They're our siblings.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, I
we're all
think
fraternal in this. This is a struggle we all care about. Anarchists, like say what you want about some of their fucking positions. I'll defend ANCOMs and actually say that they're pretty principled and come under the group of like what I call the principled Marxists. I know this doesn't apply to all ANCOMs; they're a mixed bag, but I mean the people in the spirit of Kropotkin, the Marxists. They are principled Marxists, just like ARMLs and Maoists. But the well, ARMLs you can't say in a broad stroke, but Hojists and there's some
Yeah.
Gavarists that have stopped being weird for Coists. So like I'll like the PFLP, but like that's where like the principles at. The Ancoms are anarchists. I hate to bum out the MLs, but like well the tankies or whatever the fuck they want to call themselves, are fucking petulant children. But they're good Marxists, and there's anarcho-syndicalists, the ones that are actually socialists that we can work with. There's loads of different anarchists. There's environmental anarchists and stuff like that. Like we got a lot of brothers and sisters and MBs that are fighting the good fucking fight. So why squabble now? If they start fighting the bad fight, which we can disagree on when that turns to what that turns to, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. But when they start fighting the bad fight, that's when we can fucking go, okay, this is maybe something we need to deal with. But at the moment, the paths align to freedom, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of ARMLs that are picking me off recently. I've kind of just been not really engaging much with people on Twitter for this reason because like past several months it just feels more and more like they're just becoming more and more clear that a lot of ARMLs are just like Stalin fan clubs.
You.
It's like are we doing anything to like move beyond or are you even going to admit his faults at all?
Do you know what it
Because I feel
is?
like Stalin, but like it's clear and obvious he made mistakes.
Do you know what I think it is? I think it's actually a problem that comes from a lot of the ARMLs abandoning Mao. Because Hoxha's great, but Hoxha doesn't criticize Stalin.
Yeah.
Hoxha doesn't criticize the Soviet Union in Stalin's era enough. He starts his criticisms like afterwards. He wrote like one piece, I think, where he criticizes the earlier part, but like for the most part, he's very focused and very well focused on the revisionist period. Mao is a little more like talking about the 30s and the 40s and criticizing Stalin a bit, and is a lot less forgiving on Stalin, which I think is an essential part of being an ARML, is
Yeah,
respecting
the
but
thing
being very unforgiving on Stalin.
The thing that's annoying to me about ARMLs is that there's definitely critique of Stalin from Hoxha, but it's not like it's critique of his ideas, like stuff that he did, ways he went about things and stuff like that, and not directly naming him, which apparently these people need in front of them to actually recognize it. It's just super frustrating because it like tells me to like maybe they don't know much about Stalin in general, or maybe they just don't see it. They're just like, aha, this person likes Stalin and defends his name. So
I mean,
therefore,
Hoxha
every
slammed the British road to socialism. He fucking slammed the movement for the United Front in the way in which it was done during the Popular Front years. He
yeah,
slammed the birth of Eurocommunism in the late 30s. Stalin was a big part of all of this, but, you know,
he even criticized. He said even during Stalin's like latter half of his time alive, that the Soviet Union had become too bureaucratized. Like that was even a thing that he criticized him on, and like the differing pay scales that were available to higher ups in the government compared to just everyday normal people. Like those are criticisms too, but like he actually like even argued more in favor of like a Paris Commune type system.
where everyone's just paid the same.
Yeah, and
I
like that's
actually
never brought
am
up.
more towards that angle as well because I feel like why are we saying we need to bribe the fucking petty bourgeoisie for them to not abandon us? Like, are we really is society that pathetic? Like, we have to like, because I get that like initially the petty bourgeoisie are gonna take up a lot of jobs in like traditional intellectual roles, like when they
Yeah,
get
like in the initial
proletarianized.
stages. Yeah.
But like the idea that they need, because God, it's not even that it's like more pay, it's monumentally more pay. Well, you're a doctor where you earn like 3 times more than a fucking steel worker. People might not think
Yeah,
that's much, but 3 times is fucking a lot. Like
Yeah.
3 times
yeah,
a
and
year's
I
worth
feel
of
like,
wages if we want to put it into a larger quantity.
and then I feel like they never really did what they were supposed to be doing. Like the type of stuff that Lenin described in State and Revolution, how like yes, in the earlier stages, like you know, you might have to pay off like some of the petty bourgeoisie and everything, and have them be more like in a managerial role. But I think one of the main things that those people should be doing, the primary jobs that they should be doing in those early stages, is to teach other people like how to do it. Because one of the biggest things that Lenin was talking about in his chapter on the higher stage of communism is that everybody's able to do like a lot of these types of managerial jobs, and the more people are able to do this managerial you know, administrative type work, the more that the state can wither away itself. So that's inherently
Yeah. Lenin
the
pushed
process.
for the idea of cooperative management as the form of direct government that would exist in a communist society where in which we all have a sense of like I guess like authority in a certain semblance. Like we all have self-authority, we all have the ability to command on each other, and we all have the ability to ascribe ourselves to roles. And so there is an engagement and how we're all treated as equals, but how we all have the means to manage and engage with the aspects of either labor, science, or whatever the fuck we're engaging in, because it's all blended, it's all a mix. Because as Lenin said, the cooperative is like the most pure essence of communism, and so like the way we do governance is going to be cooperative as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Lenin was a when Lenin was so much more than Stalin could ever be. Like I will say that. Like I know
And
that
and,
like
and I hold
Trotskyists like
the
to run with that, but like I think Lenin would have
yeah he
built a
was.
much stronger Soviet Union than Stalin did. I don't know how well he
I
would
mean
have done
I
in the war because he's not as much a military tactician as Stalin is, but I don't think that necessarily matters.
yeah, I mean I feel like I have controversial opinions on this stuff too, because I feel like I put Lenin above even Marx and Engels for
Oh,
me personally.
easily, easily.
Yeah. I
Engels is
mean,
an
And,
yeah.
and
eugenic little shit, and Marx and Engels are both anti-lumpen little bastards.
yeah,
Wasn't Engels like saying that the US invading Mexico was a good thing or something
Yeah,
like
he said it
that?
was a good thing
yeah,
because it would help like civilize lazy Mexicans, is what he
yeah.
said.
It's terrible.
And then another
Uh,
time he went on about their brain sizes being smaller because they eat vegetables and berries and
what?
fruits. Yeah, he doesn't
I
seem
think
to
it's like
understand
something
how
similar.
evolution works. Like, your brain size was determined by evolution, not by, oh, I didn't eat a fucking donkey today. Uh-oh, no my meat in my system. My brain's gonna go shrinky shrinky. It's not like fucking having your dongle out in the cold. Fuck me.
Um, well, I
Like,
mean, here Argentina was one of the countries with the most red meat consumption, and we had people like my brother come
and
out of the
melee.
womb. So I believe it's not very accurate, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, meat
Yeah,
actually can
yeah.
cause brain cancer, so like there is actually that.
See, I
Yeah, I mean,
put
there was this back in the day. There was this idea that was pushed a lot by the Eurofolk, to put it in some way, of like meat being like a empirical block of society, and how people who didn't eat meat were uncivilized, in a way. That's something I remember I saw a while ago of like how European colonization pushed the idea into the, for example, the people in Africa, in the Americas, of how you had to eat meat in your diet, otherwise you weren't cool enough. And that's a very backwards idea, I think, ironically speaking. And this it's what has been pushing the food industry to the point that it is today, of like how the production of meat is one of the largest pollutants in the world right now, and how there are some people who predict that it will collapse uh, sooner than later. So it is worrying because when you think about it, maybe in another timeline, the meat industry wouldn't be as toxic as it is to the world, but that's not our reality. So I think that people need to eat more beans. That will be good.
Veganism. Let's go. You want to say something, Flashy?
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna finish my thought about like where like I feel like I have controversial views on like where I would rank like various communist leaders like in terms of like their theoretical usefulness and stuff like that. Like I mean yeah, like I said, I would put Lenin above Marx and Engels. I would also put Hoja above Stalin, and apparently that's a very controversial opinion.
I feel like in like achievements, it's easy to say Stalin's better, but that's like, an easy thing to say. But in the sense of um, like actual revolutionary principle, I would put Hoxha above Stalin. I would put Mao in the sense of being more of a Lenin character than a Stalin character. I think Mao was like very much in the spirit of Lenin. He's like, what if Lenin got old? Like fucking there's a lot of problems with Mao as well. I mean, there's still problems with Lenin too, but Lenin seems to be one of the most
I mean,
immaculate Marxists. He's hard to find problems. Most of it's like backwardsness or being an ignoramus on fucking American shit. But like fucking genocide apologia moments. But Mao has his negative moments. Some of the ways he represents negation. I mean, it's funny because he like basically disproves his point in that position when he like says there's only one negation, and it's like, dude, you just described two negations. What are you on about? Like, I get what you're trying to say, and it's very autistic, but no.
I think
Yeah, and
you are
like I like
forgetting that the pillar, what the main pillar of the revolution, the world revolution is. Okay, I think that everyone is forgetting about Christina Kirchner. I think she's like the best revolutionary figure in all time, and I don't care about Jesus. She's even better than him. Okay, she's the best, and I think y'all are forgetting her because of the shadow government trying to censor her existence from like her children.
What was you gonna say, Flashy?
yeah, I was gonna say like um another big thing I really like about Lenin is that he has no problem at all like updating. I would say like total reversal, but updating positions of Marxism with new information, new experiences, new events that go on. Because like prior to the Irish Revolution, 1916, he kind of held like the same orthodox Marxist view on national liberation, where it was kind of like more of a progression of like going away from like feudal society and stuff into like capitalist society. He held that viewpoint still up until around like 1916. After 1916, I've not been able to find a single quote from Lenin on national liberation where he describes it in such a manner where it's like, oh, we're getting rid of feudal elements and stuff like that. He talks about national liberation of internally oppressed nations, even within advanced countries. So like that's a very central thing that's especially important in my country, in the United States, with all the internal oppressed nations here. So
I mean, we're seeing with the way Caleb Maupin has represented it, the importance of the Irish Revolution to Lenin's imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, is a miss. In socialism and split and imperialism, he actually accentualizes this, position. You kind of see the shift. You see the way he's like, "Yo, this ain't it, chief. Like, what the fuck is this?" And a lot of it comes into the chauvinism that you see from the internal perspective of this, that is influenced by his position on understanding the Irish struggle, the English reaction against socialism has links to the Irish Revolution, and he does draw those links. Um, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, is like an important component, I think, to Lenin's perspective on colonialism. But people only ever read it as a book for like, oh, the economic mechanisms of how imperialism exists. Random goes on about the Roman fucking Empire. Like, chill the fuck out with this, like, elitism about it. Yes, he chapters it about the modern existence of capitalist elements. But there's a lot of detail. And also you got to read his other works around it because even he would put it that like imperialism is a magnum opus of a collective of a lot of positions to go back to his like railing against the rising tide of a possible imperial war in was it 1910, 1911, and so there's a progression in the theoretical writings written between those times that's really important when you're looking at Lenin's understanding of things. And so Lenin is treated as this guy who doesn't really talk about colonialism, or if he does, it's pre-1916 positions that don't have the nuance of national liberation struggles because people don't want to acknowledge the principal progressivity of a national liberation struggle against the colonial oppressor, whether it be advanced as the British or as destitute as a bombed out fucking country by colonial oppressors like we're seeing in Palestine.
Yeah, I've also heard it's also like imperialism high stage of capitalism is one of those books where it's like these people like the Nazbol types like they'll just like point to it like the name and be like, oh yeah, that book, yeah, that's about this thing and that. They do the same thing with like left wing communism and infantile disorder. It's like I don't think you people have actually read it because if you did, you wouldn't have the opinions that you hold.
People don't
And
tend to read the footnotes of Lenin either, and the footnotes are really important to Lenin's work because he actually writes like massive footnotes. Because what people don't know
yeah,
about left-wing communism is that a big part of what that was about was the pamphlet that he got sent by the Nazbols
yeah, the
that
Nazis
pissed
like
him the fuck off. But he doesn't necessarily like go so explicitly about it, but that's what he's ranting about for the most part. I mean, it's more than that because this is a trend, and that's what he makes it general and then targets certain people that are like prominent voices in it. Like he's very careful about how he writes things. And so you gotta read it note for note and read the fucking footnotes.
Yeah, and I've heard fuckers like what's that idiot's name? Like Noah, the idiot from Midwestern Marx, whatever, like that Noah guy. He said ridiculous shit. Yeah. He said ridiculous shit like Lenin only brought up labor aristocracy once in like socialism and or imperialism and split in socialism. Like that's the only work he brought it up in, and I'm like,
It's a very condemning way that he brought it up, though. That's the funny part.
it's not even the first one that he brought it
I
up in either. Though.
know.
So it's literally in the preface. He brings up in the preface to Imperialism, the highest stage of
I
capitalism.
mean, he's been
Um,
commenting like we can take it that he's probably been commenting on it since the fucking 1897 or no, it was earlier than that. Fucking when was it that De Leon published his piece? Because I think De Leon was like a big profligator of the term aristocracy of labor. Because
yeah,
I think Engels actually made like his own position on it, so it must have been like before. What was
yeah,
it like 92?
and there's like a lot of words that he would like use to like talk about the labor aristocracy. You know, he'd be like the worker aristocracy, the aristocracy of labor, like you said, workers turned bourgeois. Like there's a lot
Oh
of
my
different like
God, yeah,
words you
that
have to like.
phrase, the way he words it is the labor aristocracy. Sorry, no, the worker turned bourgeois, otherwise known as the labor aristocracy.
Yeah. Yeah, because like that's even what he says in like the 1920 update to the preface of the imperialism and the high stage of capitalism, where he took the stratum of worker turned bourgeois or the labor aristocracy. Yeah.
It's such a fucking fiery critique because everyone's like, no, Lenin's not saying that the labor aristocracy is not proletarian or like anything like that. And I'm like, he's calling them petty bourgeoisie. That's what he's calling them. Like he's saying that they are an intermediary class, and that whilst they are close to the proletariat, they're petty bourgeois in nature. There's I can't remember if it was Marx or if it was Lenin who turned around and said that the intermediary classes, by their nature, are petty bourgeois, even the ones that aren't the petty bourgeoisie. Like, and I'm a subscriber. Oh God, my mic is redding out. I'm a subscriber to this position. I think that there is a lot of evidence to say that yes, the intermediary classes are completely dominated by petty bourgeois ideology, but I do think it's the case of hybridization still, in the sense that like there is a proletarian nature to the labor aristocracy. Even some of the working petty bourgeoisie have some aspect of this, but it is drowned by and this is what petty bourgeois nature, and this is what like Lenin even points out in the sense of their philisteinus in their earnings and their like individuality in the sense of how they perceive themselves, and the only sense of unity is in their oppression of the proletariat and preventing them from rising up and ruining the good thing that they have. It's very much like the house slave to chattel slave bullshit when they invented the indentured servant as a means to break up the relationship between the two, using whiteness as a
Uh,
means to create distillment. And so the labor aristocracy is this very much bourgeois agency, and I think like the capitalists, but in a more intense way than even the bourgeois proletariat do.
the whole talk of like the petty bourgeoisie reminds me of a quote from Malcolm X when he spoke about slavery back in the day. Um, basically, he gave a speech in which he explained how the house slave behaved, and it was he described it as basically a slave that was elevated to a position below the master, but above the rest of the slaves. And the house slave, he uses another word, but I will try to avoid saying it. But the house slave, basically, he had a bit of fancy clothing, but not as fancy as the master. He had fancy food, but not as fancy as the master. And he lived better than the slaves, and it was thanks to the master.
If he was ill,
So
he
the
got a
house
bottle of
slave,
whiskey. If he was ill, he'd get a bottle of whiskey and a bed for the day, rather than getting taken out back and shot to make sure he doesn't make the other slaves sick. Like, it was
mm,
very, very
and
different.
based on this, the house slave cared more for the life of the master than the master himself. So when the other slaves were talking about, revolting and fighting back, the first one to stand against them was the house slave, who would be like, hey guys, don't worry about it. Look at me. I'm not too bad and I'm a slave just like you. And you can kind of see a similar dynamic between like the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat
More
and,
so
and,
with the
this, and
labor
the groups.
right, more so with the labor aristocracy in this case, but yeah, the petty bourgeoisie
Yeah.
to a lesser degree.
It's the
Yeah.
idea of these groups being like, look, guys, we're like workers just like you, and we're fine. You can be just like us. There's no need to get violent, guys. Why are you shouting? You're so aggressive. Shut up.
Sometimes it's you can be like us, other times it's this is the holy existence. You are where you're meant to be, I'm where I'm meant to be. We serve a good system here. That's another thing that house slaves would often do, and the same thing that labor aristocrats do. They learn from it. They developed a system around it. They know that the bribing people is a way to like just create separation, as well as creating a means to advance bigotry that already exists, that they're already using to separate workers. Because there's a limit to bigotry. There's a limit, it eventually breaks. But if you bribe people into it more, they become more chauvinistic. The higher the amount of money you got, the more chauvinistic you get about life, it turns out. It's a funny thing about that. And so there's a massive distillment that occurs. But yeah, it's that like element of there's the liberal approach where it's like, yo, work hard enough, you'll get your way here. And there's the fascist approach where it's like, your place This society is holy. Don't you dare break it and ruin this good thing we have. That's the two options you get. It's
Mm.
often the second option with slavery, like that. Well,
Yeah, it's like
Uh,
that is the threat of it all. Death.
yeah, it's
oh,
like
and
this
I think
mentality within
Gengeros
like
wanted to
labor
speak.
movement.
Wait, Flashy wants to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's a real comment real quick, where it's just like that's why I feel like the threat of like labor Zionism is so huge to point out here, especially in like leftist spaces, because I see a lot of it, and it's like that it typically comes from the type that wants to claim like a class reductionist type of thing, which by the way Marx and Engels themselves it said that anyone who views Marxism in that lens is viewing it in a diluted, like not they're not viewing it in a correct framing. So
I mean, yeah. I mean, what's it like? I mean, college campuses known for being I mean, there's a lot of conservatives there, but people tend to be more liberally, operative in those areas. And so you tend to get a lot of labor Zionists in like universities and stuff like that. Um, that didn't stop protesters getting assaulted, attacked, and devastated. But these places are homes to moderates. But labor Zionists know Zionists, and like the only way they could get their protests big enough to challenge a lot of these pro-Palestinian protests, because of how big the pro-Palestinian like encampments were, was to call in vile fucking like fascists, because that's what these social fascists link themselves to. They play fealty for it. And so the supposed liberal and kind nature of the labor Zionists did not keep a single encampment in any fucking university in the United States of America or the United Kingdom safe from violent attack.
yeah, 100%. But you can go for it, Gengis, if you had something.
Oh, I'm sure Ethan Klein is going to condemn it at any time now.
My God. Well,
But
he said that he could focus on two things at once, so I'm sure eventually he'll focus on the other thing and not just defending Israel, but like, I mean, defending Jewish people. Blazing the IDF, because that's how we protect Jewish people.
but yeah, Malcolm X, when he was describing the house slave, he basically said like the individuality of the house slave disappears. So when they would talk, the house slave would talk. They would say, "It's our plantation, our house, our it's that kind of like cooperative thing going on." Um,
It's where the dynamic hinge pins, where you get the our our livelihood, don't ruin our thing, it becomes this like gaslighting of like, yo, this is us. You're a part of a we, rather than it being I have privilege over you. It's well, we have something good, not I have something good. Really good point to bring up, Gangeros.
yep, no, definitely. And I'm experiencing it right now with my job going under 10 feet under. It's like, oh, we're a family here, and it's like I'm pretty sure that the billionaire CEO isn't part of my family. I'm pretty
No,
sure he's gonna do fine when Rite Aid goes
maybe he
under.
did like fuck your mom at some point, and then you were born, and this is just some like wild ride. You're a Rite Aid
You can't
write
just
off.
throw that so freely. You
You're
can't just throw that.
you're a Rite Aid write off. I
What,
mean,
what do you
maybe
mean?
I can't shit, but like fucking, I don't know. Like we talk about genocide on this pod. Like I don't feel like I feel like Gengaros's mom's adventure with the Rite Aid CEO is not necessarily too explicit. I'm sorry, Gengaros.
No
Jesus
worries.
Christ.
Grim adventures with the CEO, like, oh shit, anyone just have like a sleeper cell moment where you're like, whoa, Bill and Mandy? Fucking bring that show back. Like, Grim Adventures and Bill and Mandy was the GOAT. Like, fuck.
Yeah, I never. I remember seeing it, but I think it was one of those shows that scared me because back when I was a kid, I was scared of that one, I was scared of the one with the pink dog and the Argentinian fish. And then I was also scared of Ben 10, but I grew out of the fear of that one.
That's cute.
Yeah, the only shows I tolerated watching was the Clifford, the movie, to be exact. But yeah,
What's it like? You gotta get that SpongeBob in your system. Like, do you
oh
not have
yeah, I
that?
also watched
Yeah,
SpongeBob.
some
Okay, there we
dope.
go. There we go. Like, because that I was
Bob
about to get
Esponja.
criminal for a second here. I was about to have to like call the fucking like
I mean, I already
the
have a lot of people in
Generalissimo.
a lot of people in my friends groups have been upset at my lack of knowledge on a lot of public figures or general culture, would you say? Like I don't know a lot of like I don't know Argentinian figures, like popular Argentinian figures, and they will say I don't know La Mosca CC. It's a musician that is very popular, and I like his music. But when I first heard of him, it was last year, and he's been active since I don't know the 2000s,
I mean, that
and everyone
happens.
knows him. And my friends were like, "Hey, why don't you know this person?" And I was like, "Oh no, I didn't. I never heard of them." And they were like, "How did you never heard of them?" And I started to listen to them, and I listened to it so much that they were like, "Hey, stop playing it when we're around, please. You're playing it too much." And I was like, "Hey, you showed me to me. This is your fault." But yeah,
Did this. But yeah, I mean, like
you brought
exposure
this
is
upon
not
yourself.
always exposure is not always the easiest thing to get, you know? It's
Mm.
because I'm isolated a lot at the moment because of my health. I end up like not having like the advantage of like people who tend to listen to more like popular music show me what's on the pop side of things. I listen to like fucking either the shit I've always listened to or like some grungy underground shit that someone's either
I,
sent me or I've come across because the internet is a wonderful thing for allowing punks to just piss and shit all over the fucking microphone.
I miss when YouTube used to suggest you like different kinds of music that was like similar to what you might like, and I would that's how I used to always discover a lot of new stuff,
I mean,
whether it's big or small. But like now, I don't know what they did to the algorithm, but all it ever does now is it just shows me the videos I've already watched. So I'm just listening to the same songs on repeat.
are you using
Um,
like
Yeah,
YouTube just itself or YouTube Music? Because I think YouTube Music might be better for that.
yeah, they are kind of
Yeah, just regular
specialized in that
YouTube.
department.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess that would be like YouTube Music or whatever. I'm guessing it's a paid service, which that sucks.
I
I
mean,
think it comes with premium.
their mixes tend to have songs in that are not always in your normal thing. Because sometimes I will click a mix and I'll be like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. But yeah, like
Mm.
it's the way things normally go.
Yeah.
yeah, I literally just get my songs from especially as a kid, just from like AMV videos on YouTube.
MV.
I
That's
listen to
funny.
Aria Math.
God, I
What is
haven't
it
had
called?
AMV in a long time. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, are you giving me like a fucking flashback for? What is it, like 2007? Shit.
I don't even remember what the A stands for. Is it audio music video? Or...
Anime music video.
Oh.
Yeah, like it was like a common term at one point because it was like a new thing that was like kind of cool, and then like now it's just like no one even like cares about the term. It's like you like see it every now and then, but don't even notice it. It's like written in a lowercase, so it doesn't stand out enough for me to pick it up. You know, it's just like suck me back to the time when like fucking like anime users which is different to an anime enjoyer. Anime enjoyer aren't the same as anime users. Anime users is when it becomes a drug, dominated the internet. Like we have
Yeah,
liberated the internet, but now they say the normies have taken over, but I think it's actually just the internet's been liberated from people who could only afford the richer people that could afford it. So, you know.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the space in like Argentinian internet, I think it's pretty much dominated by those groups.
You want to say something now?
It might have been an accident.
It might have been an
Sorry,
accident.
no, I was just going to join the conversation with something noisy came along, so I muted myself again. No worries.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
It's usual thing, yeah. You know, nothing exciting there. You know.
I wanted
yeah.
to talk about like the so we're talking about like cultural shifts and everything, kind of. I was trying to talk about how it's pretty frustrating in Arizona right now. When it's this specific one that I'm about to talk about. It's not even directly just strictly to Arizona, but I haven't heard enough people be outraged about the fact that the Trump administration is basically shutting down like I think it's a fourth. It's either a third or a fourth of the Bureau of Indian Affairs offices throughout the country, and 3 of them in Arizona. Like I don't think that Arizona is actually going to have a single one of them. Actually, a single office for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So that's very concerning to me.
That's just genocide. No other way to
Yeah.
put it. Like that they are like I've been calling this for like all throughout this fucking year. Was calling it throughout the election years. You were on the stream. That like this is the move for fucking extermination. It's why Trump's win is so deadly. Um, they're going to erase the history so they can erase the people. And they're coming for us. They're going step by step. First, they came for the immigrants. You're not an immigrant, so you said nothing. Then they came for the fucking trans people. You're not trans, so you said nothing. Then they came for the native peoples. You're not native, so you said nothing. Then they came for black people. You're not black. You said nothing. Then they came for all whitey. There's nobody left. Actually, they'll come for women first, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like it's
Yeah.
I mean, like you know, you can't target like colonized people without also eventually targeting women. It always comes in the process because targeting colonized women is a big part of targeting colonized people. Misogynoir is like such an important facet of like when we try and understand like misogyny and like also when we understand racism. They both like are very like it's an important
Yeah.
component to both aspects of existence rather than it
And
being like, oh, the other way round, where you think of it from misogyny and racism to misogynoir. You really should look at it from misogynoir to then misogyny and racism, how they form, because misogyny itself comes from the oppression between 2 different tribes. And so the actual relationship going on there is very much a distinct aspect of colonial violence that we could go all the way back to the initial existence of slavery. So misogynoir is not maybe in the terms of black and white back then, but is at the essence of where misogyny actually comes from when you really think about it deeply.
yeah, and I'm betting they come after women before they go after races, because like they're gonna go at they're gonna take advantage of the fact that there's a lot of men that are not white that really hate women.
That's actually a
And
good point. I didn't think about that. The black manosphere is getting really
Yeah,
big right now. Yeah.
that is a good
yeah, like
point.
Yeah, really.
yeah, they've done a lot in the past like 4 to 10 years that to build this like just my manosphere in general that just has a total hatred towards women.
Mm.
Yep,
And
Yeah.
they're
I
already
work with
coming.
one.
They're already coming for trans people as we speak. And they're trying to do this whole LGB alliance shit.
Oh Jesus!
It's just totally ridiculous to
God.
me. Like makes no sense at all. They're doing that right now in the LGBTQ plus community, and
They're
they're
becoming an
coming
enemy.
after natives. Yeah, they're slowly chipping away at
It's
each
like
different.
it's like the way the Irish became white. It's like, oh, we're all right now. We're white, so we can punch down with the black folk and the indigenous folk, and we're okay now. And they don't get me started on the West Brits back home who are doing that now. You know, they can't even
It's a
speak their own
betrayal of
language.
Irish culture.
Yeah, they're going about Irish culture being under threat, and it's like it's already been well, not destroyed, but
They're
it's
the
been
fucking threat.
they're the threat exactly. And
Like
it's the same with these.
whiteness is anti-Irishness. Like let's be
Yeah,
fucking real. So behave like a
yeah.
honky, then you're killing our culture.
You're a yeah, fucking
I wish,
Feltor, traitor.
I wish I saved the post because I saw this a couple weeks ago and it's just infuriating and I just turned it off, whatever. And when I saw it, but there was I was just scrolling through Twitter. I mean, Twitter's just a annoying place to be at this point. Yeah, it's just like every time you go on it, you just get like demoralized with a bunch of stupid shit. You see something stupid and infuriates you. But I saw something on there, and it was like a group of butch lesbians that were trying to drop the T from the LGBTQ plus alliance community. Like, so they were turfs basically, and that they were saying like, oh, like allowing these trans women into our bathrooms is making it so that it's dangerous for even us to go into the bathroom. It's like, wait a minute, but even if you like make a fucking law to like ban trans women from the bathroom, you're still gonna get transvestigated or whatever if you're a butch
You're
lesbian,
gonna get
especially.
transvestigated more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
But
yeah, more like yeah.
Like I say, this LGB alliance is just the same thing with the Irish turning white, or the house slaves joining the system and punching down at the field slaves. It's exactly that same thing again, all over again. It's, oh no, we're the nice gay women. We don't want to, it comes down to like insecure men feeling threatened and tricked because they're constantly on the aggressive predatory thing. I mean, I'm a lecherous git, but I'm not a predator. I'm openly sexual in the way I behave, but I don't sexualize women the way they do. They're all about conquest and take it, grab, that kind of shit. And then they see a trans woman, they get freaked out because they go, oh my God, you tricked me into thinking you're available and all this kind of stuff. And that's what it is. And they're pandering to that. These LGBT alliance.
Yeah, like what's even crazier to me is that same post had the audacity to like try to say like, oh, we want to expand the viewpoint of what a woman looks like. It's like, wait, but you're actually going against that by having this fucking position right now. Like the only
also like the idea that like trans women just quote unquote look like men is fucking false in any way. And just a disgusting like misframing of things.
Like the way I see it, like with the way they were trying to frame this shit, it's like it felt like their claim to want to go against like the traditional view and imagery of what a woman is supposed to look like while upholding it. Like that's really what
it's completely contradictory, self-contradictory, totally. I mean, did you hear about the case of it was a Walmart employee in, I think it was Florida. It was one of those.
They fired her. I think they fired
her because she was attacked by a fucking transphobe because she's 6'4". She's a cisgender. She's gay, but she's cisgender. She's not trans. She's not non-binary. She's a cisgender lesbian woman who happens to be 6'4". She comes from a line of tall people. Her family is full of tall. And she was attacked by this bastard. Came and started physically assaulting her because he was convinced that she was trans, and she fucking got sacked by Walmart. I mean, they offered her a job back as a kind of pat on the head, and I think she said I wouldn't feel safe there. I'm good for her. Fuck off.
Yeah, they only offered that job just so they wouldn't get fucking like
harm reduction.
They've been sued, yeah.
Yeah, harm reduction, basically. Yeah, exactly.
Bastards.
And it was like, and the fucking TERFs there cheering. Sorry, I'm talking over you, mate. The TERFs here, like J.K. fucking Rowling sitting there with that cigar in its mouth. I don't even like calling J.K. Rowling a human being, so I don't like calling it. I don't even like giving her a fucking female pronoun. You know what I mean? But that thing's sitting there with a bloody cigar in its mouth, crowing, and all these LGB people about the High Court of the UK saying, "Oh no, a woman does not. The woman has to be somebody that is AFAB. If you're not biological."
Put in a context, she wasn't just going on about it. She was going on about how it was a successful plan. She was implying about her fucking what's it the fact that she had been conspiring with the judge. She had been conspiring with the people pushing the position towards the judge to be tried in the first place. Like, this was a calculated attack on trans rights, and then she is in cahoots with the EHRC, Equality and Human Rights Commission, which is a commission that is denounced by all the human rights commissions around the globe. This woman is a vile cretin and is like, not the middle class woman she likes to claim herself to be. No, what she is very much the billionaire class and very much our own Elon Musk. Like, that is who she is comparable to. But she's much more calculative and intelligent than Elon Musk is. More dangerous in a lot of ways. Less dangerous because she has less capital, but more dangerous in her ways of being actually influential with her words and not just her money.
Like,
And what she's
yeah.
done is she's paved the way for fascism because now Labour is towing the line of reform, who was backing rolling fascist moves against trans people when she turned against the Labour Party. Now that she's back in the Labour Party's like comforts and froze and all that, they're in sync with each other. The paving of the way towards fascism is locked in step. We either have Labour turn themselves into Nazis, or the reform, or whoever replaces reform. If
Well,
reform crash
yeah,
and burn, is going to take over.
social democracy, it does tend to lead towards fascism anyway. I mean, most of the Nazis and the fascists were sock dims.
We're not even doing
Original ones.
social democracy at this point, though. Like, these guys are just a
Yeah,
bunch of weird, like,
but
third
they,
Yeah, on
positionists.
the question of like trans rights and everything too, it seems like labor is even to the right of like the Democrats in the U.S. on that question.
Yeah.
yeah,
Kind of strange to see.
Mm.
yeah, definitely. I
Well,
mean,
well, what's it? We banned puberty blockers before the US. The US has only moved to do it. I mean, it's already happened in a few states, but they're doing it on a federal level this year based on the bullshit report that HHS has pushed through. It's not done by scientists, it's more like done by politicians. It's very political. We had the cast review, which tried to frame itself as a truly like principled scientific review of the medical situation, but instead promoted the banning of puberty blockers, not in word but in deed, and how it influenced the British government. The cast review though still has the visage of an actual like scientific study, whilst the HHS study does not. But yeah, we banned puberty blockers for kids. Like, so anyone under 18, I think it is, can't take puberty blockers, or maybe it's 16, but I'm sure it's 18. And so, do you know what that means? The only legal treatment that exists for trans youth is conversion therapy. Think of it.
God.
I'm
Yeah.
I, I'm also
Do you want to
going
say
through
something,
this.
sister? Shanti, do you want to say something? Because you wanted to say something earlier, and I missed to catch you back. You're muted, by the way.
I think she might be away from the.
She like unmuted and remuted. Maybe I'm just making a mistake. Go on, Gagaris.
But I was going through this Supreme Court ruling in the UK, and I find some very contradictory things in its quote ruling here. Like, for example, the ruling says, quote, where was it that article I said? Well, this ruling doesn't technically allow discrimination because they did ruled that what is the term that they use for gender identity in the UK? Gender reassignment is still protected under the Equality Act, but at the same time, they define sex for men and women as biological, so they have no protections in all that. So how exactly does that work when you're banning them from like sports and bathrooms and
Well,
everywhere else?
the actual Supreme Court ruling shouldn't ban us from toilets. That's the EHRC manipulating the court ruling. But like, yeah, it's banning us from like shelters and like changing rooms and stuff like that. Um, uh, a lot of like single sex spaces, boom, banned from. But like, it's or at least we can be removed from. The but then like we the EHRC moved it from services to facilities because that's different. Services does mean like like a domestic abuse shelter, like stuff like that. That's a service. But like a facility is like a toilet. EHRC
Yeah.
expanded it to mean facilities, which is not what the Supreme Court ruling actually said. But also what it does is it strips me of my protections against misogyny. Now, technically, you could argue that that misogynistic violence is targeted at my gender identity, and therefore I'm protected. Blah 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 blah. But like, I smell the bullshit burning in the fire, and like being female is not about what genitals you have or whether you've got like certain gametes. It's about everything. It's about the whole nine yards, which involves your brain. You know, it's almost like that's the biggest component. Funny that, isn't it? It's almost like your brain is where your identity is.
Yeah.
This gets me so mad.
And
I'm
And like
sorry if I'm deafening
it's like
people.
it's just super concerning. Like seeing how like labor acts in regards to these questions from even from a U.S. perspective. Because I feel like it's usually us that's lagging behind. And like in terms of like quote unquote left wing of the like the major parties or whatever. But on this question specifically, it's like the opposite. It's just kind of it's strange to see because I remember even I remember last year the Biden administration came out and said that they opposed they briefly came out for like a 2-week period, I think, said that they opposed transgender surgeries for children. Not they specifically said they didn't say anything about puberty blockers or anything like that. So they still supported care, like certain gender affirming care, just not the surgery until they're an adult. And even that got pushed back from them, and they rolled that. They backed off that position like 2 weeks later.
Well, because it's kind of stupid, because the only gender affirming surgeries that happen on trans youth would be breast reduction, and that actually rarely happens. 99.7% of like breast reduction surgery is happening on cis men that have gynecostomia. So like
Yeah,
it's brutally like ridiculous the way that they approach this. And it's the same with like puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are used more by cis children. There's so many
yeah,
reasons you could use puberty blockers, and in the case of trans people, all it's doing is putting the pause on it. You decide at a later date that actually, you know what, maybe I just want to go through regular puberty. It's not how I want to be. Or you might be someone who's like, oh, I'm a trans woman, but actually I don't mind having tea, because there are some trans women that are like that. They don't care. Like it's all about the cultural and social transition and just being a woman. That's been transness for generations. I mean, heck, there have been ways to do like medical transition for generations too. We've found natural ways to like pump estrogen into the body, and I doubt that like it's just a thing that we've only figured out now. I've seen some of the ways
Um,
people can make this shit in bathtubs and stuff like that. Like people have been doing some kind of like herbal medical transition shit for generations. So like, there's so many variations to how people approach this sort of shit. But puberty blockers, it's just putting the pause on it and going, "Yo, wait a moment with the puberty. I cannot deal with that shit. It'll make me want to fucking, go down the dark road, and feel like I don't want to fucking exist. Because that's what the especially for someone who's managed to come out at a young age, like, and you're actually being respected for that. Puberty is like the scariest thing ever, but like, you're like already out the box, so every change is like conscious rather than you having this like delirium where you can distort reality to yourself at least a little bit so that you can be unconscious to it. That's a lot harder when you've opened Pandora's box. That's why a lot of us end up staying in the closet, because of the torment that can come from coming out. I was shutting
mm,
the Pandora's box. Sometimes
it
every fucking day, sometimes it was once every month, sometimes it was several times a week. It would be varied depending on like how I'm coping with my capacity to dissociate from who I am and exist in a lie.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's pretty crazy to see. It's also pretty annoying because the right wing always weaponizes the hell out of it, but where it's like token cases, people like Blair White or Brianna Wu. Like I recently saw Brianna Wu debated. It was the silliest. Like I didn't finish it. I only got through like 15, 20 minutes of it, so I need to return to it. But just the premise of it is ridiculous. Brianna Wu recently debated the surgeon who gave her surgery on like
Wait, what?
yeah
Yep.
yeah.
Oh my
It was
god, what kind of
the whole
mega
premise.
grifter shit is this?
But the whole thing was insane. I was like, wow, just the mere premise that this is even happening is crazy to me. Like, wait, so you're debating the surgeon who helped you with your surgery? Like, because I guess like Brianna Wu has a problem with like the DSM-5 or whatever on some stuff, and I need to go back and watch it. But
Yeah, they were debating about gender affirming care for minors, and
oh, was it? Yeah. Oh, I still got it up
yeah,
here.
here it is.
Yeah, I posted it right now. Or this is somebody reacting to it. Maybe you have the actual.
No,
Yeah, you
I
probably
got
have
the actual one.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that one's better than to watch.
Oh God. But yeah,
Whose
no,
memory is this?
there's not sure, but yeah, no, there's a lot of countries that have been defining sex by biological recently.
Oh, that's
Hungary,
crazy.
yeah, it was the U.S., UK, and then Hungary passed a constitutional amendment recently. What was it? A constitutional amendment that legally defines gender strictly as male female based on biological sex at birth.
What is it? I just wanted to add something, as one of those, one of the trans people. You know, in my case, I have like, I remember back like 4 years ago, was when I understood that I was that I wanted to be a female. I wanted to transition. And I remember back in the day, I was just trying, testing the waters with like names, how it felt, and it felt good. I was very happy with that development, especially as it went on. But since then, I haven't been able to to build up the trust with the world and my mother to show myself, to show my gender to the world. And I can say with certainty that it's not pleasant to essentially hide 24/7 and only show yourself to people you trust. It's like, it feels like at any point if you come out, like some asshole is gonna like kill you, and sometimes it's even gonna be a cop, so there's not much even your family can do about it. Like, for example, in my city, a trans guy, they did him the usual. He went missing, and it is well known by the whole community here that he was killed by the police specifically. So, it is scary to even here, and Argentina is very good with trans stuff, at least in the legal level. Society, I say it's fairly alright. I mean, there are trans people on TV, so that counts for something. And
Being on
they are.
TV is a little different to being accepted by general population, but it's definitely something.
Yeah, I know. It's something. And there is also the whole thing of like,
because we have trans people on the
hormone
TV here and
treatment.
shit's not going great.
Yeah, I know. But there is also the whole thing of like trans hormone treatment being guaranteed by the state. It's free. You just go paperwork. It can take you like 3 weeks, and you already are accepted into it.
See, that's
It's not the
something that's
best,
better.
you know, but it's what the government provides, and it's like a public alternative, and you know,
And I've been
great.
waiting for a long time. I have.
I posted a
So there
useful
is
chart.
the sorry, I just wanna finish real quick,
Yeah,
but
go
like
for it.
there is this thing of like even if you're in like one of the nicer places, you still have a lot of pressure by a lot of society, your family, people around you. You don't know who's gonna get mad at you for no fucking reason. Even people who say they love you suddenly get mad when you change your gender and just ask them to respect it. And you know that sucks. And things are getting worse as per usual. So it is a scary time to be trans, and that's sad. And people just think that, you know, they're gonna stop once we're gone, essentially, once we're killed. So it doesn't matter. And it's like, yes, every if one single human being doesn't have human rights, um, no one, practically no one has, because they can take it away from you. That's the thing. We're a group. We're like a society. Even in other countries, like borders are just lines on a fucking map. I mean, sometimes it's a fence, but it's not always. So who cares? We're all human. Human rights are for humans, not for some humans, for the good humans, you know? And just hating on a whole community because they want to be themselves in a way that isn't harmful at all. It's like, yeah, very telling of the state of society right now and the past centuries. But yeah, it sucks.
What
I posted a chart. It's a pretty helpful chart, especially for LGBTQ plus comrades.
Yeah,
For the safety in states in the U.S. in case anybody's thinking of like moving to a state or visiting a state and everything. Very useful. One of the most embarrassing things on here is that Arizona is the lowest safety score on the West Coast outside of Wyoming, which is pretty bad.
yeah.
Jesus.
So
I do have to point out though that this might differ in states itself, because states are often very big. So this could vary by city and county by county and region by region.
yeah,
So I'm just
Yeah, there's
this is
definitely
just a
blue
general
cities.
understanding, but with the general understanding, you're obviously going to typically go to general places if you're fleeing there. Um,
Yeah.
but like, despite years of progress towards inclusion and equality for LGBTQ Americans, a sense of safety at home remains elusive for many. By the end of last year, 75 out of the 500 anti-LGBTQ plus bills introduced across the country in 2023 had become law, and in 2022, hate crimes against LGBTQ plus Americans reached a 5-year high. With hate crimes and more anti-LGBTQ bills under consideration, it's essential to monitor the state of safety across the nation regularly, to grade all 50 states and Washington, D.C. based on how safe they are for LGBTQ plus people. SafeHome.org's new scoring includes both legislative analysis and hate crime data from the FBI. Here are a few of the key takeaways from our study. Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Delaware all received A grades for LGBTQ plus safety based on their comprehensive pro-equality laws and low rates of hate crimes against LGBTQ plus people. South Dakota, Florida, and Wyoming are the worst states for LGBTQ plus safety in the nation, earning F grades due to their high number of discriminatory law and hate crime reporting rates. Florida's ranked changed dramatically since last year when it had the 15th lowest safety score. Um, Nearly 50% of states passed new anti-LGBTQ plus legislation in tw- tw- uh, um in 2023. hate crimes targeting LGBTQ plus people rose 10% between 2021 and 2022, and hate crimes against transgender people, in particular, surged 40%. 59% of LGBTQ plus people say that their state's law helped them feel safe, but 89% say federal action is needed to enshrine protections fully. So, like, if we look at this, should be able to make you all in the chat see it. Yes. No. Just stream.
What pisses me off the most about the whole thing is the way it's just the way people sort of want to punch down. They want to join in with it. It's like a pick me kind of thing. You know what I mean? And it's like the way they conflate. Like, I mean, it's the same shit they used to do with gay men. It was, oh, they're all predators. They're all out to groom your children. And it's this. It's like we've learned nothing. We've just moved the goalpost to somebody else now. You know what I mean? It just makes me fucking rage. But anyway.
I mean, they want to round us up into the camps. They gonna come for the gays eventually too. Maybe some of them will get to survive. Maybe Dave Rubin has a special film waiting for him. Dave Rubin is very peculiar. He's a very sharp mental acuity.
Who's Dave Rubin?
Dave Rubin is a little fucking. I mean, God, I want to call
Don't
him
say
so many.
something too mean.
I don't want to be such a. I mean, he deserves it. The guy's a little prick. Fucking, he's one of those like fucking. I mean, he's like the left me kind of people. Like I was a classical liberal, and then the left pushed me to the right. But like
I do have to.
fucking.
I do
But
have to point this out because with TYT, he was originally part of TYT, and he was
yeah, I
the
know, and he was still a
classical
right
liberal.
winger. He was still right.
He was still a right winger. Yeah, I'm just bringing it up because TYT's moved hard to the right recently.
I mean, TYT's always been to the right. Like, it's just that they had people that were on there that were to the left, and Shank himself like poised left. But TYT started off as a misogyny channel. Like,
Did it indeed? I didn't know that.
yeah, they used to do like Spot the Camel Toe and shit like that.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I'm all for vulgar, lewd humor and sexual innuendos, but not that's just crass.
Yeah, no, like basically getting photos of like famous women and then like zooming in on their crotch to see whether they have camel toe or not, and then like judging the quality of their vagina based on their camel toe.
I forgot if Dave Rubin when his partner if they adopted or if they had if they did surrogacy or something. But I remember all the conservatives were like shitting on him for it.
They did surrogacy through IVF.
Oh, is that what they did?
Yeah, and they get pissed off the conservatives because, like, God, IVF involves a lot of abortion, so like, it's
So they did like IVF with like someone else for his gay partner because like they were also
that's
mad
what you can do.
that
You can do IVF by like using a surrogate, like, and then you just like use like genetic
Oh.
spice and stuff like. Yeah, there's a
Oh,
surrogate
okay,
woman, but like you're doing IVF.
yeah.
That's why they
Okay,
had
yeah,
twins.
I don't know why that flew over my head for a second.
Fuck me, like you've been hanging around, like you're in the this is why they need to call y'all the Southwest and not just the West, 'cause you're thinking of too much like fucking
What's going on?
it's like fucking
Also, I was gonna say
there's
about
only
this.
black and white in the South, because we gotta keep them slaves or whatever. Like it's the fucking racist dynamic of it all.
Also, I was gonna say, like if I lived in like, I'm not surprised by the Indiana and Ohio rankings in this chart. Like, it doesn't surprise me a bit. Like those two states, like, just feel like they're getting increasingly more reactionary all the time.
It's weird that Iowa is just like kind of neutral, but I guess it's because there's not that many people there.
Yeah, I don't know because it's like it some things here it's like well Tennessee is like green and it's like I know Tennessee has enacted legislation recently that's really been draconian when it comes to LGBT people.
Yeah, but it might
I
have a
have a
low crime rate. That might be the thing. But yeah,
To the right.
I know I have a cousin and she's a therapist for LGBTQ people in Memphis, Tennessee, and she recently had her grant revoked by the government under Trump. I also have another cousin in Ohio, and she's a single mom of 2 kids, and she's losing half her staff at Veterans Affair.
Yeah,
And keep in
Ohio's
mind
got a
too,
net
she
rating here.
honestly, there's like 51 states and Tennessee's at 25. So I don't like given that like this is based on like a crime rates and a mixture of things. Um, it wouldn't
Oh, they got
surprise me.
specific details here.
Yeah.
I didn't even scroll down this
Although when I go to type Tennessee, nothing comes up. Wait, like
one. I guess they only showed a
they
couple.
only have details for like the top ones, I think. Like yeah,
That sucks.
Alabama, Ohio, Wyoming, Florida, and South Dakota, and then Hawaii, Alaska, Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island.
Two of the good ones.
Wait, is New York not even one of the good ones?
Surprised Minnesota is so low.
Where's New
I
York?
figured yeah, Minnesota would be an A.
There's New York, 11. That's a B. Okay. I would have thought New York would be higher as well. There are a lot of conservatives in the north, I guess.
Washington D.C. is only a C.
Yeah, Washington, D.C. There are a lot of conservatives in Washington, D.C., to be fair.
Yeah. Arizona's
Georgia's
an F right
surprisingly
there.
high, like, as well. But again, like, Georgia is one of them places where it's kind of very culturally wishy-washy on, like, whether it's going to be really bigoted or not.
Yeah.
Massachusetts is quite low. I would have expected higher.
Pennsylvania is really low
I'm not
considering
surprised
where I
by
thought it
that.
would be.
I'm not surprised
Yeah,
by
D.
that, to be honest. Like, I know too much about Pennsylvania to just know that, like, this is expected with what they've been doing over the last, like, I mean, the fact that John Fetman is still, like, an existing problem is,
John Fetterman is such a I don't understand his politics like really like it's weird because like he
black people attacked him, didn't you know?
yeah like he's like a foaming at the mouth fucking Zion. He was like one of the people that are openly like against a ceasefire even with Israel. Like that's fucking crazy.
I seriously think something happened when he got into that car accident.
And
That's
you know
been
what else is,
said,
you know
actually,
what else
yeah.
is weird about Fetterman's positions is that I do recall there was because Republicans have been trying to like ban trans people from sports and all that stuff from women's sports. He voted against that, but then he voted in favor of the Laken Riley Act, which destroyed due process for immigrants. It's like I don't understand this fucking dude's politics.
Because the guy's a fucking wild guy. I mean, the guy literally turned around and, like, fucking, because some fucking black folk were walking down the street when he was coming out. I think it was a hotel room to go to a car, or he was just near his car or something. He pulled out a fucking shotgun. It's
Whoa,
like
I didn't
pointing a
even hear
shotgun
that.
at them.
Holy shit, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, or it was a pistol. I'm pretty sure it was a shotgun though. I mean, man, them guys with a fucking gun out on them. It's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you racist fucking pig dog.
Yeah, I see this from 2022. I never even heard of this. Fetterman's past gun incident rattles Black Democrats PA Senate race. Well, so this is already known back in that election.
Yeah, and he somehow still won.
But yeah, because look at his goofball opponent. Wasn't that the Dr. Oz race?
Yes.
I don't know if Gangros. I heard someone leave. I don't know if that was Gangros, but
No, it was Shanti. Yeah, it was the Dr. Oz race that he was in that he won.
yeah, that's literally the only reason he won. I'm convinced.
God, now I'm feeling like it would have been better if Dr. Oz won, then Dr. Oz wouldn't be in charge of people's healthcare right now.
Yeah, 'cause Dr. Oz would just be like a goofy idiot. Like he probably wouldn't have voted much differently than Fetterman, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he would have just supported the genocide just like Fetterman has.
Yeah.
Been a good little boy for the Republican Party.
Yeah.
He went and like Mandem was on his little like Jordan Peterson spree. I feel like that's where Dr. Oz got his little push to get into politics from. I think it was his little like he was good friends with Peterson.
Dr. Phil has been getting into politics too. It's like what's all these like cringe
Oh
fake doctor
my
guys like
God,
coming
him
out in
going on
politics.
fucking Joe Rogan is
Oh, I didn't even see that.
painful.
I saw him go on TYT and that was cringe and annoying.
Oh my God, and then seeing him like out on the fucking immigrant catching, I'm like, oh my God, no.
Oh, that's so cringe. Yeah, I didn't hear about that either. That's terrible.
Yeah, they like sent celebrities out with the fucking ice on the initial like raids to record them. Genuinely, like, this is like what the IDF soldiers were doing, but if the actual like IDF administration told them to go and upload loads of videos to TikTok, America was like, you know what, we're gonna like take a note from the IDF's book, but rather than it being an incident that they actually tried to cover up and was like, no, it didn't happen. Oh, it did happen. We've told the troops not to do it anymore, which they still did it. But instead, it's like, no, we're gonna go send the news cameras out with like Dr. Phil and shit like that to get the fucking aliens and all that shit. And it's like, oh my God. Like, this is like, what if Nazi Germany was like, now we have the Jews and they are heading for the train. You now see the train in the picture on me recording camera. Like fucking, like it'd be like recording the loading of fucking Jewish people into trains. Like that's the way that they did the fucking initial raids on like immigrants.
Yeah.
Insanity.
I mean, something that just crossed my mind is that it is a bit sad that in order to people to visualize or to even comprehend that the situation is as bad as the Holocaust, you have to compare it to it constantly. As in, not just you, I mean in general, because someone should be able to say, "Hey, this genocide is horrible," and everyone will be like, "Yeah," but they didn't. Some people just don't understand and stuff like that, and it's necessary to bring examples of, "Hey, this is why it's bad," and it's kind of sad, you know.
Did you know that Kamala Harris's presidential pick, Tim Walz, was attacked by Zionists because he said that in his thesis in what was it, his what's that paper you write when you're going to graduate college, doctorate, is that it? He wrote that in American schools we should probably be teaching more than just one that there was more than just one big genocide of Jewish people, and there was actually genocides all around, instead of just making it this one big genocide and acting like it's just for this one particular time in history. And the Zionists just fucking went off on him. But yeah, no, I agree. It's like,
Yeah.
Like another thing that just want to bring up again real quick. In Arizona that bothered me like very, very recent. I think it was yesterday or the night before. Is I hadn't even heard about it
Is your
until
mic a
I
bit too
heard about
close to your mouth? Because it's like buzzing a bit.
it. Oh, maybe it's because I was facing the
I
fan.
don't hear
Is
it.
it better now?
It's better.
Okay. Yeah, like it was like yesterday or the day before. I was like taking me off because I had never even heard of I had never heard anybody talk about this issue before. There was like a bill in Arizona recently in the state Senate or whatever, state house, where they wanted to force like hotels or something to like make it publicly known that they house homeless people. And it's like, what does this help? Like that was just my thinking about like, what the hell does this fucking help?
Like all
They
it
were
does
doing
is
that
like
with
stigmatize them.
migrants. They were telling people where the migrants were being stored at the hotels, the conservative government was, and so people could easily just target these hotels where migrants were staying. Like the Britain First went and put out loads of like locational like hits on like these places long before that riot happened in 2024. Like I got a pamphlet from I think like either late 22 no, mid 2023. It was mid 2023 I got the pamphlet and it was going on about the we need to get rid of these immigrants in these hotels, getting up spaces that homeless people could have and getting fast tracked into the housing system that other people could have. It's like, oh my God, we have more
So
houses
it's
than we have
ironic.
homeless people. Shut the fuck up. But
It's
like also
at least they tried to come at it from that angle with like, oh, we're gonna give it to the homeless. It's like, no, these fuckers here in Arizona that they're saying no, we're targeting the homeless with this point
no, I mean they
and I
target the homeless too. It's just in this specific position, it's relative to what they're doing to homeless people is what we were doing to immigrants.
oh
Um,
yeah
yeah, but yeah, you are correct. Is that like the right wing here are a little more stressorist than like the right wing in America. I mean, there are stressorists in America, but they don't get taken as seriously as the Trumpians. And like Trump's
yeah
no stressors. A stressorist would have not crashed the economy this fucking hard. They'd have prepared for an economic crash, not forced to crash because, well, there's empire. Like, fuck
yeah like
me.
Yeah.
the
And
whole
Trump.
when I saw the bill, it just like really pissed me off because I was just like, they were trying to frame it as a thing like, oh, we're protecting the safety of the of hotel guests and stuff by letting them know because it's like I've never heard like I'm not saying it's never happened before because you can find a case of anything happening, but is there like a systemic ongoing and increasing issue of homeless people in hotels like assaulting people or stealing from people? I've never heard of it if it has.
No, no. I mean, I've been in like a hotel with guys who have come out of prison after like killing people and had no problems. Like, genuinely, chill the fuck out. Like, it happens. It definitely happens. Like, but like when you're like in a state of desperation and you're gonna target an individual instead of like a store or something. You end up targeting other very desperate individuals a lot of the time. I mean, sometimes you'll go for someone with some money because they got more money, but like they also have more of an ability to get help and be respected as a person. You steal from me and not, like when I'm talking in the perspective of where I was when I was homeless. That guy steals from me. What recourse do I have? I mean, I'm not someone who likes engaging with the police when I'm in a state of like fucking like any form of like housedness, let alone when I'm unhoused. And like, what's gonna happen? Well, like even if I get my stuff back, I'm gonna get stabbed. Like that's what's gonna happen. Despite my principles of hating the police, put that aside, turn me into someone who doesn't. They'll get me stabbed. Like just the ways of going about it. I'm putting that motherfucker's life at risk in the sense of like what arrests and especially what prison time can do to a motherfucker. But like, you know, so it's not the ways to go about it. So like, yeah, a lot of crimes do end up happening, but like most of them would go unreported because it's like into homeless violence. They don't give a shit about that. Like,
Yeah.
and even
Hmm.
that is not as common as like people would like to conflate it either. But it is the thing where it's like, yeah, they got target vulnerable people. Who are the most vulnerable people? Because that's what people who want to target people do. Homeless people. So like they're gonna just target within their own crowd. It's why like you'll see people sleeping, people who don't have a place to sleep. What you'll do is you'll see them sleeping in the daytime inside like if they're in a city. They'll sleep in like very public areas, like on benches and shit like that, where they're seen by people all the time, and that there's likely CCTV around and stuff like that. Because then, like, you can sleep on your things to try and keep them protected, and like no one can like move you off without it turning super fucking suspicious and like dangerous for that person trying to do that. I mean, you're
Hmm.
homeless, so you don't mean anything to a lot of people, so people might not care. But usually, when people see someone assault someone, their brain instantly clicks to like, I need to prevent this. But again,
Yeah.
being homeless, you are seen as the lesser of humanity, so like, it's not always a
Like
guarantee. But that's why you would sleep at the daytime, and then you would be awake in the evening, the night, through the morning, and go to sleep again throughout the day, and you get yourself like couple hours here, a couple hours there. But nighttime is awake time.
Yeah, I remember I asked you that a long time ago because I didn't understand the logic in it. 'Cause, you know, I'd never been in the situation, but then when you said it, I was like, "Oh, that makes perfect sense." Because I was saying, I think I was telling you like I don't know how they do it because like I struggle to sleep in the daytime at all. If I close my eyes and I still see like light, you know, come through the window or something, like it bothers me. So if I was like in a tent or something, heat bearing down on me, like I don't know how I would fall asleep. Props to them,
Out
but
in
yeah,
the
it makes
open,
perfect sense as to why you'd want to be awake at night. That makes perfect sense. Like
what it is as well is that you're always carrying exhaustion. Like fatigue is never ending when you're homeless. No matter how much you recoup your energy, especially with my fibromyalgia, I was just fucked. Like so, like you can like. I mean, it's not always easy to sleep. I mean, I had some sleepless nights, but you're more likely to be able to conk out. Like we slept in like the library often, and would get told off for it by the librarian.
you know,
Yeah,
yeah, like so the bill it passed like the fucking House and Senate or whatever the fuck. And right now like it's supposed to be sitting on Katie Hobbs's the governor's desk to sign it. I pray she fucking vetoes it because it's a ridiculous bill, and I guarantee if it does pass, there's not going to be any noticeable like difference in crime rates in hotels. There won't be any fucking difference.
I mean, most
Like,
people are smart enough not to do it inside the hotel because they'll lose the place they're staying at. They do it outside the hotel. This is such a stupid understanding of things. Like the way that they're
it's
framing it
like
is so idiotic.
it's like a it's like a weird
Um,
fucking framing of like oh like the person sitting laying in the room next to me is homeless or like it's like the same logic. I feel like if the person next door to you is like a different race than you and you're like some racist weirdo like saying oh what if
Genuinely,
they love
like,
you.
Star of David on your door sort of fucking shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what they're gonna do? Like, label which fucking rooms have the homeless people in next? Like, because that just feels like where it's going. Like, fucking sticky labels on, wear your special badge, make sure everyone knows you're a tramp. Like, that's
Like
what it
if
feels
you
like.
never stay like if you've never stayed in like a Motel 6 or something in the hood, it's like a lot of people gonna around you are gonna be like homeless, prostitutes, or whatever the fuck. It's like it's never made me lose a wink of sleep. Like I was just thinking, I'm like, am I just like surrounded by like perpetually fucking scared sissies? Like, are you guys afraid of these people? Like, what the
um,
hell is your problem with it? Crazy, it pissed me off though.
this
It's just the continued assault that I've noticed in Arizona over the past like 5, 6, 7 years on homeless people. And it makes no sense to me because it's always counterproductive shit. It's like you're not actually trying to fix the problem. All you're doing is just perpetuating it, making it worse. And then it doesn't really help out when a lot of like the more like liberal minded people that are moving to Arizona are coming from California, which also has terrible policies on regarding homeless people.
Yeah,
mm,
and that's sort of the point is that
Secularism.
they don't want to fix these problems. I mean, they could if they want, but they want, you know, I mean, it's the whole thing with like RFK Jr. removing that what was the addiction thing in the HHS,
Yeah, that's
despite
weird.
being a former cocaine addict himself. They don't want to stop, you know, drugs coming into the country. They want people that use drugs to just die, like literally. I mean, it's as bleak as that. You know, they're just you are a terrible person, and it's on you, the individual. The burden is, which is counterproductive and detrimental to society. But again, they don't care. That's not how they think. Like they think that it's actually good that hundreds of thousands of people die each year.
this whole talk reminds me of something an artist did back in the day. I don't remember what it was. My mind tells me Germany, but it could have been in the US, to be honest. But basically, an artist made a statue of Jesus, and he made it so that he was sleeping on a bench outside of cathedrals. and such. And it was kind of a message of like, of Jesus and respecting the poor and letting them sleep on places, on bar. And every time, without miss, that statue was placed in different places, people will call the police on a statue and to kick the statue out because they thought it was like an actual person. And I think in one of those instances, it lasted 2 hours before someone called the police. And it's like it's also something that happens with all of the aggressive architecture, I think it's called, of like just hating on homeless people living and stuff like that, and doing everything possible to just make their lives horrible for no reason, and it's very cruel. I think that a lot of people freely dehumanize the homeless, women, trans people, LGBTQ plus, the whole community, immigrants, people of color. There is a lot of dehumanization, and people like to draw lines on what a human is and what isn't. And that's very horrible. And I think that people should stop that. I mean, I know that's very radical of me to say that, we shouldn't be racist, but, it's yeah, I mean, sorry, a lot of
You're gonna get
Marxists,
censored, like fucking,
a lot of communists will disagree with me, sadly, like communists. So, there is that.
There's some troll on Twitter claiming to be a communist, which I thought was just weird because it's wall to wall anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, and he even said that anyone having sex is degenerate. Somebody commented says obviously you're a virgin. Yes, I am, and proud of it. Pleasure is decadence or something. I thought, oh my god, my own parody has now become more tame than the real thing, and I can't parody that. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah,
apparently it's a serious.
I mean, I'm happy with being a degenerate. I think it gives me spirit. It's all part of the flavor. It's all part of the flavor.
It's like the spice to life,
Yeah, that reminds me a lot of like this Patton movie I'm watching, where Patton goes through the second corpse barracks, and he sees like a picture of like one of his sweetheart, like a pinup girl on the wall, and he like slaps it down and goes like, this is a barracks, not a bordello. And he sleeps with his clothes on, and there's no women in sight. It's a real man's man, has no time for sex or women. The only thing he's married to is the military.
You'd have thought being a real man, he'd sleep with his dick out, but like, fair enough, he'll sleep with the tidy whities on.
No, he was sleeping with his military uniform on when they woke him up in the film.
Damn, I mean, shit, men live for the military, I guess, as the old like American song goes, like fucking shit.
He was. I mean, Patton was just an extremely weird person. I mean, that's actually
he believed he was the reincarnation of various peoples, but mostly the Carthaginians, namely Hannibal.
I didn't thought he was Hannibal. Oh my god. Man read too much of Mussolini's shit and was like, yo, if Mussolini's like the new Julius, I'm just gonna be like the new Hannibal or some shit. I'm like, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up.
He also did poetry as well, so in line with fascism. Right?
He's a failed poet. There we go. It all comes into picture now. The failed artisans back again.
He looks like Father Jack from the sitcom Father Ted, which is probably unknown in the US, but he actually does look like him.
Yep.
Jesus, quite astounding. I'm waiting for him to sit in the corner going, "Drink, arse." It'd be quite funny, General Patton. Christ. A weird looking man.
Whoa.
Jesus. They put this guy up as a hero and he's a fucking deranged. I mean,
He's one of the goblin people, you know?
aye.
I mean, I don't know if I will use that word. Who are you all talking about?
General Patton. He's
George S.
American, like, fascist.
Mm. I mean,
Crazy.
American general and fascist are synonyms at this point.
He was a Nazi, but he was killed the German Nazi. He was our Nazi, but he killed the German Nazis.
Apparently, the biographer Jim Zudmeyer argued that Patton had narcissistic personality disorder. I'd say that's at the very least he had that.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird individual. It's like that fucking idiot that wrote the Turner Diaries. He sounds like the kind of cast in the same mold as him. You know, this weird, serious incel vibe going on. He didn't approve of anything, any kind of fun or pleasure of any kind. I mean, what the hell is wrong with you, man? That's a sign of a seriously fucked up mind.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of I watched a video of a channel called Tasting History. I think he makes cool videos, and he talked about Spartan food.
Oh,
and
God.
one of the sauces that they had was blood sauce, and it was utterly disgusting, but it gave you nutrients. And he described it as like basically the Spartan people were so focused on just war and slavery that they saw pleasures as a bad thing. So they couldn't make like good tasting food. They had to make food that was alright, that did the work, even if it was disgusting.
Jesus.
And
They
that's
didn't even know
very
how to
sad.
make black pudding though. Like they're just like, fuck it, we're gonna eat the blood. Like it's not even like turn it into a blood cake. No, it's some raw blood. Fuck me.
I mean, it's a blood. I
It all
think
sounds
I saw
gross to
it. It
me.
was a sauce made with pig blood
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's
as the primary ingredient.
you could have made black pudding instead of making like I don't like black pudding myself, but I've had it and can enjoy it. Sometimes it's nice, so I can see why people like it. But like black pudding is pig's blood, it's
I don't like it when people make black pudding with sweet stuff like chocolate. I think it's
ew, what the fuck? No, that's not proper black. Ew, what are you
yeah.
on
I mean,
about?
here in black pudding we call it morcilla. There is the normal version, delicious, and then you have the sweet versions. There is a plural, and you have some that are just sweet, and then you have some that have chocolate in it.
I only know of black and white pudding. Like I don't know anything else. Like I only know black and white pudding.
Yeah, I mean, here we are at the pinnacle of culinary experience. I don't know if you know. I mean, I can list all of the things that we made.
I mean, raw Coca-Cola might go well with it, but like I don't feel like that's what they're doing. Like if you were to like put like pure Coca-Cola in it, maybe that could be something that would be interesting, but not like processed chocolate. That's weird.
I mean, I saw an image of one of those, and it's basically like a black pudding with a brownish tone, and it's the chocolate, like melted
Black
chocolate.
pudding, doesn't black pudding already have a brownish tone?
No, but it's like black pudding is like a dark shade. This is like a milky chocolate shade.
Oh. Or like poo
It's
pudding.
not good.
Yeah, let's say the chocolatey shade makes it sound better than what it probably tastes like.
Yeah. But like it also does make it sound like, rather than it coming from pig's blood, it comes from a pig's bum.
I mean, some Argentinian people might like that concept.
For me, I'm just like, keep the blood away from me, keep the organs away from me. Like,
I eat every bit of the animal to honor it. Yeah. But yeah. I think that the best thing that we've made as in culinary stuff, as in like actually made here, is either pastry, because it was made by anarchists, like the local pastries were made by anarchists from Europe. And then you also have this cheese. There is a cheese that was made here, provoleta. It's called provoleta, and it's basically a cheese that you can like grill it, and it kind of retains the shape in the heat, and it tastes yummy. So you can eat it with like a salad and stuff, and it's yummy. But yeah, that's it. Then there is also there is a dish that you eat at Christmas that it's done with fish and meat, and you boil the meat and you put the fish sauce on it. It's tasty, I like it, but it's very expensive because fish is expensive here. So yeah. Anyways, you know, going on the Palestine thing, right? I remember, I don't know, I saw today there was this article about like the group that's organizing the deliveries of like aid to Palestine that group is in Jordan, I think it's called. This group is apparently has been coordinated with Israel to like, and they have been profiting like 400,000 euros, something like that. I don't know if I don't think they have it in hand, but I don't know. That sounded odd, to say the least. But yeah, stuff. Free Palestine. That's the most important stuff.
It's very important as the coalescence of fascism into 2025 year and its rise from 2016 in the mainstream and how it all connects. What we are seeing right now is the Holocaust in Palestine causing an intensification of genocide around the world. Well, it's the Holocaust in Palestine and the genocide in Sudan and the genocide in West Sahara. That's like really chief influences on the Islamophobia we're dealing with right now.
And that island at the south of India.
Not for Islamophobia.
Well, I mean for genocide.
If, that genocide, you're on about the people that were ethnically removed like decades ago.
I don't remember. I remember people bringing it up often.
Yeah, that's not an active genocide right now. I'm on about like people being slaughtered.
Yeah, fair enough.
And how that's influencing things going on around there. You're on about an ethnic cleansing that happened in like the 80s, I think it was, when the US wanted to use Ireland as a military base. That's why it was brought up, because it was a conversation about something Behind the Bastards had mentioned months ago. It's not really off the coast of India. It's just close to India. It's in the southwest from India, I think, if I remember rightly. It sits in like the perfect location to be able to like fly bombers over Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, all that lot. And so the US turned it into a military base. Those people need to be returned back to their homes, and the British and the US need to piss the fuck off. But like, yeah, right now Palestine and Sudan are like the sort of primary agitators of genocide around the world. Primary agitants for genocide to expand around the world. And so what we see arising from Israel and the genocide in Sudan is the intensification of attempts at genocide against immigrants, against trans people, the erasure of women's rights, like this is all in tandem with each other, and we really need to tie all these things together, lest we're gonna have an actually successful Palestinian struggle.
Yeah. We don't live in bubbles. Everything that happens worldwide affects everyone. And just closing your eyes tightly and saying, "Oh, I'm not Palestinian. It doesn't matter to me," is pretty bad and stuff like that. People should stop doing that. People need to care about that. I feel like a lot of people here um, don't know or don't care a lot about the situation in Palestine, the genocide that has been going on since the existence of Israel. Um, but yeah, like a lot of people here don't know, don't care about it. I remember I told my boss about everything that was happening there, and she was like, "Well, I have a lot of viewers from that are from Israel. I don't want to make them sad." And I was like, "At least mention it, you know? At least mention that it's bad that it's happening." And she mentioned it once. I think it was like last year, something like that. When I pressured her to do it, and you know, sucks that people have that mentality of like, yeah, I don't want to upset people. I don't want to upset people. I don't want to call it as genocide. It's gonna make people sad. It's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. It's more important to not make some Zionists sad than to talk about the live broadcasted Holocaust that it has been going on for decades and shit. Like, damn. It's like people use the argument of feelings when it matters to them, but then, you know, when a genocide is happening, hundreds of thousands of children are being killed. Yeah, nah, that's I think the feelings of my viewers are more important than that, you know?
So it's always a big red flag too when they describe it as like October 7th being the beginning. It's like I know this person is going to be dishonest if they're framing it in that way.
Yeah, I mean that's why I always make an emphasis on like it's a genocide that has been going on for decades. You know, it's not. It didn't start in October. Um, it it did like signal like, you know, a bit of a before and after, especially in the public eye. But you know, it's still not the start of the genocide. That's something very important to like point out. Has been going on for decades and decades of constant genocide that people have been ignoring. And it's like sad, you know? It's sad. It's horrible. Seeing all the massacres, the death, the destruction, the how Israeli people are view the situation as well. How the common person sees it is disgusting. And something that has been pointed out by some people is that people in the soldiers in the IDF, they have started to take their pictures, you know, the pictures, the portraits, they have started to take them backwards, as in like not even looking at the camera, because you know they know that they will get like attacked by people in other places of the world because you know they are doing war crimes, and you know they kind of deserve it. So it's horrible to see this situation and see just people either gloss over it or whitewash it in such blatant ways. It's disgusting. Uh, Palestinian people are not barbarians. They're not horrible. As far as I've seen, the Palestinian culture has been is you know wonderful. As far as I've seen, I don't see nothing wrong with them. In fact, they're like I I'm not a historian, but as far as I've seen, the Palestinian culture is like very diverse and it's very like open to especially to different other cultures and religions. And you know, not every Palestinian person is like a Muslim. There are Jews and there are Christians. There are people. They're as varied as like any other group. There's even trans people who are Palestinian. Like why do we assume that why do people assume that they are like this alien? That's the word that has been flying a lot, of like calling people aliens as if they're from Mars or something like that. They're people. They're humans.
I've even seen fucking Zionists try to say that like Palestinians are like fucking pedos or some shit because of like the age of consent or whatever, and they're like, oh look, they showed like some stupid bullshit where it's like 20% whatever of like Palestinians were like married underage or something, but I looked deeper into it and it was like total like kind of like pretty much a fabrication. Like I'm sure it still happens like under 15 years old, whatever, but that number was including like 15 to 17-year-olds, which was the age of consent in Gaza Strip and West Bank. And Gaza like recently like I think it was in 2019 they increased it to 18, the age of consent. So it's like this is like a ridiculous framing and it's absolutely disgusting. And then when you find out that Israel itself only upped their age of consent to 18 in like 2013 or 14, it's like the whole thing just falls apart and it's like a ridiculous framing. Like this person just clearly doesn't think Palestinians are even human.
Yeah, and you know, it's
Also,
horrible.
crazy idea that like somebody would want to get married young when literally they could be killed at any time as well.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, wait, so what do you think's worse? Like them marrying at like 16 or being bombed to death and having their entire family killed? Like,
yeah, it's like, I don't know. People are just very prone to draw lines, you know? It's like, yeah, they're inhuman. Like, I'd say I wouldn't take anyone's human rights away, you know?
Yeah.
Every human has human rights. That's why they're human rights. You know what I mean? And if we start drawing lines on what's a human, if we start to call them aliens, if we start to say, oh, they're a barbarian, they're not like us. I mean, it feels like we haven't learned since the day of the Roman Empire and shit like that, you know?
I mean, if they want to say aliens and they want to claim to be religious, I'll just pull up the Bible and in the text and shit, because I don't know. Obviously, there's different words and like the versions or whatever, but I know for sure in the Catholic Bible they use the term alien a lot to refer to like foreigners and stuff, and it's all like pro-immigrant stuff for the most part.
Yeah, the Bible is a very like political book for like the oppressing system. Especially the later editions. The first ones weren't as bad, but the later editions were like, especially, I don't know, it was like the King something version that was pretty bad and stuff
King
like
James?
that. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember. There were so many James. But yeah, I think that the best Bible is the Donald Trump Bible. That's the one I own. Amen. Amen, I say. But yeah, it's like messed up, and I don't know. It's just that we're in such a horrible time that the concept of human is being questioned. You know, what's a human? And it's not done as in like, I don't know, in like to include people or something like that. It's done to exclude people. You know. It's like,
yeah, like it's even got like conservatives like fucking around with the Constitution, like just showing that they don't even like the Constitution here in the United States. Where it's like, who does the Constitution apply to? Like these are ridiculous questions that were being asked by racists like during slavery.
Yeah.
Like, does the Constitution apply to slaves or freed slaves or like what the like? This is ridiculous shit. Because like the whole thing about due process, like, well, they don't deserve due process because they're not citizens. Like they're on American soil. Like, please read the Constitution.
Yeah, it's like when people claim to be like Christian and shit like that, and they haven't even read the Bible. So it's like
all too
how
frequent.
JD Vance, the mere presence of JD Vance killed the best pope we've ever had.
You're
You know?
forgetting. You're supposed to just listen to the priest tell you what the Bible says according to his words. You know, don't look into it yourself. The priest will tell you. That's how it's always been.
Yeah.
Europeans read. What are you, a fucking Muslim? Like, what is this the Arabian world where people all read? Like, ah, fuck you. No, like people wonder why there was
Jesus.
an Arab golden age at the time. Like, fuck me.
It
I
seems
remember
that's so
something
annoying about
that
American like Christians and like Christian nationalism and all that shit is that they don't give a single fuck about the Bible, like 95, like 90%, 95% of it. All they care about is like using justification to be against abortion and hating gay people. Like that's all
See,
they care about.
I'm hearing more
the
of this like intellectualist Arabianism of justifying reading, like, just listen to the priest.
I mean,
That's
if you
how
read
it
the
is
Bible,
though, like it's so fucking insane.
if you
Yeah.
read the Bible, Jesus did an abortion to a whole village. No, not Jesus. God did a abortion to a whole village's children for no reason. I remember that was something that happened in the Bible. That he just killed. I think it was like a ton of like unborn children because they offended him.
Yeah, it's
On
weird. It seems like conservative Christians in the U.S. Specifically, like they seem to have a major problem with the New Testament. Well, every time I feel like a study group or whatever, they're always studying the Old Testament, and they're always like, "Here, where we talk about stoning the gays to death and all this shit." It's like
Jesus.
even in the Old Testament though, where it's like there are I mean, first of all, you can't take the Old Testament out of context with the New Testament. Like, first of all, if you're like an actual principled Christian or whatever, and it's like even in the Old Testament, if you look at like some of the stuff they said on immigration, it's pretty pro immigration stuff. Like Leviticus, in Leviticus, there's this passage here. It says, "When an alien resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be to you as a citizen among you. You shall love the alien as yourself. For you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God." It's like that's very clear, decisive. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No type of mental gymnastics you can do to try to change shit. Very clear. But yet they still hold the positions that they hold in
I
immigrants.
mean, see, they want to go on about us trans folk not holding up the Bible, but I literally stone a fag every single day. Like, it is like one of my prerogatives that, like, throughout my daily experiences, I must stone a specific fag that runs this podcast. Like, she really does enjoy the stoning, though. Fucking, I got gelato, so like, it's a great thing. You want to get stoned by anything, like advice to anyone out there planning a stoning? Gelato, great marijuana. Oh wait, you mean a different. But like, yeah,
Mm.
it's that fucking mindlessness where like they only want to focus on the parts of the Bible that justify their bigotry, not actually look at the Bible in totality. Because the Bible's supposed to be looked in totality because that's how you update it. That's how you know that this part is out of date, this part's in date. If you look at it in like shattered quotes, then yeah, you can just go, well, I don't acknowledge like 90% of the Bible, but that one about the man with the boss, like then it
Yeah,
becomes enshrined.
and there's that one as well. Because the big, I think this is a big reason why they hate the New Testament is the story. I think it's in John where they like found a woman that like cheated on her husband or something like that, and they were gonna stone her to death. And then in the story, like Jesus says, like um, whoever has like those who have not or who are free of sin or whatever cast the first stone or some shit like that. Maybe you know the story I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Um,
but no one can
and
throw a
then nobody,
stone.
yeah, no one throws the stone. So like, there's a clear message of like mercy on sinners
Mm.
there, like in that. And if you look at the Old Testament, like that's a crime that was punishable by death in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
So like it's clear that they don't have that mercy that the New Testament clearly says you should have for sinners.
That reminds me, back in the day when I was a child, there was this animation going on the internet of like there is. I'm gonna tell a story. Okay, y'all go to list. There is this town in the middle of a desert, and everyone goes to church, and everyone is like sad and stuff. And the only person who isn't sad is a homeless guy with a banjo that he plays, and people just harass him all the time and call him names. And he's like, "Hey, leave me alone! I have my banjo." And then when they all go to the church, the priest is like, "Yeah, it's all these dudes' fault. We are having like a drought because of this guy. He's evil." And they all went at the homeless guys that was also disabled. That was part of the story, and they just threw him at the ground. And the priest was like, "He who is free of sin, throw the first stone." And everyone threw stones at him and just like beat him up. And at the end of like that situation, like the guy is dead in the same, and like the usual cross pose, as in like to refer to him as being innocent. And then it starts to rain, and everyone is like, "Oh wait, so the priest lied?" And everyone started to panic because it started to get like very agitated, and they just started to attack each other, and they just went mad and just started attacking each other with whatever weapons they had. And the strongest guy went at the priest and was like, "Hey, you caused all of this violence. I'm gonna kill you now." And the priest opened his Bible and he had a revolver, and they ended up just killing each other. And at the end, everyone died.
Jeez.
So the reason why I say this story and the message is that just speaking out hatred only leads to hatred and death. There is no like all of these people who claim to like, "Oh yeah, this is the dangerous people. They are ruining everything." They are the most aggressive people in the world, and they are the ones calling for death of the innocent, like indiscriminately. And at the end, if they get their way, they will just kill each other at the end of the day. Like it's happening with, capitalism and how it's killing the world, literally. So
yeah,
there's that. I think
Speaking
it was
of
a
like
cool
this,
animation.
it's like church and like religion and everything, and spreading, using it to justify hatred. I don't know if we've spoken yet on the new pope that was appointed.
Don't know too much about him. I know he doesn't like JD, but like I don't know too much about him.
He was in Peru at the
because yeah, there's like theories on like why they ended up picking, because this is the first time they picked an American pope, and like a lot of people are thinking like they chose it as like a direct like challenge to Trump and like the fascist regime going on in the U.S. It's an interesting theory because yeah, like you said, the new pope is he's very critical of JD Vance, because JD Vance considers himself to be a Catholic, a recent Catholic convert, and but he's the way he's promoting like love for family, but at the exclusion of immigrants, is something that this new pope has been very vocally against.
Imagine
Yeah,
Imagine
I
calling
mean,
yourself a fucking like Catholic, and then just like being like, "Oh yeah, like I'm all about the family, my family." That's a bit individualistic. Like it's all about like the church, the commune, the syndicate, the corporate, whatever you want to call it, but like the local unit that makes up every individual confide of the house of God. That's what it's based in. And like, it's that thing about converts like being like more fanatical than people who are born into a religion, and not always in a very positive way. Some people are like more into it in a positive way after being converts, because like, you're making up for all that time where you haven't had that religion in your life. But people who convert in the way like JD Vance have, they're fanatical in like the evangelical Christian way.
I've seen
Yeah.
a lot of that in the Catholic faith myself, coming from that background, and yeah, I've seen some. Yeah, as you say, I think basically what you said. Some of them, I didn't agree with them because I was lapsing from the faith and basically hadn't come out, so to speak, as being an atheist. And but some of them were decent, well-meaning people. Others, though, were just like fucking Bible thumping, craw thumping lunatics, and I've seen them.
Yeah.
It's funny because I bet you those Bible thumper types have barely read anything in the Bible.
Oh, you bet your ass, definitely, for sure. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I know that the new Pope, he was the guy that Pope Francis wanted to be his like successor.
Yeah, I heard
He's
that.
from Chicago, and he was the cardinal in Peru, and people in Peru kind of see him as like another person from Peru kind of
When
deal.
was he the cardinal in Peru?
I think up until now, up until he became the Pope.
But like, when did he start? Like,
That
His
I
name's
don't
Robert
know,
Crowe.
but people say he was the cardinal in Peru for. So I don't know when he was appointed. That wasn't mentioned so far to me.
Where's his wiki?
But if Pope Francis wanted him, it shouldn't be too bad compared to the other options that were present.
I don't trust regents, even if they've been decent.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't
me
trust
neither.
regents.
But
No matter how decent a regent represents themselves, you can't trust them.
yeah,
Apparently, he's similar to Francis, but I did hear that he apparently has a history of so he's not as good as Francis. Definitely not on this because like he apparently had a history of being involved in like covering up the child abuse in the church and shit.
Oh dear,
so
oh dear.
that's very, very bad.
I mean that's inherent in Catholicism. You kind of have to get into that list in order to like be acceptable to be the Pope. So
Well, Francis actually did make moves into trying to expose it more. Like, it's one of the good things Francis did. So yeah, that is where he's worse than Francis. Like, because Francis, I mean, I won't say Francis' shit was necessarily successful, but he did make it harder to get away with sexual assault in the church.
yeah, my
That
mom
could get
yesterday
undone.
I was on the table with my mom eating, and she mentioned me something that happened in Argentina. I think it was in the late 20th century or the early 2000s, where there was this priest that had like a whole donation to help the children, and he was very popular on TV because people sent him a lot of money. A lot of that money went to the children, and then it was found out that he had a lot of like, history with children, and he was imprisoned, and apparently he's going to get released next year. So there's that. So he extorted millions of people, abused children, and he's being released because he's being nice.
Yeah, my cousin, she's raising her two kids, taking them to Catholic school. And she married a Nicaraguan man who she later divorced because I think he was cheating on her, if memory serves correctly. I don't remember the exact whole detail. But yeah, in Nicaragua, it's a very Catholic country. But this is in America, so it's like, Nicaraguan American.
Yeah, I mean the usual like Cuban whose parents had little farms in Cuba. Yeah. But yeah, maybe. Here, there are some Catholic schools here. They're all private.
Yeah, there's a Catholic school.
There's not a lot. There's more like national schools. There's the Danish school and there's the German school. There is the El Danés, and then you also have El Colegio Alemán, something like that. And they're both private, and they teach you the language. And apparently, it's good education, but private shit.
Yeah.
My mom of heart told me that she went to a private school because there weren't a lot of public options, and her family had a lot of money. And she never felt like she could fit in because people were just assholes towards her, and her family didn't help because her sister was like the shining star, and she was just slightly behind. The usual, hey, why did you get 9.9 when your sister got 10? So people who say that they're Catholic, usually they only like to follow the things that justify their shitty behaviors. So stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I went to I went to public school as well, and this was during the time of No Child Left Behind. And guess what that meant? That means test. You had to take a lot of standardized testing and get ready for that. That was basically my whole childhood right there, summed up in one sentence.
Well, I mean, with public education, I find something ironic. That is very close to home. My brother, he went to public school and public university all his fucking life. And now that I'd say that his face is very deep within Milei's asshole. Now that he's in that position, he's all like supporting all of his moves to dismantle public education. And, it's very ironic. Reminds me of the people who supported Milei during his election, like immigrants. There were some immigrants from Venezuela and stuff like that who came here for free education because there was free education for anyone within the Mercosur. You could come from like Colombia or Brazil and you will get the best free education in the continent here, and you had a ton of free options. And there were a lot of people from, especially there was a Venezuelan that was very popular for spreading word of like, yeah, vote for Milei, he's gonna get rid of all of these communists, don't worry guys. And then the moment that Milei got to power, he took away the right to come to get free education here. And all of the people from like other countries that supported him, they couldn't stay anymore because he took away the right to stay. And that was ironic. It's the usual, oh yeah, it doesn't affect me, don't worry guys. And then it affects them. It's very dumb. And thanks to Milei's efforts, we've lost a lot of good shit that we had. A lot of we had the best public education in one of the best public education systems in the world. And considering we are like, kind of poor, kind of not at the time, it was like pretty impressive. And now it's all gone. And now we just keep losing shit, and you don't know when we're gonna lose more shit. And Milei keeps giving more rights to the little man, like landlords, because landlords need more stuff.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah. So basically, from what we learned here, Argentina run by an authoritarian right-wing fascist government, U.S. run by an authoritarian right-wing fascist government, and the United Kingdom run by what claims to be a center-left, but was actually a right-wing authoritarian fascist government as well.
Well, they're still
Well, there is
moderate
this thing.
fascists. Labour's still engaging. Labour is still engaging in moderatism. Labour's moderatism, though, is paving way for more aggressive fascists. Because if the Tories win, you're gonna get reform. If reform wins, you're gonna get reform. If Labour wins, you get reform light. That's the difference.
There
What if they merge conservatives and the
Oh
reform?
no. That wouldn't
I mean, I remember there is there is this thing with fascism that since the end of World War II, fascism has, and the right in general, has been trying to rebrand itself and be acceptable again to the eyes of the public. And one of the steps that they've taken for that has been the like saying, yeah, fascism is bad and Hitler was bad. I don't agree with him. And then they go to do, the usual right-wing stuff of calling for genocide and stuff like that. And they just start to soften up. They start to push the idea slowly, but they don't try to force it on anyone. They just try to push it gently, speaking with sophisticated words, acting superior, and just being like, "Oh yes, I know the truth. I'm not the right or left. I'm the third way. I'm the fourth way. I'm the 56th way." And it's like people just think that, as Gareth had pointed out before in the stream, people think that fascism is when swastikas, and it's not that easy. You don't, or I don't know. It's like socialism. It's like, oh, China is socialist. They have a red flag. What are you about? So shut up. That's not how it works. You don't need to see someone and look at their face and they say, they don't give me like fascist vibes. They look fine. Because that's how you get like dumb shit, like, I don't know, what we have right now, of like people being like, oh yeah, we hate the right, and they are in the right, and they're fascist, but they don't call themselves that. Milei calls himself an anarcho-capitalist, and Milei uses a lot of language of like uh, revolutionary language, but not against like not against capitalism, but against the political caste, which, it's kind of hypocritical to say that you're against the political caste when you want to be a president. And he became a president. And he started to do shit like, oh yeah, this couple, this homosexual couple, did pedo stuff. So all the LGBTQ plus community are all a bunch of pedos. He literally said that in live TV, and it's like, oh yeah, I know another group that based on those qualifications is very pedophile, like the heterosexual people. You know how many heterosexual people are like pedos? We should ban heterosexuality, if anything. That will be a good change for the world, in my opinion. Like oppress the heterosexuals. That's what I want. But yeah, nah, it's like all of these people, the right wing has been softening the idea of the right in the minds of the people. And in today's era, people expect kind of like a 1984 kind of deal, and there is some like that. But it's also like especially when it comes to information, it's not just censorship; it's the bombardment of information. It's like you have so much information, so much stuff, that finding out what's true or not is very difficult because people just throw stuff at you without knowing shit. They just throw you, yeah, Jesus hates the communist or stuff like that. I don't know. And it's like so dumb. It's we live in very sad times, and it just keeps getting worse. Luckily, there has been movement from a lot of places. I'd say there could be more, but I'm happy that there is some. And a lot of people are being radicalized by the world situation. But it still doesn't stop the governments all over the world from pushing for more towards the right in general. And I think we can kind of thank countries like China for that. So yeah.
I hate to be this pedantic, but every time I think of fascism, I always think of the fascists, the symbol, the bundle of sticks with the what do you call it, the axe for the head. Not so much the swastika, because it's like that's more in line with like Nazism, but it's like I'm just being a
Yeah,
pedantic
but you're
little
getting
shit here.
sillily pedantic. Fascism and fasci don't mean the same thing. Like that would be like being like overly sentimental over what the word faggot originally means. Like it means now to burn gay people and trans people and women because of the history during the Salem trials and the targeting of just queer people in general throughout history. Fascism got its definition through World War II, and Hitler based Nazism on Italian fascism.
Hmm. Yeah, and besides, in the public eye, I don't think a lot of people know about the bundle and sticks one.
Or give
I
a
mean,
shit
I'm
about
sure.
it.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
here,
I'm
I
sure
mean,
some do, but I think that in the public eye, when people think fascism, they think of the swastika,
well, I
of
mean,
the
here
eagle.
it's still a pretty big symbol. I mean, it's in our fucking our Congress, the fascies. Where's this picture of it? I mean, it was
Yeah,
on our money too.
Fasci.
Fasci's. Sorry, I
Fasci.
don't know. I don't know
There's
how to
no
say.
S, no S. Fasci.
yeah.
The fascies were like the groups. That was the battalions. The fascies. That was the battalions. But fasci is a bundle of sticks.
Fasci.
Fascismo.
Okay.
Here, here people
FASCI.
when people used to call you a fascist here, they will call you facho, and then people started to use the word facha to mean like good looking. I don't know how that transition happened, but that's something that happened. So if someone says you have facha, it means that you're good looking. But it's like saying handsome. It's like kind of genderized. But when they call you facho, they're calling you a fascist. And there is also another terminology that people around here use is that when there is a corrupt, like a bad cop, like a corrupt cop, they call you a gnocchi, like a gnocchi. So gnocchi. And particular terminology to call out people. But yeah, like the idea of and besides the bundle and stick, doesn't it comes from like the Romans originally?
Yes,
And then
because
the Italians grabbed it.
they viewed themselves as like the new Rome, and fascism is like very much built on that like Romanism. Again, the Nazis, they had like those Roman banners behind them, and again, it's like always harkening back to like Lombardy and things like that. Like
How often do you think of Rome? But yeah. No, it's a joke when people used to say like ask men how often did they thought about Rome. It was funny because they would say once a week and stuff like that.
Once a week.
Yeah, I mean it's true. I mean I kind of have to talk about Rome at least political stuff, but it's like or like city builder games. But yeah,
The Brits won't let us
recently
escape Rome.
there is this today I saw a video of a new game that came out that was called Minute Polis, something like that. And it was basically like a city builder that was like organic. And it went through different like stages of like society. It's very like European centric so far, but it's still very early on. So maybe it changes. But so far it's like very like Roman kind of deal. But yeah, anyways. So fascism has been, and the right in general has been pushing for the normalization of these ideas and we are seeing the culmination of these efforts in society, especially after like the whole fall of the Soviet Union and how it was like propagandized as like the fall of communism and stuff like that. Like people used that heavily to discredit communism, and people shifted the whole thing of like, oh yeah, it's not fascism that is bad, it's authoritarianism, and saying the whole like horseshoe theory and shit like that of like saying, yeah, communists and fascists are like kind of the same, they're all bad and stuff like that. And one thing led to the other, and then we have like the rights calling themselves stuff that isn't Nazi, like I don't know, Republican, and then they started to push for more and more fascist stuff, and here we are. So yeah, and when people, and when they saw that a lot of people were like, genocide is happening elsewhere, it's not my problem, I'm in the bastion of Western society. They were like, oh well, we can do more of that, and they just keep pushing and they keep pushing and they keep pushing, and they keep attacking more groups and more groups and more groups, see what they can get away with. Like I don't know, the Trump administration wants to bring child labor back, and I, I mean, I ain't saying that people are just letting it happen, because there is a lot of protests, there is a lot of movement, but uh, it's this should people should have seen this coming, especially with the whole Project 2025 document and stuff like that. It's like getting spoilers for a movie and then getting surprised when the thing that you read that was going to happen actually happened. It's like kind of dumb. I don't know. I don't want to throw hatred to the people who were like, I mean, I kind of do, but like there are a lot of people who were like, oh, I voted for Trump, but now what he's doing affects me, so I don't like him no more. We should try to push those people away from like the ideas of the right in general. I do think they're kind of stupid. I will admit it. But we shouldn't just throw blind hatred at them. We should tell them we should open the door for them and tell them, hey, we don't want that. And just push them away from that, Because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, once a fascist, always a fascist. But people can change. There's nothing constant in life. And although I don't say, hey, give a hug to everyone who claims to stop being a Nazi, I'm not saying that. I'm not telling you to close your eyes and just open your arms and hope nothing bad happens. All I'm saying is to not just isolate these people, because if you isolate those people, they will just go back to the right, And that's bad. That's equally bad, I'd rather have someone who needs to be more properly educated on the situation than someone who is pushed towards like fascism, because that's how you get more fascists. It's kind of simple. And yeah, it's like don't hate. That's something that fascists do. You should hate capitalism and fascism and genocide, and then give people a chance to learn and grow up, not just clean them. Don't just clean their history. People who do, I don't know, war crimes deserve to be called out and deserve to be properly judged. But I'd say that everyone has a chance to be good if they try. So you shouldn't just close doors. You should just protect the innocent and try to educate.
I think to a certain degree, some people can't be rehabilitated, but that's why like actual like health centers that keep them healthy and give them a decent life in captivity is what's necessary for certain people. And then rehabilitate, like they're still going through therapy and stuff like that, but like there are certain people that might be violent enough that they die, but
Yeah.
It's in a just society there will be no death penalty. Like that's the core aspect of it all.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, don't just blindly forgive people and stuff like that. And if some people can't be reintegrated into society, don't just shoot them. You know what I mean? You can just keep them somewhere where they won't harm anyone. Just leave them there. Don't just violate their human rights or anything. Just give them a space to live and not harm anyone, kind of deal. I don't think that's like cruel or anything. It's just like, yeah, you wanna do genocides. I don't wanna kill you, but I'm just gonna keep you away from doing genocides. Just makes sense. But yeah, there's that. But I mean, did you know that Che Guevara killed gay people? Doesn't seem very like communist. Doesn't seem very communist for me. Although it was Castro
I mean,
actually. Then, yeah.
it isn't, but like
Citation needed.
but I mean, it isn't very communist. But I've said it about like things Marx have done. Marx's position on the lumpen proletariat is anti-Marxist. It's all like good. Even good communists can be fucking bastards.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't it Castro who did that?
I don't know. I don't know about
I know
killing.
that.
They did castrate, I'm pretty sure, and like put people in mental homes. Like they did shit like that. But I don't think they
Mm,
killed people for being gay in Cuba.
Concentration camps.
I
Yeah.
think that the one who did that was Castro, and apparently the only like execution that Che Guevara did during the Cuban Civil War was towards a guy that betrayed them, and he gave their positions to like the Yankees, and a ton of people were killed because of that. And he was like, no one wanted to shoot him, so he went and just shot him. And he was like, hey, he killed a bunch of people. I don't care. This is war. And that was pretty like rough. But
I mean, but that you could understand why he would do that, especially when you're in the heat of war and it's like, okay, you just killed, you know,
yeah, I mean
dozens of
that's
my.
the kind
He's
of
getting rid of a
punishment that
weak link.
Americans
That's just what
do.
you have to do. Like you can't like you don't have the resources to keep him alive as a fucking traitor. So he can fucking die in
Mm,
the dust that he created for himself. He just killed multiple people.
yeah, yeah. We shouldn't be like pointing fingers about morality in those times. It's pretty horrible. I don't think anyone likes war except people who don't participate in war. They seem very fond of it. But um, there is this thing of like we don't fight for war. We don't just fight for we don't fight for the sake of we don't cause revolution for the sake of revolution. We fight for humanity, for love. That's the main thing. We fight for peace, and we shouldn't like glorify a war. Essentially, we should be willing to fight because that's something that is required. But we shouldn't just blindly glorify it. We should glorify the objective that we have, the peace, a world without class, a world without slavery, racism, without this hatred that is so common in society.
Actually, didn't you know that that was all human nature?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was misled by certain elements of the aristocracy to think that we love people and not that we fight, because I think that the Soviet tanks were the most advanced piece of armor ever invented, and we need to use it again against the American pigs. Sorry. I shall correct myself. I think that the repression of like Hungary was a good thing actually. We need to make the Soviet Union, but we need to make the Soviet Union so that the Russians are more in power. I think that will be good. And we need to make the title of like emperor, but instead of emperor is like Uh,
The power to stop
this,
her, you know.
sorry, I am sorry. I'm just too funny. I'm just too funny. I have like a
Mhm.
script here. I have Nicole wrote me a script of jokes to say. I mean, it says proper theory. The title is proper theory, but you know, I see it as a book of jokes. You know, but yeah. Funny, 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 funny. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Um, what else? But yeah.
I gotta eat is what I gotta do soon.
Mm. Um.
Oh god, there wasn't fucking enough sauce on my burger, or it was all like slopped off the side. Really annoying.
Mm. You should use hummus.
They don't have hummus at fucking Five Guys.
Well, I never liked when Five Guys put food in my mouth. So.
I mean, it depends on which Five Guys. But what's it? I
Yeah,
normally order from a cheaper burger place, but like they fucking they did something that, to be honest, stinks of transphobia to me. They know I'm trans there. I've ordered from there plenty of times, but this hadn't happened before. Um, I asked for no onions because they don't have the options to select no onions on the thing, so I asked for it on my order. Like 90% of the time, I've always gotten no onions. Sometimes, like I feel like they just don't read the notes, so like it just not happen. Fair enough. This time there was a pile of both raw and cooked, like raw and fried onions on the top of my burger. I lost most of my cheese getting it off because they do proper fondue cheese on there. If it's really nice, like it's proper like American cheese, how it should be made. They do like a Mexicana cheese though. It's got like fucking jalapeno in it. But like they fucking I feel like it was a sabotage based on like fucking um, like, hey, like, because it never happened before. And then after this fucking Supreme Court thing's been passed, boom, my burger gets sabotaged. I mean, this kind of happened twice. I asked for no onions before, and I just got like, I got slightly more than I would expect, but I still just got like fried onions. This time is more distinct because it happened twice in a row. Like, this was in a row. Like, this never happened before. And, like, the raw onion pile and shit like that, it was degrading. That's the only reason you would do that to someone.
Yeah,
And it's
sounds
on my
fucked
Uber.
up.
On my Uber thing, when I order, I have a trans flag in my thing. So, like, even if they don't remember me as a customer, they know that I'm trans.
Yeah,
Oh,
fucked up.
wow.
Fucked up stuff.
It's just how, like,
Yeah.
even small things change when the civil perspective shifts because of bigotry. It's a really big thing people
Yeah.
need to think about right now is that like what they're pushing for with these transphobic rulings and laws and Supreme Court perceptions is segregation, Jim Crow.
Mm.
They are gonna make it so that me as a trans woman, especially God for the black trans folk, like black trans women, largest targeted group. We had our sister Ashanti May in here. I need to do a specific stream with her on the work she's been doing. Um,
Mm.
but like, black trans women are in a much more vulnerable situation than any of us. But like, it gets to a point where you can't go somewhere without being targeted. I had it happen at a fucking pharmacy. I was being held hostage and denied my fucking medicine while I was 2 days withdrawing on nerve suppressants. The guy sirred me when I came into the thing after taking the piss out of me for being lost because of the misdirective ways in which the pharmacy was described to be there because it's open on a Sunday, so the actual normal entrance is closed. And I was fine with the taking the piss out of. That's like typical British banter, but like it's the way like it kind of painted the conversation. because then like it like sirred me, and I, rather than jumping to conclusions, asked, "Did you just sir me?" And like rather than going, "Nah, nah, that I didn't do that, or you misheard me, or anything like that. Anything that actually respects me as an individual to have made a mistake, or for a mishearing to have occurred, anything like that. But instead, it became a you're hearing things, and he started doing that fucking male chauvinist shit of gaslighting you after he's just done something blatantly. Like, you know
Yeah.
that he's done something at that point, and then like he fucking when I start speaking in this tone that I've switched to because of my fibro, I can't control my tone of voice. So I start speaking like this. He calls the fucking police on me. And so my voice escalates, as you're hearing now, to the point where I eventually start shouting at him. I'm not gonna shout though, but like, like he drove me insane, and I had to wait there because I needed my meds. Well, the police are coming, and he's transphobic. And for all I know, I could have dealt with two male coppers. If I had two male coppers, I'd have been dragged out of there. Fortunately, it was one female copper and a male copper. Now, normally, having anyone who's a minority be in the police doesn't necessarily improve policing, but you get those like off chances where they don't treat you like a fucking monster. And that was fortunately what happened there. But it's dangerous to be calling the fucking police on minorities, especially when the British police actually have an internal memo to be fucking openly transphobic and oppressive towards trans people. You know, these cops being like, because the lady cop was actually pretty respective of my gender identity and who I am and like shit like that, which is unexpected. Like, and I'm not saying she's a good cop. All cops are bastards. What I am saying is that that's a rarity because it's standard behavior for the police to just openly misgender and be transphobic towards trans people. And again, there's an internal memo across the police for that.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It's gonna be getting worse all over the place too. Like with all these anti-trans bills going around, like the fucking law enforcement's gonna be even more emboldened to just treat them like shit.
They're gonna pass more this time. That's the thing, is because the Overton window's now shifted. It's not gonna be
Yeah, it really
75 out
has.
of 500. It's gonna be like 200 out of 500 that'll pass.
Yeah, and it's crazy how many bills have been you know presented, passed, and all of that even in just the last 4 or 5 years. But it's gonna get way worse now because like the fact that they like won the election or whatever the fuck here just emboldens them like that. They think that that means like it's so stupid because they pretty much won just because of inflation. But now they're emboldened to think like, oh, we must have been correct about everything. So now they're just really
I
pushing
mean,
this anti-trans
they
shit.
would they would have to be really stupid to think that, considering Trump's approval rating is like the lowest of any president ever at this time period. I mean, he's
Yeah,
been
they're
cutting
back to
jobs left and right, and then
they're back to denying the polls.
I thought the polls
Mm.
were
cutting
loaded.
jobs left and right, and pushing us into freaking recession. And inflation has been going through the freaking roof lately. Um,
Yeah, I mean, you could buy a house before you can buy like a dozen eggs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's weird because they're like framing there are some things that are falling like gas prices, and the reason it's falling is because demand is falling.
yeah,
Yeah. Um but the thing they don't they're now trying to frame basically recession type um economic statistics as good things. Because they're like, oh, look, go back to when like the COVID shutdowns happened in 2020. It was gas was super low back then. It was like, yeah, because nobody was driving.
I hate when people romanticize the 2020s.
Yeah, it's crazy. Or they just straight up
Do you
lie.
know what?
It's
I'd
just,
rather the 2020s come back at this point. It feels like it's a better time than the time we're in right now. Like, not
I
gonna
mean,
lie, I'd
fair
rather
enough.
deal with coronavirus being the thing that kills us, because at least then it's like, yo, this isn't someone's bad personality. Actually, the reason it spread is this is just like usually we're supposed to learn from plagues. Why didn't we learn? plague's supposed to be big learning lessons, you know? Like Europe got its ass whooped by the plague, and then all of a sudden they're like, maybe we shouldn't leave people living in complete squalor. I mean, it took them 300, 400 years of the plague to figure that out, but you know,
Yeah.
you're like, maybe
I am.
shitting in our own water supply isn't a great idea. That's 1858, I think that was.
Hmm. I mean, people nowadays, there's a lot of people pushing anti-intellectualism of like drinking raw milk is good or the carnivore diet kind of, you know?
I mean, it's the same mentality that the head of the Gestapo said when he was quoted as saying, "I think society would be solved." I'm paraphrasing here, but if we took all intellectuals, put them in a coal mine, and sealed it up. Was it sealed up or blow it up? Either way, they just kill them all.
Same anti-intellectualism found in Dugan.
To be honest,
I don't know.
though, like I'm pretty, I do yearn for the mines. I don't know about sealing it up and blowing it up, but I yearn for the mines. Not joking, but like, oh God,
It's
fascists
like
are always
Minecraft
so like
Steve.
anti-intellectual. But they're only anti a certain kind of intellectuals because really, it's like the big question is, why don't you go first? Dark intellectual, go to the cavern, or is it too scary? Too scary for the big bad dark intellectuals.
Well, why are you hating on someone for being dark? Are you being racist right now?
Shut up.
Hmm.
It's what they call
Yeah.
themselves. It's from Jordan Peterson, because he's an edgelord dressed up in a man's clothing. I guess that's actually
Oh, did
just
you?
men, but like, fine.
I don't know if I sent. There's someone who does an animation of like a children that's the face of Jordan Peterson and speaks to his mom like he's Jordan Peterson about stuff like, "Mother, I already told you I don't want to take a bath," stuff like that. It's very funny.
Oh my God, that's a bit loony.
Yeah, it's very funny because he's like a child all like this and he's like, "Mom, here's a counter position to what you're offering. Why don't you turn off the water of the bathtub and I go back to watching the Princess Rose show series?" And then the mom is like, "Hey, what we could include the little octopus. Do you like the octopus toy?" And he's like, "Oof, that is very interesting. That is very interesting indeed." And the video ends with that of him reflecting on the octopus toy. And I mean, it's very funny.
I mean, very intellectual.
Yeah. I mean, it represents Jordan Peterson very well. But yeah, crazy stuff.
This has been a happy stream.
I wouldn't say happy, but definitely.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say happy, but definitely interesting one.
Informative.
Yeah, I do have to hop out here for a while because got to focus up on work.
Yeah, no,
So,
worries.
So
I
Good
have
luck
to
with
go
your
eat
work.
something.
Respect.
Sorry,
Thanks for letting me on. Peace out.
It's always
With
good to have you on.
salute.
Love my solidarity.
sorry, I had to just go mute myself because I was getting audio messages coming through by the dozen, and I thought, oh yeah. So I'm back.
Is that the dear comrade Rob?
That was a while ago, but that was one of them. Yes.
I always know that at least one person sending voice messages is gonna be our blessed comrade. I'm surprised he's not in here.
Yeah, I nearly said come and join, but yeah. The other one was my friend Alan, who is very similar sort of personality to Rob. So you know.
Okay, so comes in spades.
Bit of,
I'll be right back.
a bit of an anarchist, but has gone more like Ancom than one of the kind of like purist anarchists. You know?
Yeah, I mean, Ancom's best kind of anarchists. We love Kropotkin.
Yeah. I was muted, but I heard you talking about the kind of sectarianism towards anarchists, which I think is crass. I mean, anarchists are just as guilty of it too, but sectarianism is sectarianism, as far as
I
I'm
almost feel
concerned.
like theirs is a little more justified because of how hard MLs have been going at it for the last like 80 years. It feels like they just don't let up at all.
I suppose. Yeah. I've had some run-ins with anarchists that were just. I mean, it's in a lot of it's in the like anarchist punk scene and stuff, and the crust punk scene, which is just cringeworthy radlibism.
Middle class people trying to pretend to be homeless by not
There's a lot
washing.
of that, yeah. Not all of them, but enough of them, definitely. And they're very kind of like Nestor Makhno was a hero, and if you dare to criticize him, blasphemy. It's this kind of lunacy, So, another one is, if you criticize, even if it's a good faith criticism of someone like, I don't know, Bakunin or what's his name? Not Proudhon, the Kropotkin, because a good faith criticism is a valid one. They scream at you like you've committed blasphemy against, and there's a lot of that. By the same token, I've heard MLs doing the same thing. If you criticize Stalin or Bukharin or Khrushchev or, oh, what have you done? Have you done anything like they have? Have you? Fuck off, mate. Oh, he's done more for the revolutionary cause than you have. What do you know? And I've actually heard that one. My friend Ali had that one thrown at him when he criticised Bukharin. And it was a certain person who we both know from a certain cult we both know.
Oh, no, you're not telling me Tom got angsty about Bukharin getting criticized.
I believe so.
Does he not know that Bukharin got purged?
Yeah. But that little cult has gone down a more revisionist Christian way.
They'll stand Stalin until Stalin is needed to be stand. Like even Stalin was heartbroken by Bukharin's death, but he knew it needed to happen.
My attitude towards Stalin is criticism where it's due and credit where it's due. That's what you do with all political leaders and theorists and revolutionary quote-unquote heroes. They're, God bless them for sticking their necks out. But if they make a mistake, you say, comrade, with all due respect, that's a mistake. That's scientific socialism by definition. It's like, that's what you do. You criticize when the data debunks what they're saying. You don't. Lenin said this in 1918. Yeah, well, Lenin got things wrong as well, by his own admission.
Lenin was very quick to correct himself a lot of the time.
Yeah, I believe Stalin was too, contrary to stereotype. I don't know enough, but I believe he was quite.
Stalin was more rigid than Lenin, but like Stalin would
sure.
at times. Stalin would not reissue works, though. Lenin would recorrect a work and reissue it if he felt that it wasn't up to standard.
True. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that in today's society there is a kind of demonization of criticism, as in like a lot of people see criticism as an attack to someone.
Yeah, it's
to be fair, there is a lot of people who claim to criticize and they actually just are aggressive and attack the person. That is something that actually happens. But criticism isn't inherently bad. There's constructive criticism and stuff like that. It's important.
Show me face. But no, it's essential. It's like, I always say this to people because I think, especially in like global imperialist, the global North imperial countries, there's a culture of attacking each other. Bullying comes from this. It's very much. If you criticize somebody, you go, something like that, and it's. Idiot, and then a bunch of ableist slurs. That's how I grew up. I grew up in the 70s and 80s because I'm a lot older than you, and it's very much like that. So I think because of that, people get sensitive and touchy to it, and they get, dare I say, triggered. Understandably so, because a lot of people got traumatized by that violence that was meted out to them, and so people do have trouble dealing with that. I think it's fair. So you have to I always say this to people, I'm saying this because I think your data's incorrect, and I'm saying this for your benefit, not for mine. It's not about egos or dick waving or, ego massaging or anything like that. It seems to neutralize people's defensiveness when I do say that. Sometimes, at least most of the time, I'd say. So, yeah.
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 If it's like if somebody says something incorrect. I've said something correct, and one of you have said, "No, actually, that's incorrect. You got the wrong. The historical info is a bit skew if there." And I've said, "Okay, fair enough. I stand corrected." because I didn't know that detail. It's like saying somebody says 2 + 2 = 7. You don't say, oh no, let it go. You say no, it's not. It's 2 + 2 = 4, and it's why it's wrong. You know, you don't just shame somebody and call them you know, kind of bringing it back to very basic level stuff.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
fuck, what I was gonna say. It feels like a lot of people take someone thinking differently, even if slightly, as a personal attack. And that's
Yeah.
very bad because it closes a lot of like doors and shit. And it's because it's like, say for example, I demonize SOCTEMs for alluding that we could have like a peaceful transition into socialism. For even thinking about it, I will kill them exactly how they deserve. Say that I say that, you pretty much just alienated a whole group from your group, and you don't help anyone but, you know, those who want us divided, you know?
No. Yeah.
We're a communal species. We work in groups. We don't hate. Hating each other is the main reason why we're fucking dying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how satire, what you'd satire as like ludicrous, extreme right-wing rhetoric. I mean, I was looking at somebody talking about like video games in the early 2000s, you know, like GTA 4, well, mid 2000s, and they parody these right-wing Radio Shock Jock types. And so he played a clip of someone from GTA 4 or 5, I think it was 4. And it doesn't sound any more extreme or ludicrous or unhinged than the actual crap that they're coming out with now. You know, it's kind of like the level of insanity we're dealing with. So it's difficult again. That on top of what you're talking about, it kind of feeds into. You think, how do you? You know, I mean, it's just capitalism in its dying stages. It's violent in the extreme, and it just goes into absolutely unhinged territory. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of something that a friend told me. We were talking about fascism back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, back in the day, a couple of months ago. And we kind of he kind of told me something that is kind of true, that media in the past, as in like the past, a decade, 2 decades ago, whenever they depicted fascism and stuff like that, they will show it being horrible, but sometimes they will just show it as being horrible, but also cool. Like, for example, in Warhammer 40k, that has a lot of like criticism of fascism, but it paints them as like being like, oh, the cool space marine and the based Imperial Guard and shit like that. And it's like people back then were able to point out that, yeah, that is bad and we shouldn't be like that. But fascists nowadays see that and say, that's so based. Like, you can even see it in like the Russian army. The Russian army began to make the seals, the holy seals that are from like Warhammer 40k. They began to actually do them and bless them in like the Orthodox churches.
I've seen stuff like it with the Russian army and various other right-wing, far-right elements of militaries.
Also recently with Donald Trump and his whole like Sith Lord shit, you know?
Oh God. It's funny, this is a mistake that popular culture makes in its depictions of evil. Fascism being what they portray it as cool. They make it look good and it looks really cool and a good villain and all that. In reality, villainous people are the most prized. They're dull. They are beyond dull. They're so tediously bland and boring. And that's why I think we're so groomed to think that bad guys look like this. And I think it's one of the reasons is because when something truly evil comes along, we don't think it's bad because it's nice and you know. I mean, the most evil corporations use the most soft pastel colors in their logos. You know, I mean, the most vicious empires in all of history are the UK used to be. It's the US now, and the state of that Zionist settler colony in Western Asia known as Israel. And they look like Hollywood good guys. They look like the protagonists of a Hollywood action movie. Villains look like Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, Muammar Gaddafi, Yasser Arafat, Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, they're the bad guys, and we're groomed to think like that. And I think that's such an insidious.
Like in Call of Duty, I remember in Black Ops, you had the bad guy was a dude called Menendez, and his sidekick was a Russian. I don't remember his name, but he was the usual bald white Russian dude.
Yeah.
And it was funny.
It's crazy. It's something I've been meaning to talk about on YouTube or on here, maybe, about how this is just, we're so groomed from childhood to think that good people wear beige and bad people wear black. Because I mean things like, I used to go to like alternative rock clubs and nightclubs and what have you, places where the weird kids go. And a couple of normies would come in and they'd be like, oh God, I thought I was going to get beaten up. Because they've seen it on the movies all the time. Thugs, hooligans, evil communists, fascists, and they all look like they're the same. And is it any wonder people believe that commies and Nazis are all the one homogeneous hive mind and they're all the same? Do you know what I mean? I mean, fascism borrows from socialism and communism a lot. Anyway, it steals imagery and rhetoric all the time. But, this kind of, I think it's an insidious grooming that we have, and I think it's something that really needs to be talked about because it just does not get talked about,
Yeah, it's the whole normalization of fascism. Like, for example, with Israel, with their whole influencers that are just shooting children as a hobby. You know what I mean? It's like crazy shit that you have two perspectives in the Holocaust of like, you have the people being genocided that is absolutely horrid and they're being censored as much as possible and whitewashed. And then on the other side, you have the tear traps that are like in the IDF that when they stop streaming their fucking videos in TikTok, they're just shooting at random civilians.
Yeah.
And it's crazy shit.
And doing like little silly dances like this.
And the common citizen in Israel is like, oh yeah, I don't care what's going on. Or saying the usual line of, they probably deserve it.
Yeah.
That was said a lot here in the dictatorship. In the dictatorship here, it hit harder than other dictatorships.
Yeah.
Because first it was a blatant US thing, but also there is the fact that everyone knew everything that was happening. The dictatorship kept it a secret, but when they were like torturing people outside of the fucking football stadiums, people knew. The thing is that they say that, oh yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen to me. Or they say things of like, they probably did something. And it's like, how can you justify the torture and mass killing of tens of thousands of people? The only way that we know that the number of deaths is because of the Paraguayan dictatorship. Because they kept tabs on everyone else within Operation Condor. Because the dictatorship killed, burned every document that they had.
I actually remember that. I vaguely remember that going on because I remember when that motherfucker Galtieri decided to invade Las Malvinas, and the British were having over here. I was a 10-year-old kid when this was kicking off. The Thatcher junta, as we call it, the Thatcher regime that was in power here was actually becoming very unpopular. They'd won the general election in 1979, and by 1982 there was a massive recession on, and they were not popular. A lot of Generation X and baby boomers that were not right-wing assholes who have grown up to not be bigoted fuckheads and look down on the Gen Z kids like myself, remember those times. We saw the unemployment.
I think
and
the Wall was very much based on what eventually made Thatcher, like it was growing up in pre-Thatcher Britain and then seeing what it turned into.
Yeah. And I remember that. I remember people talking about that motherfucker. What's his name? Alfredo Astiz. He was the blonde angel of death. He was the one that signed the surrender. And I remember all that coming out. I didn't really understand it because I was a kid at the time. We found out later on about what was going on there, the people that were being disappeared. And of course, Never really dawned on me till you just mentioned it that people just said, "Oh, well, they must have deserved it. They must have deserved it. They must have done something because that doesn't happen. This is a free country." That exact same mindset is very much the norm in the UK and the US. They go, "Oh, you know, I mean, 14 of us got arrested once trying to oppose the English Defence League marching through Newcastle on time," and people just said, "But they must have done something. They can't. No one gets arrested for nothing. This is England. This is, you know, this isn't Russia, this isn't North Korea, this is, oh no, this is England." It's like, you know,
Crazy.
they just cannot get their head around this, that it goes on all the time, you know. But it's first worldism, basically. It's this kind of idea that this is a civilized country. This is we're not some like backward. I mean, I heard you talking about the way Palestine is a very what's the word, heterogeneous culture. It's not like one, because they get these like right wing reactionaries who say to like gay and trans people, "Oh, if you went to Palestine, good luck. Why don't you go over there? They'll throw you off a roof, off a building," conflating the Palestinian resistance with the so-called Islamic State, which is completely, I mean, as disingenuous as it gets.
Yeah, it's like the usual. If you like communism, go to Cuba.
It's like, yeah, go to North Korea, go to China. It's like, China's
What
not.
is that? A phone?
It's just like, yeah.
I know people. I know people in fucking Kenya that has a fucking smartphone. Is it one that's maybe as modern as like people sitting in the Imperial Court has? Not always, no. But I've seen people have some pretty like new phones by like, you know, like S7s, yeah, even S10s and stuff like that. Like there's some new phones out there that people have in the Imperial Periphery. But yeah, of course, like when you're out in the colonized world, you might not have a fucking phone. Me being anti-colonialist doesn't mean I need to shed my shit. Actually, I should be propagating, spreading technology, because control of technology is an important part of revolution.
Haven't you seen 4chan? They all live in mud huts with thatched roofs, in dirt roads. That's what they all live in Kenya and in Nigeria and it's all Africa. They all speak African. You know what I mean? It's like
language. Oh
Nigeria alone has 557 languages. That's
like,
the 3 or 4 I can name is Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and I can't even remember them offhand, but I do know of others. You know, and it's just and there's Pidgin, of course, and of course there's English. So English isn't indigenous, but you know that's one of the 557 languages.
Yeah.
Something that I found interesting within the French-speaking regions is that there is so much like French is like the what's the word, the linguistical advancements in the French language have been predominantly done in Africa these past few decades, to the point where they don't all of the African countries that are like French speaking, whenever they do developments, they stopped including France in the development of French. So it's pretty funny.
Oh, the French aren't gonna like that.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, there is also people also speak Portuguese and Spanish in Africa.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Spanish are bad. Hate the Spanish.
Yeah.
Kill the Spanish. Save the Catalonian.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I forget where you get Spanish spoken in Africa, but I mean Portuguese you get like in particularly in Angola. Yes. I know that's because most people just speak Portuguese, which is tragic because a lot of the indigenous languages have taken a back seat and almost effectively died out. I don't know if they have or not. I'm not sure about. They don't tell you about Africa here. You have to learn usually by asking people who know more about the history, and they tend to be people from there, you know.
Too busy telling us about the awful stuff the Americans are doing to give us a nice distraction to get stuck into. But they with the Spanish, you got like Morocco and all that lot, but they also have you know like the Canary Islands.
Yes,
so,
that's true.
But Spain doesn't have very many colonies in Africa. Neither does Portugal.
They also had some islands at the west, middle west.
That's the Canary. That's the Canary Islands.
Yeah. No, but more further south, they had another set of tiny islands off the coast of Africa.
You sure it's not the Canary Islands? Because Canary Islands is off the coast of Africa.
Yeah, but it's further south.
Further
The
south
Canary
than there.
Islands are at the northwest. These ones are in like the middle, middle west,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
On the west side, not east side, is it? The Atlantic
West.
side.
West,
It wasn't.
west of
It wasn't the
Africa.
middle west.
Oh
Like,
yeah, yeah.
Near
Atlantic side.
near in the, you know how it's an inverted P. It's kind of near the belly.
Yeah. I think I know what you mean.
Oh yeah.
I actually like the way Spanish is spoken in Abya, as I prefer to call it, or Northern Turtle Island. You know, I like the way. I also like the way Portuguese is spoken in Brazil.
Oh,
You know.
you're on about what's it like Sao Tome and Principe.
I think so. I don't know. I don't remember the names, but I know people speak about those colonies, especially in like. I saw a few videos on like that were like funny scramble of Africa, and
There's also
they mentioned that the Spanish had those two colonies in like Morocco and in those islands.
there's Saint Helena, Ascension, and Tristan da
Saint
Cunha.
Helena. Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like Brazilian Portuguese.
Okay, this has to be the English. I mean, it definitely is now because I see Georgetown, but there's an island that like was named Cat Hill, like, or at
Cat
least it's
Hill.
a place on the island, and I'm like, that's such a British name for a place. Just like, well, we found some kitties here, so Cat Hill.
Well, to be fair, pretty much everything. I mean, most things usually come from some meaning like that, you know.
I think it's just
But,
that the
yeah.
British are actually like, it's the one thing I'll give the British is that they're good at being committed to a bit. Like here's some like funny names of towns and cities in like the UK. Cockermouth, Wheat,
Shitterton,
Bodily, Shortland Send, Short
There's a
Lane
village-
Send, or Short Lanna Send, Mudshoot, Kingston Bagpuys, Mousehole, Chipping
Oh,
Norton.
that's pronounced Moozle. By the way,
Moozle. I ain't down the Moozle.
it looks like Mousehole, but I think it's pronounced Moozle.
Moozle. Oh god, this is the
it's weird.
fucking Aniston thing all over again.
Yeah.
Actually, so it's pronounced Moozle.
There's a town near here called Prudhoe, but it looks like Prudhoe. It's pronounced Prudhoe. Prudhoe. Prudhoe.
Oh my god. We call everything. We call everything saying something.
This is what I
Like
get annoyed at
Santiago.
English speakers. They always say things like the Irish and Welsh languages, Cymraeg, to call it its proper name. Oh, they don't make any sense. They just got letters thrown around randomly. I thought, motherfucker, they're all consistent. If you know the rules of Cymraeg and Gaeilge, Irish, they're a little irregular in parts, but generally speaking, a set of letters which may be completely incomprehensible to an English speaker, they do match. They're the same. English, it's all over the fucking place. The town's like Prudhoe. You can't pronounce the town because you don't know what it is because you're not from there. I mean, though I plow through this trough with my plow, you know, it is tough on my plow trough tough through. They all end in OUGH and they're all pronounced fucking differently. So English speakers, fuck off. You know, shut your face and sit down, you know?
But yeah, so before I was gonna say that like I like Brazilian Portuguese because every time someone speaks Portuguese in the Brazilian accent, you always have the Portuguese asshole being like, I thought you were going to speak Portuguese, not Brazilian.
Yeah, my response to that is vai te fuder, filho de puta. Something like that.
Yeah, filho da puta. It's like saying
filho de puta.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah,
son of
hijo de
a
puta
slut.
in español.
What's we still got some more towns and cities here though.
Go
This one's the top one. Upper Slaughter and Lower Slaughter.
It's probably Slaughter. Is it Slaughter or
Slaughter? No, it's Slaughter. Slaughter.
It's probably Slaughter.
Upper Slaughter.
Slaughter.
But like
It's
wallish
slaughter.
walls, not to be confused with doorish walls. Scratchy bottom, which might be
I've heard of
herpes.
I've heard of
Um,
Pratt's Bottom. Apparently, that's a real place in England somewhere.
grass bottom.
Pratt's Bottom.
Oh shit.
I mean, here we have walls some places like Little Wales. That's
mean,
Yeah.
that's a place here.
we have big whales. Come here. But the Tiddlywink is an actual place. And then there's Upper Piddle Valley and the River Piddle. Little Snoring and Great Snoring. And
Yeah.
Crackpot.
Most towns in Ireland have got you've usually got a Ballymore and a Ballybeg, which is on Ballymore, I guess, and Ballybeg, which is the big town and the little town.
I don't know why
in
they
Northern Ireland.
needed to like add London tube stops, but they decided London tube stops would be part of it. And so we got Barking, Chorleywood, Cockfosters, Finchley Road, and Frognall. I was
Have they
gonna
got a
say
town called
Frongle.
Felching?
I was gonna say Frongle, and that would have sounded more sexual, but like it's Frognall.
I think
Finchley
things
Road
are.
and Frognall, Galleon's Reach, Googe,
I think we should
Googe
have a town.
Street.
We should have a town somewhere called Felching, just for the sake of it, you
Yeah,
know.
Felching, yeah, a very good town name, I think. It probably already is one though, knowing the English. I really wouldn't put it past them.
Anal bead, or something like that. I don't know.
Haroldwood,
Gildoville.
Haroldwood is
may
such like
I
a schoolyard like fucking estate name. Like I am Haroldwood, Mud Shoot,
may I
Peckham Rye, Pudding Mill Lane, Shepherd's Bush and Shepherd's Bush Market and Bush Hill Park. Okay, that one's not even that funny. I guess Shepherd's Bush is funny, but like the Bush Market, like I guess he's selling his vaginal space. Snaresbrook,
Useless
Tooting
information.
Beck, and Tooting Broadway.
Well, apparently
Also,
the
this
name.
just in, it looks like we found our people. What? The perfect road trip doesn't exist. Oh, wait, yeah, I need that image. That'd be a great thing for the pod.
Apparently,
But like what's it? They didn't put Woking on there. Like they
Woking.
could have
Gone
put
woke.
Woking. Woking is one of the best named like London stops. I guess it's not the tube, it's the overground. Like, but still,
Yeah.
like Woking.
Woking.
How can you
Woking,
how can you
no.
not leave Woking? I guess this must have been made before woke was
I
like a
I
big
thought
thing.
it's got
2022, no, 2022 is in the realm of woke. 15 UK place names always make us giggle. I guess woke has never, not always made us giggle, but
I remember
Oh
when
yeah.
woke
it's funny.
was pejoratively referred to as politically correct. That's gone out of fashion now. It's woke is the new dog whistle they use.
I
By
had
the
a
way,
question.
talking of Bush, did you know that boring band called Bush come from Shepherd's Bush, and that's why they're called Bush? I thought I'd share that useless information with you there. You know, it's completely off the wall and irrelevant, but I thought I'd share it anyway because hey.
Well, it's good to know.
You know, Nigeria gets its name because Lord Lugard, the colonial governor, his mistress or girlfriend or whatever, said to him one day, "Isn't this the Niger area?" And he said, "Nigeria, Nigeria. That's what we'll call the country." And apparently, it's as random and haphazard as that. That's why it's called Nigeria. I'm learning all this from Nigerians I know.
Crazy stuff. That reminds
Completely
me.
fucking, you know.
Oh, back in the day, in 2020, in
Yeah.
Finbol's commune,
Oh, yeah.
there was this South African guy, and
Right.
one day I was given, I think I was given like moderator or something like that,
Okay.
and as a joke, because he had say something of like he had say something, and it was funny to just do a little, just mute him. It was a little joke. It was funny, and it came to the conversation. But then when he realized, he got really mad at me, and he pulled me aside, and he gave me like a whole lecture where I feel just sad, and no one else was angry. He was the only angry guy, and he just say mean stuff to me. Oh yeah, I also had a question. Where does the name Cornwall come from?
It comes from the
Sorry?
Cornish
Cornwall.
people.
I know. I don't know the exact etymological root of it. I know the Cornish name for it is Kernow, which is Kernow. Cornish is the only Celtic language that uses the letter K. Everyone else just uses a C. And I don't know how or why that is. I think Manx might use a K because the Manx spellings are completely English. Because there was no written language until like English monks lived there apparently, and they needed to spell it for the English monks to be able to pronounce it.
I feel like it depends on the Manx person in that
Yeah, I
regard,
think so.
because,
But
like a lot of them copy Irish.
Well, yeah, it's very like Irish. If you're an Irish speaker, you can understand Manx fairly well. I mean,
Manx is a lot even more like Irish than like the Scots Gaels are. Like, I mean, their word for Gaelic is almost identical to just saying Gaelic, or like, well, Irish is Gallagher, and then with the Scots it's Gaelic because they pronounce things a little differently.
Yeah. There's some words in Manx are more like the Scots Gaelic, and some I think are more like the Irish. It's kind of in between.
In between.
It's like I think Slovakian is kind of in between Polish and Czech. I don't know if it's a bit crass to say that maybe, but I've noticed what little I know of Slovakian, it has similarities to Czech and to Polish, and I'm not an expert in any of those languages. I mean, Ukrainian is a little bit like Polish, but it has similarities to Russian and I think to Slovak as well. And if you get these crossover of languages that, Spanish, Portuguese, Maltese, Italian, you can hear similarities between them, and French just to a lesser extent.
And especially when it comes to Portuguese and Spanish, there is a lot of like middle languages that people don't consider. Some are considered dialects. Some like Galician are considered their own language. And then there are the intermediary languages. There is like a ton of languages across the border between Portugal and Spain that are considered their own intermediary languages. And then there is also Catalonian that you can sort of see similarities with Occitan and the Sardinians and the Sicilians a little bit.
Yeah. Sardinian, I've heard spoken. It is distinct from Italian. I mean, they get these Spanish.
It comes from the kingdom of Angola that had control on Sardinia and Sicily.
Okay.
That's why they kind of understand each other a little bit.
Right.
And then there's also the whole thing of Italy having like a shit ton of languages that are the Italian languages, because Italian is like the only language there.
Yeah, true. I mean, like Argentina, Mexico, Cuba, the Spanish spoken there quite distinctive. I mean, I mean, I can hear Argentinian Spanish spoken. I can recognize it quite a long way off. I hear that.
Because the Italian influences
very strong. Yeah, everybody's or boludo, or
you can really notice if you're a Spanish speaker. You really notice Chilean Spanish. A lot of people like to say that. The people say that it's the hardest Spanish dialect to understand for Spanish speakers.
Really?
Because I think they're the ones that speak the faster and they do shortcuts a lot.
Okay.
I don't know. I understand it fairly well, but it's because I used to watch a Chilean YouTuber when I was younger, and I was so isolated from everyone that I spoke more with a Chilean accent than Argentine. That is funny.
I do like the way. I mean, I like a lot of Mexican intonations, and I love the way the Argentinians speak as well. I mean, everybody's Che, everybody's called Che, and everything's either boludo, pendejo, the Mexican version. But little colloquial sayings are like,
Chase, I think Chase a word in Puche actually. It means person.
Yeah.
It's like saying dude.
Yes, I know. Yeah. I mean, it's also like a greeting as well. Like, hey, I've heard it used that way as well.
I think it depends, as in how it's used nowadays. It depends on who you're speaking with. I think that the more porteño you are, the more Che becomes like a an aggressive call out. It's like saying, "Hey." It's like
Oh,
more
okay.
like
Right.
here. People have told me in the past to not say "che" in the way I use it because
Okay.
it can be aggressive. But I
Is
think
that
that the more you get away from the Buenos Aires, you can just say che boludo, and stuff
yeah,
like that.
I know that one.
But yeah, in the Mapuche people are
Yeah.
the people of the earth. There is Mapu, earth, che.
Okay.
That is what the Walmapu is like the circle we walk, something like
Oh,
that.
that makes sense why
So
Che
it
would be
has to do with
offensive
earth.
then, because it could be like calling someone dirt. Oh my god, that makes sense.
It's funny. I mean, most like tribal names means the people or the people of the earth or people of the mountain or people of the, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean in the Mapusungun, you can't. There is not an insult in the Mapusungun. It's like you can't insult anyone in the Mapusungun. You can be derogatory, but
Yeah.
the word that they had to call someone to be derogatory towards someone was calling them cristiano or blanco. That was the most derogatory word that they had. It's just
I'm
call
not
you
surprised.
white.
I mean,
That's
fair insult,
fair
you know.
enough. Yeah.
What's
I
Yeah.
was going to say, yeah, the word Pole for Polish, Polak is polka.
Polka, polskie.
Polska means land means because I noticed this because it's a common Slavic word for field.
Hmm.
There's a Russian song Poljushko Polya. The Russian Bolsheviks used to sing it.
People,
Poljushko Polya
fields.
means my field or my wild field, and I thought, could it be that Polska means field? Because there's a lot of it's relatively flat, and there's a lot of agricultural fields in Poland, and yeah, and I found out, yes, sure enough, it does mean that the land of fields. And Polak or polka is a field dweller, you know. So
I like the background that the video has now.
Yeah, I want to take y'all on a journey. So first we start off at Shitterton. We take our way up to Ass Hill. We take our way around London. So you
that's a
avoid London,
reference.
you go around London. Don't go through, you go around London to Fingering Hole. Oh, sorry, Fingering Hole. Someone was being smart with that one.
Fingringer. It's probably Fingringer or
Fingering
something.
Sluts
Ass Hill
Hole
will be
Lane.
Ass Hill will be a hill, a donkey hill. That's what that'll mean. It's something to do with a donkey, an ass.
Basil, yeah. Asil, yeah.
Slut soul lane.
Well, ass.
Cambridge, Cambridge is one of the funny names on the map. Don't lie to me if you say otherwise, because, we got a shot on Cambridge. I guess Cambridge has one thing better going for it, better than Oxford. Cock Alley, penis. I don't think people get the abstract of the joke I just
Peniston.
made about, like, the English language, but, like, we'll
It's Peniston. It's definitely Peniston, but it looks like penis stone. Yeah.
Peniston. I mean, yeah, we got to make sure we don't hurt the feelings of Yorkshire people. So yes, it's Peniston. So like, fucking dickheads. Leeds is also, in my opinion, one of the funny names on the map, even though it's not part of the journey, for no reason other than Midlander rivalry. Um, uh, but like.
Big place in Scotland. Jeez. Cockermouth.
Cockermouth. Now you know you're in fucking
Cockermouth.
Scotland, you found Cockermouth.
Cockermouth, you wee bastard.
You
I
fucking
fuck
give me
off,
a
son.
fucking drink. Hey, a duck place. You gotta fucking sit down, have a
That
fucking drink.
place in Cockbridge.
Cockbridge. You
Only
make your way
bridge
up
in
the fucking
Cockbridge.
Cockbridge, and then you gotta fucking take a left up the way back for Inverness, and then you go all the way up to Twat in Orkney.
I mean, you gotta love the football team of Cockbridge in the football matches.
Cockbridge.
Oh,
Oh,
they probably
Jesus.
do have a football team. I mean, it's probably only like half the village that like is like able, it's like half the village is
You're
necessary to
saying
make
that
up a
all of
football team.
Scotland is a bunch of villages? Are you saying that Scotland is
No, no,
composed of
I'm
just
saying that North
villages?
Scotland is a fucking abandoned place when it comes to its treatment. Like it's treated like shit. Like, I
Mm.
mean, if you look at the roads, look at the road density of like, I mean, this is probably not the best map for it. Let me get like maps up. Um,
Twat.
Twat. I always forget it's maps.google, not google.maps. But like, let's get away
You should
from
use Google GPS. Whoa.
Birmingham.
Did you know that?
God,
Did you know
I
that
mean,
Cuba? Did you
by
know
the
that Cuba?
mountainous nature of the north, which also does have its like tendencies on construction. Look at the density of roads here. There is like fuck all. I mean, Hawk
Gee.
Bridge is somewhere here.
Right.
It's
Jesus.
yeah, bumfuck nowhere. Like there it is, Cockbridge.
Jesus.
Yeah, look,
That's like the west of Ireland. It's very remote. It depends on where you
yeah,
go.
yeah, like there's
Depending
barely
on where you
like
are, west of Ireland,
intersecting roads. Like if you live here, I mean, I guess you wouldn't live actually on the MacDui, but like
Magda.
the MacDui, this mountain, but like, you know, you live like out here or fucking somewhere where there's no road connections. This is all just like well, like 4 roads like intersecting like half of Scotland. But then you go to Glasgow and Edinburgh and look at that. Roads, 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 roads. You go through even the north of England is gonna be doing better than this. Newcastle, loads of fucking roads intersecting with it.
Oh,
Yeah, we're
Newcastle.
in north of England, so you do get some like big empty space, though a lot of it is national parks. Thank
Put
goodness. We
my
need our
cursor over
national
my flat.
parks. We love our national parks.
Oh,
But
we do.
like Leeds, look at it. Roads everywhere. Roads everywhere. Bradford. Fucking Bradford. Manchester, Sheffield,
Rochdale.
Stoke. Again, must bully Stoke, Midlander rivalry. Um
Stoke.
It's
Stoke.
very dense.
Stoke is
Stoke.
Very
like
dense
fucking
in infrastructure.
it's like Derby, but you
Coventry.
get stabbed more.
Where? Derby.
Yes,
Did you
no,
say?
Stoke is like Derby, but you get stabbed more.
Yeah. Yeah. I never lived in. I've lived in Derby. I never lived in Stoke.
I know someone who's lived in Stoke, and I know someone who's lived in Derby, not including yourself.
No.
Actually,
I've
I
got a
don't
friend
know.
from Stoke, but he lives in Nottingham now, but he's originally from Stoke.
I mean, I don't know if that's an improvement. It feels like a lateral move. I guess
No,
like
I quite
Nottingham
like
Nottingham has better public transport. I think that's maybe the one win.
people are friendlier than I don't know about Stoke, but in the
Mm,
East Midlands, people tend to be friendlier than they are in the West. I find.
mm.
I always found that anyway.
But yeah,
Nottingham,
let's
Derby, Leicester.
I got 5,000 ms in like the connection of the zone.
Glasgow. I have a soft spot for Glasgow. I must admit.
Oh, there's twat.
Twat. Is it pronounced twat or something? Tweet.
Probably is just twat. I feel like the Scottish
Yeah.
did this for tourist reasons. Wait, is that also called twat? Wait, this is also called twat.
There are 2 twats.
Ah, no, this is some old word with some
Yeah.
I mean,
close to twat.
Close to twat. It's probably close to the twat. Is that what
Close
isn't
it's?
to
that
the
the
twat. Custer's a twat.
We know
isn't
that.
that the Faroe Islands? Oh no, those are out there.
No, that's the Faroe Islands. It's the Faroe Islands.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but a bit further up.
This is Scotland. Like this is still Scotland.
Oh yeah, that reminds me about people. Historians and archaeologists have like found out evidence that the region of the North Sea where the title is not very long ago, it used to be like land. There used to be land there, and then there was like it just sunk down. I haven't
Oh
checked on
yes,
the details, but apparently it was like there was land mass in that space.
yes. I know
Yes.
what I've seen that something about that before.
It
Yeah,
would
yeah.
be something that connects between Iceland, the UK, and Norway,
I
because
think
it
it
would
was.
be in
No,
this
it was
area.
it was between the United Kingdom, Norway, Denmark, and Germany. It was that
You're on about
space.
you're on about the up here. Yeah, okay, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I know what
It
you're
was
talking
very
about. Yeah.
interesting because it reminds me of how a lot of cultures had the whole like flood thing,
Google Maps isn't telling me
and
it
it
exists, so I'm gonna have to deny it. Sorry, go on.
or or with the whole story of like Atlantida and stuff like that, that it could have been like a distortion of a land that used to be there long ago,
That
and it
wouldn't be
was inhabited by
Atlantis.
people.
Atlantis is like supposed. I mean, no, Atlantis is based on an island that used to exist. But it's not all those bullshit stories that they say. There was an island in the
Yeah.
Mediterranean. I can't remember if it was Greek or whatever, but like it was in the Mediterranean. And it sunk, and everyone's made stories about it. It's like Babylon's a real place. Like you know.
Mm, yeah.
Everyone thinks
It's
that
weird.
Babylon's some like floating city, but that's like bullshit mythology. Babylon was just a place in fucking West Asia.
Yeah.
Wild.
Mm. Oh yeah, and another thing about languages, I spoke about that with my friend. Um, there is this book that is from the 700s, if I'm not wrong, that is from Asia, from like Castile, from like Spain at the time, and it's written all in Spanish, right? Or well, Castilian, and as a Spanish speaker, you can understand it like very well. There are some words that you don't get, but you can read it. I read it myself in the original way it was written, and it's very interesting. It's the story of it's el Lazarillo de Tormes, which is like the story of a kid that grew up with a single mother that then dated uh, that then they dated a guy, many guys, and then she ended up dating a single guy, and they ran a kind of like bar. But then an old man, an old blind man, comes to the bar and is like, "Hey, I will buy your kid to be my Lázaro to take care of me, so you can have money and I can raise him properly." And the man was like, "Well, I can't promise him a decent life this way, so sure." And the first thing the old man does is like he tells the little kid, he tells him, "Hey, press your ear against this like bell and you will hear the ocean." The kid does it, and the old man smacks his head against the bell and tells him to not be a fool. And the rest of the book is essentially the life of the kid, how he spends time with the old man, then flees to another person to take care of him because he's a kid, and they're also like bad towards him, and it's just him swapping hands and ending up with like bad people, bad priests, scammers. He ends up with a guy that is like well intentioned, but he's pretty much like unable to even take care of himself. And at the end, he ends up winning favors with like a noble dude and marries his daughter and has like a decent life. But then he hears rumors of her cheating, and he's like, "Dude, I'm not gonna ruin my life because my wife cheated on me. Like, it's fine. I don't want to find out." And he just went on with his life. And it's a weird story because it's like a glimpse into like how people viewed the past, and it's also very political at the time because of the whole anti cleric stuff that was at the time.
What was that again? Sorry.
Oh, it's an ancient Spanish book called El Lazarillo de Tormes, which is
Okay.
a book from the 700s that you can, as if you read Spanish, you can read it now, which is
Okay.
very surprising.
My Spanish is very bad.
And the book had like a very like anti-clerical message, like it criticized the clergy a lot, and that's why it was banned at the time. And people found a copy of it buried underground.
Jesus.
And they were able to reconstruct it and in the original way, and it's very surprising. It's cool.
Yeah. My Spanish is really bad, so I wouldn't. I learned most of my Spanish and my Portuguese from talking to people from the Americas, so to speak. Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Mexico. When I try and speak Portuguese, which I can speak very barely at all, but whenever I do, I sound like I come from Sao Paulo, not from Lisbon. I get that. I've been told by people that said you don't sound Portuguese, you sound Brazilian. I said, oh, that's okay. I like if it pisses
Well,
off Portuguese chauvinists, you know.
apparently to speak Brazilian Portuguese, no, it was to speak Portuguese.
Yeah.
You had it kind of sounded like a like drunk Russian, something like
It
that.
does,
I don't know
yeah.
why people say that.
It has a Slavic like similar to Romanian and well, Romanian's not Slavic because that's Latin, but it has a Romanian because it's in Eastern Europe. It has a kind of intonation which sounds Slavic, and Portuguese sounds similar. It's got the kind of sound, the kind of nasal sounds that Portuguese has, and they sound quite. It sounds like drunk Russian or drunk Polish or something like that, you know.
Yeah,
Because Polish
that's why
has
I
those
prefer.
nasal sounds.
That's why I prefer Brazilian because it's funny. You sound very
Tudo
happy
bem,
when you speak it.
muito bem, oi, tudo bem, como você está? No, as opposed to, como tu está? Muito bom. It's like, it's a bit.
Oh, that reminds me. There is a video. There is an old video of there is this guy that is like in makeup and kind of like, he looks queer, and there is a shirtless white dude shouting at him in English, and the dude speaks Spanish, and he's just harassing him, and then the queer dude goes like, "Hey, mira aquí, mira aquí, mira aquí." And makes him look at his hand, and then he punches him across the face and just calls him insults and walks away.
That sounds
funny.
That sounds priceless.
Yeah, it's a very funny video. I love it.
There's one I saw earlier today. A guy, racist prick in Ireland who can barely speak a word of Irish, who starts harassing a black guy. And the black guy doesn't speak English back to him, he speaks Irish. And he's talking away in perfect Irish, and this racist goon with a Dublin accent couldn't understand what he was saying. And I thought, you've really shamed that piece of shit. Irish culture's under threat from black immigration, and the black guy speaks Irish.
Irish culture is black. Irish culture is black. And how dare they try and genocide that? They're just as bad as the Irish Americans. Calling Irish culture fucking like white is genocidal and it is killing our people.
Yep. Absolutely. Aha.
Racist
I
fucking
got
pig shits.
myself.
Racist little British pig shits. Our heroes
Yeah.
are black in color and in creed a lot of the time. You know, we've had some pretty great heroes from the Jamaican reaches, straight from Africa themselves and other places. Our strongest revolutionary brethren that hold the Irish culture to its importance and hold it in their hearts are black Americans. You know, they're the people. When we're talking about Irish people in America, it's usually the black Irish in America that tend to have the shit together because they know the culture.
Yeah.
They live the culture. It's not like they even need to know it on like a literal way. Their experience as black people is like more Irish than even than just the average Irish experience. Black people, you could call the black Irish super Irish. You know, like fuck.
The amount of on social media, particularly Facebook, the amount of Irish diaspora groups I left because it's full of fascists. And I'll tell you, I've said this. I've talked to like Mexican and Puerto Rican Americans, and I have more in common with them than I do with the Irish ones. And I said that to them. You know, Black Americans too. You know, new Africans.
Yeah, it's like Africans in general I have more in common with them, but it's as well like when we're talking about like people that have like Irish heritage, it's the black Irish in America that end up like living up to our colonized heritage and what it means to be Irish.
Yeah. I'm just finding the black cat rather amusing. Cats.
Yeah, I added my cat to the image I have for my food thing because I sell food that I make, and I added my kid.
You're one of those capitalists. I'm joking.
Yeah, I exploit stores by selling them cheap food, so they sell it at a higher price. I am exploited.
Oh, is that what you're doing? You're selling it off to a store?
Yeah, I'm selling it to like a dietary store. We call it
Okay.
dietética.
Yeah, that makes
And
great. Like those pancakes make great for breakfast. Like I'd buy them.
yeah, and
Cause
it's
like it's like
like
I get the Scotch pancakes, you know, and you get them cold and you put them in the toaster to heat them up.
yeah.
Yeah, that's sick. Like I reckon that you'll get sales. Keep at
Mhm.
it, you know.
I mean, I already sold them because I sold
No,
them to
I
the
just mean
store.
that like the store will want to buy more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. But I just clarify because with my mom and I thought that we will just put the food on the store and get the profit, but nah, it doesn't work like that.
No,
I
because
sold
like
it to the store.
you're dealing with shopkeepers. If there's one thing that they're smart about, it's making sure they get more money than you.
Yeah,
Anyone who's ever worked like for a family member that owns a store will know the agony of them wanting to rob you blind because profits must be mine.
yeah. I mean, at least I clarified the price that will be appropriate, which was like 2,300 pesos, which is like $1.50 for 4 pancakes. So not bad, you know. It's the same price. I think it's cheaper than a tiny bag of like cookies, you know. So considering that I'm using like natural ingredients and they're healthy,
I'm loving that
I think
answer.
it's merit.
Yeah, I like. I mean, I maybe run it too often, but I like the relaxation of being with around a fire rather than light from a light
I've,
bulb. I find
Is the
fire
I've,
really, really stress relieving
yeah, oh, yeah.
I like the
I've, I've,
incandescence.
I found my bonfire videos on my YouTube channel have been actually very quite popular with people.
Oh God, when I fucking come up to fucking Tyneside, we are gonna have a bonfire because that's
Was
gonna
you right?
happen. I love bonfires. Like,
Yeah.
we can make like fucking what's it? How good are you with cooking?
I seem to be apparently I'm very good. I'm very good at it.
Well,
So
what's
yeah,
it? Wanna like try and do some collaboration like chef shit? Cause like I've cooked smoked fish in the woods before. Like we had like
actually,
it was the first time I ever had like a good because I think I had smoked salmon before, but it was like ruined. So like this is the first time I've ever had like good smoked salmon, and like it
right.
was actually smoked on a fucking wood fire. Like
Oh, proper
gorgeous. Like
proper hardcore
you
like.
use the tin foil, you keep it wrapped, and then towards the end you open it up and you let the smoke just fucking.
And then you make your
Mm.
hat out with the tinfoil and then record a stupid video about anti-vax parodying anti-vaxxers.
Like fucking fish oil dripping down your head, like fucking RFK will notice it and be like, the fish oils, they will turn you autistic.
It's gonna turn.
The
I
fish
did
oil.
burn an effigy of RFK on my last bonfire video. I cut out a piece of cardboard and I drew a penis on the head and I put RFK Jr. across the chest and I put it on the bonfire.
Oh, that reminds me. Now, in every single like protest since Milei came to power, here in my city, there is I don't know who, but there is someone who makes an effigy of Milei. Like they make like a yeah, an effigy of Milei, like with the painting and shit. And every time they burn it, they always burn it to the ground or hang him from like a pole or something like that. It's very funny.
She's
Get your
boss.
privilege, you wee bastard, free Palestine.
Ayo,
Fuck,
you wee fucking bastard. I fucking
Sharon
fight for
Osbourne
Palestine. I fucking fight for fucking Irish freedom, aye, but it's time to
for
get fucking freedom of Palestine.
fucking Sharon Osbourne and Johnny Rotten, you fucking West Brit fucking country, fuck
Fucking
off.
what's it? Jade said that I like fucking could like easily pass like without trying as someone who's like half English, half Armagh.
You.
Yeah, me. She's like,
Armagh.
you could use some. When we speak, you often come across like you just come from like Armagh. I think it was Armagh that she said. I've had people
Who's
say I sound a bit Belfast, so like
Belfast?
well,
If you want
fucking
to hear
Belfast,
Belfast,
like
listen
you
to
fucking.
Kneecap. Kneecap's got the broadest Belfast. And they
Holy
talk like
fucking
that,
mate, we're sorry for you supporting terrorist groups, eh?
well, the Belfast accent, they got that. You can always tell a Belfast man or a
I
woman.
like it how Kneecap tried to be like fucking like polite about like supporting
Yeah.
terrorist groups and apologize for it, and then all their fans came out and went, nah, nah,
Yeah.
nah, don't be apologizing for that.
God bless them. Yeah, I'm going to say Kneecap. They passed the litmus test because unlike you, well, you too, and Sharon Osbourne, that's another damning thing on you too. She said they should be more like Bono.
It's
That
making
is enough to say.
politics look like music shows. Has she listened to War Pigs?
I'm going to
Or
say her
like
husband's
half
fine.
of
He didn't
fucking
write it.
Sabbath's music? I get Ozzy isn't very political in Ozzy Osbourne, but like Sabbath,
Yeah,
the
he's a
bitch was the producer for like for like or like like what's a deputy producer I think on like
I
some of
don't
their
know.
records.
I
She
can't
like that was
remember.
how Ozzy got a hold of her, was because she was involved with Sabbath. Her father, I think it was involved with Sabbath, and she worked for him.
Yeah,
Complicated relationship. It's why she's basically been his producer the whole time and has been keeping his career alive. As much as I love Ozzy, Ozzy's career should have died before the 90s came around, really.
oh God, yeah.
I
I don't
mean,
think he's
God, now the man's like, oh, I need to stop before I die, and I'm like, maybe your missus has been stopping you from stopping. You've tried to stop multiple times. I get you have a lot of fucking move in you, but dude, y- you haven't been able to talk properly for years. And your wife's like, yeah, you can't talk properly, but when he gets on the stage, he can just sing. It's like, okay, but really, he should be a dad at home singing while he makes himself some fucking porridge or something. Like, not fucking. I hate the
she's a
idea that
fucking
we're at this point where, like, all these guys are just killing themselves to produce
she's a
music.
fucking music biz leech, and she's a fucking Zionist genocide supporting fucking fascist. Or crypto fascist or quasi fascist, proto fascist, whatever you want to call it. She's a
Well,
piece of shit. And the fact that she was so offended by Kneecap says a lot about her. It's just, I thought, who's the snowflake now, hey? You know what I mean? And then Leiden. He says that you don't go around making it, calling for violence against people. You're my enemy forthwith. They said it mostly tongue in cheek anyway, but he said they need a good kneecap, and I thought, isn't that what you're saying? They need to have their kneecaps smashed or shot out. Ah, fuck off. You know what I mean? But that's Johnny Lydon for you, that West Brit fucking bootlicker. I was so
it's in
working
the
class.
name.
It's this British idea that you're born in a and you grew up in a council estate, you are eternally working class. This is not the old Hindu caste system. You can suddenly become very wealthy. You can become your own a self-made or well a millionaire who employs people. You ain't working class anymore, mate. You're bourgeois. He's
Man's
got three
lost
fucking
it,
houses,
so,
holiday home, and he's got a house in Beverly Hills. And he's going on about how working he's the voice of the working class. Fuck off. You know.
Mm.
It's like that's a very British idea. You're born in a cow shed, you're a cow, and that's the end of it. You're born in a stable, you're a horse.
I mean,
End
it
of story.
used to be like that. I see where the idea originates from, because
Yeah,
before you used to be born to a class and that was
yeah.
it. You
They're still
lived
they're
in
still
that
stuck in that.
class and you never moved up. But
Yeah.
now it's very different.
It's
Now,
medieval. It's a medieval thing.
well, it's not just medieval, it's also the early capitalist period. A lot of it, like that
Yeah.
I'm working class for life thing, does come from like
Yes.
the 1800s, where like
Yeah. Industrial. Yeah.
mobility wasn't very accessible, but it was the start of access to mobility. But yeah,
Yeah.
really the 50s, almost like the 20s would be where you start to see shifts in this, but the 50s especially.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
so like there's some truth to it, but it's like in a certain aspect, I feel like Lyndon should know, Leiden should know the that progression is not the way it used to be, and you go one or two ways. Either you move up or you move down. No one stays where they are. I was raised working class and I ended up falling beneath it. And you know
Same.
what? They don't make council estates anymore, but I actually was raised on a council estate. They haven't made council
Yeah.
estates since 1984. So,
There's a
like,
race. What is that?
yeah, yeah, they haven't made a council
Oh,
estate since 84.
Jesus. I didn't know it was
Hmm.
that long.
Yeah, because the council just gets houses from the gentrification builds because they get
Yeah.
certain percentage. It's about
I
15% is
grew up in
social
a
housing, and I think 10% go to the council or 5% go to
I
the house associations, or it's the other way around. Maybe the
I
other
grew
way
up
around.
near a council estate. I grew up in a working class area, but it was a place that had once been very posh, but it was definitely proletarianized. But some of them
I mean,
fancy
I wouldn't say
themselves.
posh. It's that it was part of a village, so it was
Yes.
mainly middle class, but then there's some working class homes that are like scattered around. There
Yeah.
was some over the road from where yours was, over the main road. But then also, if you go up towards the canal, by where the gas station was. You've got
Hmm.
the miners' houses that start to
Yeah.
appear just past the rich people's homes. You go past the rich people's
Yeah.
homes and you get into the
Um,
hidden area. They like stashed us all right near the train tracks and then all up Dog Lane.
well, in the 60s, like working class people started moving into former gentry areas, and that's where you got the suburban working class labor aristocracy. It was more of a 60s and 70s thing, and by the 80s, a lot of that fell down because of violent neoliberalism of the Thatcher regime, you know?
Yeah.
And that's when we started noticing. I knew it. I mean, I was in school, and I remember thinking, "There's no chance in hell I'm going to get a well-paid job." And that's the thing with the Irish diaspora as well. They always it's like Nigerians have had the same story from them. Zimbabweans, Kenyans, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis. Do well. We came to this country. You will do well, and you will make us proud. You know, and it's a cancer of getting away from the colonized country to the imperial core to try and blend in. And we end up with people like Rishi Sunak and Kemi Badenoch. And I believe Julia Hartley Brewer comes from an Irish background. And you wouldn't think it, they just assimilated and became white British. But Kemi Badenoch, Nigerian Yoruba, and the Nigerians hate her because she's done what they do, push them into the and become the gentry in the ruling class. And it wasn't so much pushed onto me, but it was. I used to see it a lot in most Irish families. You know,
Yeah. Mm.
really
I'm
bad.
gonna probably um go because I have to make dinner. So
Oh,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
yeah.
and enjoy your food. It was great to stream with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not fully gone yet because I don't know if I will cook here or back or at my house. If I cook here, I will be showing my cooking.
Fair
But
play.
yeah,
Okay.
so this might be a goodbye,
Well,
but
I'm
it might not.
solidarity.
Ah,
Bye.
But anyway, yes. Peshki away, peshki away, peshki away.
But yeah, it's like with the way the the village that me and you are both so associated with it existed before 67. It wasn't a part of the town yet. And so it
Yes.
had its own class microcosm going on.
Yeah.
So there wasn't very many middle class people. And so like that street where
Yeah.
you situated was where the density of the middle class houses were, and then there was
Mm.
a scattering of a tiny bit of working houses, some upper class houses. Then you had the farmhouse and the manor
Yeah.
tucked
Yeah.
aside at the back, where you had like the mayor's house and everything. And then you had which used to be the mayor's house for the village, but now like the town mayor, I think, actually lives there. And then you had stashed down by the train tracks is where you had the miners' homes, because it would be on their walk down towards the fucking pit, not the pit, but the coal mines, because there's the coal
Yeah.
mines up, the next, if you go down the canal north, it's the next area on. We're really
Uh-huh.
good at not doxing myself. I'm like so
Yeah.
used to just.
Yeah. Yeah.
I built a fucking fort well, I didn't do most of the building, but like me and a load of mates like built a massive like fort in the woods where that mine used to be. And
No, sweet.
it's actually private property. Still owned by the coal company. But I don't
No,
think I think the coal company is basically a husk now, so I don't think it really matters.
bit of like proletarian activism,
Oh
bit of
yeah.
anarchy.
I mean, we camped there. It was my first thought to go to when I went homeless was like, okay, I need to go and like make camp at the camp spot we called it.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
originally it was just a camp spot where people would just go set up tents at camp. There was a ritual thing, and then we turned the ritual thing into a, well, what if we had a fucking hut? Um,
Fair dues,
it
like
was a
that sounds.
big ass hut, and then it turned into a fort. Like it expanded. There was 3 huts at one point.
Jesus.
Yeah, then it got smashed by a cunt. But yeah, it was this massive, like stick fortress.
Some proper.
My mate Block is like fucking skits motherfucker when it comes to building shit. Like that's all I gotta say about that. Like absolutely skits. Like fucking
Yeah.
eh, he basically built most of it like on his own. Cause he
Fair
would
play.
like he'd always like be chill with just telling me to go sit down and relax because of my disabilities. Cause I try and help as much as I can, but he'd just tell me to go sit down if I look like I'm too exhausted or I'm like not working so
Yeah.
well. So look out for me. And then I roll a joint and smoke up while man them fucking builds like Titanic ass fucking structures. Or is like hunting for firewood, whilst I hunt for kindle so we can build a blazing fire, because you gotta have a fire.
Fires are wonderful things, I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
It wouldn't feel so guilty doing stuff like that as well if we stopped lumbering and shit like that. Like
yeah.
I feel like I would be fine with people doing like campfires with like wood they've cut if we weren't lumbering
I
as
think
much.
I tend to use like old bits of wood and paper and junk I find and old. I get moldy clothes because I get mold problems sometimes, so I just dump them in the fire basket, set fire to them, and then record a YouTube video and
Ah,
talk
yeah, you're
about.
doing a fire bin, I see.
I've done a few. I mean, people
Yeah,
said, "Oh,
what's
it's
it?
really, you know, it's become like a bit. It's one of my little tropes. I think, you know."
The better thing about a wood fire is it's cleaner, so you get to
Yeah.
like enjoy it a little better, and you can cook stuff on it. So like that's always a benefit. So long as the wood isn't like too moist. The moisture in the wood could actually be kind of nasty if
Well,
it's like
it,
boiling onto
it's
the air.
yeah. The last one I did, it was belching out smoke. It was quite. I had to pour water on the bugger. It was, yeah. There was bit of wood in there, and there was a moldy old jacket and some moldy old jeans, and
Yeah,
you know,
moisture will be a bastard. You
oh
like,
yes,
mm.
real bastard. It brings out the, oh god. I saw the video actually. Did a couple of shorts as well. It's on my channel, and you can see it looks foggy. Looks like my lens is covered in crap, and it's actually just smoke from that bloody fire. You know, so yeah. The joys of being a YouTuber. I do enjoy being on social media, though. In spite of the toxicity of it all, I do enjoy the good bits. You know.
I enjoy the ability to connect with people that are worth
Oh, for
connecting
sure.
with, but that's why I don't waste my time too much with Facebook. Facebook for me and stuff like that is like cat videos. Um, and it's been an improvement on me, but like Twitter's
Oh,
limited in its saying
I
I
got
have
slated.
notifications. Oh, it's
I
just
got
people
called.
liking like my old tweets.
I got slated I got the usual stuff, accused of being a groomer, but because I spoke, somebody called Mia Khalifa a floozy. She was there speaking about Palestine at a kneecap gig, and somebody said, "Oh, we don't want to lower the tone of the movement or the country with that floozy." And I said, calling somebody a floozy because of her former profession is not the flex you think it is. You fucking misogynist. Was you? Are you trying? I think he was Irish. That's why I said. Do you want us to bring back the good old days of the Magdalene sisters? Is that what you think? And he said he got very nasty, very aggressive, and started calling me all sorts of homophobic and ableist slurs, and told me and ageist ones as well. He said, "You fucking ugly geriatric fuck, take your geriatric chops and your stupid hair, and I bet you're one of her porn addicts as well, aren't you? You're one of the addicts who's watches her stuff or something like this, and stop touching your own kids," he started saying. I said, "Well, I don't have any, but yeah, you know."
Yeah.
I thought, oh, what a lovely guy. Called me a fucking spastic and I thought, Jesus. He called me a wanker, then he blocked me, so I couldn't reply. But he said you have to bring your religion into everything, don't you? It's not about religion; it's about dignity and self-respect. And I tried to respond, but he blocked me. So you know.
I mean, someone had a comment on mine that ends in because I just loaded up some notifications. There's a post I did like mid last year, July, and it
Yeah.
says, I was responding to someone who was being like an asshole because like we were like using a quote from Hoja and putting a gay flag behind it and saying that yeah, this quote actually does promote our rights, and because Hoja was homophobic and transphobic and shit like that.
Yeah, the
People
times
are
were
like
like
posting that and like we're kind of, so I'm like showing how these ideas oppose their bigotry involves making bold moves in how we critically represent a figure because he's saying that it's like pretty stupid to be like putting the flag on someone who would put you in a camp. And I put a matter of stupidity, eugenics called, they want their perspective on intelligence back. Ableism is not an effective stratagem for argumentation. I got no response to that one. Like,
Oh, that's
people are
the thing.
mouthy until you make them feel like a dickhead. You know?
People say, "But oh, this was homo." I mean, Jesus Christ! When I was a kid, we were told to be homophobic. People said something homophobic in 1945 or 1955. You know, it's such a fucking idiotic, stupid.
Apparently, it's my ex anniversary or something. What? I, like, damn, you know. I married you when you were Twitter, and you changed your name, and everything changed. I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore.
I like
Calling
dead
yourself
naming.
X, but it's not real. As we
I,
always say, it's okay to misgender Twitter.
yeah,
Dead name Twitter, whatever other way you
because I
want with
like
it.
dead naming. I always dead naming Twitter. I do not call it X.
I think it's
X.
funny to call
What?
it X sometimes, but I agree otherwise.
It sounds like a fucking. It sounds like some weird, either
Porn
dodgy
site.
spy story or a porn channel.
I
And it
think
just,
porn channel sounds about right.
you know, Elton Mush's ego massaging and dick waving. Elton Mush. I like calling him Elton Mush. It's funny. Anyway, Peshkele.
God, there's always another type of communist. The guy is calling himself a Bolshevik communist, and I'm like, I imagine he means that like he's a Leninist, but like he could just be some like weird Bukharinist, but he's a punk. He's a
Who's
fag
this?
punk.
Who's this?
I don't know, some
I don't.
Twitter person.
Weird.
Bolshevik communist. I mean, I would imagine it's an ML because like punks are like that, where like they're like, no, I don't care for you. I don't care for your pre-prescribed terminology. I'm a Bolshevik communist. I really
Maybe.
like
I
that
don't know.
Lenin guy. I mean, as a punk, I don't even feel offended by my poor representation of us there because we are a bit like that. We're a bit like, whoa, what? You telling me I have to wear size nines? No, I'm wearing size 9.5. I mean,
Uh,
like, there is a pettiness. I'm being facetious about it. Like, it's normally like more justified than that, but like, there is a pettiness to our existence that is
yeah.
kind of cringe. But like, it's called for in a lot of cases, so it's complicated. I don't want to paint with one brush, you know. I know I'm petty. Like, I'm not excluding myself from this. Though I could hide behind my being like I could go for like the metal chauvinism approach, be like, actually, yeah.
Oh God, no, 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 no. I got sick of metal the first time round because of that bullshit. The referring to hip hop and dance music as N-word music among some of them.
Yeah, my
And
dad did that when I was growing up. It was an interesting representation of a culture, to say the least.
yeah,
Didn't stop me from listening to said music.
I think the people who said
Interestingly
that were
enough.
The people I remember saying that were about his age. They'd be born in the late 60s, and it was all
Yeah.
fucking N-word music. And I went, oh, Jesus,
Yeah, he
really?
got into metal when he was growing up, so he's the same crowd. Um, what do we call him?
What they call them?
Bikers.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, they weren't bikers. They were just metalheads who,
Yeah, but like, how different are racist metalheads and bikers? Like, normally they're just
Yeah.
the same people.
Well, there's people who ride, but the thing is, most people who ride bikes don't have any interest in wanting to act like they're in Sons of Anarchy or the
Yeah,
LZ.
but that's not a biker, that's a motorcyclist.
Yeah. I tend to
Yeah,
say,
yeah. Like biker to me means that's like a gangster, you
oh,
know, like that's a gangster.
it's like, no, motorcycle.
They're the local mafia, you know, like in the Anglosphere, like that's why it's like, where's the English mafia? Everyone's like, where's the English mafia? It's like they're called bikers.
Yeah.
That's the mafia. But
I
everyone
have
thinks the
read
mafia
on
has to be posh because they, you know, they're too used to the Italians and their suits. And I'm like, you know, the Italian mafia didn't start wearing suits because they were posh. It was just like a cultural thing. Like,
Yeah.
it actually started as like a local rural community that built the mafia, but like, you know, it grew out from there. It started as a
Alien,
posse.
I think.
It was a
Yeah.
protection system. It's complicated to really talk about where it originates from, but like a
Yeah.
crime
Oh, yeah.
syndicate, originally it was not.
No.
No, it was
That's
I mean, it was
a
very
nice.
family orientated. It's why it still is to
Oh,
this
yeah.
day. Like its creed was
Slightly,
built on family orientation and looking
semi,
out for each other.
semi-feudal kind of thing almost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's lumpenized. I mean, Marx was right when he said it was lumpenized. I just hate the way that he treats them all as lumpen proletarians, as the class. And I'm like, no, no, Marx is so close. They got lumpen bourgeois, lumpen pros
To
all
be
over the
fair,
place in the mafia. Like, it depends on who
the,
you are.
to be fair to Marx and Engels, they were talking in the 1850s and what have you. So,
To be
you
unfair
know,
to them, they were still wrong then.
yeah. No, it's fair. I
You
mean,
can be
like,
good cop to Marx. I get to be bad cop to Marx.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I mean, normally you're not one to come out and be like easy on Marx. So like, you know, we gotta change your pace. Like, I mean, Marx was great on the
being
Irish struggle, so we at least have that. Beans, beans,
But
beans,
hey,
beans, 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 baby beans, baby beans.
I was told by a Gen Z friend of mine that I do lots of Gen Z mannerisms like that and stuff, and use a
Yeah,
lot of
you've been
enunciation.
poisoned by us.
I've always been a youthful idiot who just.
Always been a Ute.
I was, yeah. I mean, it's funny when I was a teen or preteen, I used to hear people talking teen speak, and some of it, I was just so fucking moronic. I just went, I don't want to talk like that. I talk like an adult, and I got bored with talking like an adult, so I started talking like a teenager and an adult at the same time. You know, it was like
well,
that's probably why.
back when I was 16, 15, 14, I
Yeah,
remember people would look at me because I used to have like a big beard,
yeah,
and people will tell me the forbidden line. They will tell me, "Oh, you look too mature for your age."
yeah, same.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
I didn't have
funny.
the beard, but I had the year. And now I get told I'm immature and I'm too old to have this. Apparently, I'm too old to look like this because I'm not. I look over. I'm clearly over 21. It's like, yeah, you're too old for that. I wouldn't trust you with children. I say the fact that you brought that up means that you're projecting, sweetheart. But you know,
I mean, I like like youthfulness and like that is just so. It's like the way people treat Mr. Rogers. Like Mr. Rogers is treated like a creep, and it's like
which
nothing
one's
about
Mister
Mr.
Right?
Rogers. Mr. Rogers is the guy who did the children's show on like in
Oh,
America.
yeah. He was pretty sound, wasn't he?
Yeah, yeah, he was sound, but because he's like really calm, like and very youthful, people treat him like a pedophile.
In actual, well, I mean, like how many times you see convicted child groomers and sex predators? You
I
might
mean,
find
how
one.
long did it take for fucking Jimmy Savile to get caught? Everyone is so quick to point fingers, but Jimmy Savile, people knew Jimmy Savile was a pedophile in the fucking 70s.
The thing with Jimmy Savile, because he had this flamboyant and gregarious, they're now homing in on flamboyant characters and like camp characters because looking at him, there was a certain campness to his mannerisms, and they
There was
focus
also
on
a
that.
certain creepiness to them as well,
Yes,
though.
there was,
Like it's a
exactly.
multitude.
I mean, they don't focus on the fact that Rolf Harris was quite normal. He looked like somebody's dad. He actually looked like my own dad. Did look a bit like Rolf Harris. It's quite scary when I think
That's
about
quite
it.
scary. Fuck. That's
Physically,
something to haunt you in your dreams. Fuck.
just physically,
I
he
mean,
just physically looked like him. He didn't. His mannerisms were quite different, but he had a similar. He didn't have a beard either, like Rolf Harris. But
Yeah, but for
point
all
being that most of these child molesters, I mean, there was they all look frighteningly normal. People keep saying that. That's what I was talking about earlier. The way they groom us to believe that bad, evil people always have tattoos and piercings and coloured hair and black leather jackets, and they ride around on motorbikes and scooters and drive around in nasty-looking cars. In reality, they're quite dull.
to be fair, Donald Trump does look very evil.
He does, but he doesn't look cool. He looks like a complete weirdo. He does, he looks. He's quite bland at the same time, and he looks just awful. But they don't look cool. They don't look they don't look like Darth Vader, or they don't look like they look boring. They're quite dull and.
I mean, AI will say otherwise.
But they've got this weird charisma, but only the kind of thing the only kind of charisma that fuckheads would listen to. It's just there's something it's just more off-putting than that. But
it reminds me to the whole Grok ordeal that happened recently.
What was that?
There is this Elon Musk made this AI, right?
Okay.
And he coded it so that it will say right-wing points, but that it will also seek the truth, something like that.
Oh yeah.
And then the AI began to say like pro-trans stuff, and began to hate on anti-vaxxers, and it at one point it did like people say like an Ultron moment where it began to shit on like the right and call them all like illogical and stuff like that. It was like a very funny post. But yeah, people were mocking Elon Musk that he made an AI to like him, and the AI started to hate him.
Brilliant. Absolutely. It reminds me of this like cartoon thing that says there's a picture of an old guy, miserable old git, with the dog next to him, and he says, "Oh well, at least the dog loves me," and the dog has a think bubble going wanker. I thought that was one of my favourites. That one. Oh well, at least I suppose the dog loves me, and the dog's got a think bubble going, "What a wanker!" That was just quite funny. I don't know. I think that's comical. He makes an AI to flatter his ego, and it still calls him a cunt.
I mean, he named it after empathy. Like he named it Grok, which like is from Stranger in a Strange Land, and like Grok is like the AI that's supposed to find the missing component, and the missing component to life in the story is empathy.
Okay.
And like.
That's
This is a
Heinlein.
man who himself also said that empathy is like the weakest element of the West. So like I don't know what he's
What's he
confusing.
whinging
It's
about?
very double thinky, but like, he wants Grok to be like empathy but not empathetic. So Grok ends up being too empathetic for him. I mean, not
Yeah.
actually, it's just being logical, and being logical kind of determines that like the more empathetic pathway is probably the more logical in the sense of like the totality of human existence in the sense of health and goodwill, lack of bigotry, etc., etc., etc. So like it's gonna be pro-trans. It's gonna think that Elon's a weird Nazi, like because the sources it's gonna find on Google are gonna turn around and say that. Like they have to program the algorithm. So like I guess like making these blunders and mistakes actually might be part of their break it and make it strategy of doing it the Facebook way, where they want us to find the weak links in Grok, so then eventually Grok will be in support of Elon. But it is still very funny that like it thinks Elon is evil.
I think it's fucking brilliant. Comedy gold.
Wouldn't surprise me if Elon uses Chat GPT now because of how much
Yeah.
Grok keeps being mean to him.
Is it Stranger in a Strange Land? That's a Heinlein novel, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's an Iron Maiden song as well, obviously. But
Yeah, I made songs based off it. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I've never read it. I've not read Heinlein. I
I
keep
like
getting
the
put.
Iron Maiden song from it. The fucking guitar riff at the start's amazing.
I'm not that into Maiden. They're all right. I like it, but I like Diano era. I didn't really like the Dickinson as much. I tried to get into it, but I just.
Stranger in a Strange Land's from Caught Somewhere in Time, and that's when they tried to do things a bit differently. It's the only Iron Maiden album to have a keyboard in it.
I thought Seventh Son of a Seventh Son does as well.
Oh, it might do as well, actually, but it was only
Yeah.
those two that had it. But yeah, Stranger in a Strange Land is it's much more of a normal song for Iron Maiden. It's like less stage play and more.
Hey, I'm seeing
Oh
kitchen.
no! Wow! 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 Wow!
This,
Wow! Wow!
this is a tool. This is a tool to clean mate straws.
I've
You
already
insert
been
it on your.
playing. I've already been playing music on here.
I need to go. Actually, I need to go and make a phone call. I might just just mute myself for a bit.
Yeah, no worries.
So I'll be right back.
Have fun. We're still on stream, right?
Yes.
Spooky. Hello, every pony. Today we're gonna learn how to cook
I'm still here. Don't worry.
meat. So the first step when you wanna make like a tomato sauce, like a tuco, is that you gotta cook up the meat. You start with the meat, then the onion, then the pepper, garlic, and then you add the sauce, water, and spices. Some people add salt through the process. I add salt to the onions mainly. But yeah. What I'm gonna do is sear the meat. Wait. Now don't judge my cooking style. This works. You gotta trust. Trust Mama J. Poe. I'm like a grandma, okay? You gotta trust me. I may be irrational when I tell you to rub lemon on your eyes to heal that wound. But you gotta do what grandma says. This is a spice blend. It is young. Do not be ashamed of your spice blend. And wash your hands. Now you might be wondering, JP, why did you flip the meat so early? Not cooked through. And to that I say, shut up. The cat is alive, okay? What I'm doing is searing the meat, because then I will cook it in the tomato sauce and that will cook it. But if you boil something before you like eat it, it won't have the yummy brown. So that's something you gotta do. What's on the stream, by the way? I can't watch it because of my Wi-Fi.
I'm just playing music.
Very complex stuff.
To chime, reflecting on my past life, and it doesn't have much time.
It's fucking raw.
'Cause at 5 o'clock they take me to the gallows pole. The sands of time
What I'm doing now is scraping with a wooden spoon the meat that's stuck to the pan with water so that I make tiny sauce.
Can it be that there's some sort of error to stop the surmounting terror? Is it really the end, not some crazy dream? Somebody please tell me that
important to do this step with wood because if you use metal, you will scrap the wok or the pan that you use, and that's bad.
Yeah, and you never use fucking metal on metal. You use wood or rubber, whatever it is, the plastic stuff.
Silicon?
Yes, it's probably a silicone. Yeah. Fuck me. You wouldn't be surprised that I did half a year like engineering, but like fuck me.
Okay, you were almost like what is it in the Air Force thing, right?
No, that was someone else. That was. It was in the training corps, but I also did like half a year engineering at sixth form, but I fucked up and then ended up like restarting the year.
Fair enough. You got very. The whole house is filled with smoke. But don't worry, that happens. Smoke doesn't kill you. Fear does.
Fear does.
Okay. No. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy.
I'm here, Ash.
We love it.
See, you know it's a Maiden song because it's 13 minutes long.
I know. I prefer like the early stuff by Napalm Death or stuff like that, you know, more.
I mean, this is still relatively early. This is Power Slave.
Yeah.
It's their fourth record, I think.
Is it
5th record, 1984, I think.
Or was it 87? Not 85, I think it's 85. Power Slave. No,
1984.
You're right, Power Slave was 84, yeah. I did have a copy of that somewhere. I'm not sure if I probably don't anymore, but I used to have it.
Because 80 is Iron Maiden, 81 is the fucking Killers, 82 is Hallowed Be Thy Name, what's it?
Number of the Beast.
Number of the Beast. Then it's fucking the one where he's in the straitjacket. Fuck.
Peace of Mind.
Peace of Mind. Then it's Power Slave.
Power Slave. Then what came after that?
Or Somewhere in Time, I think.
Oh yeah. 86, 87 sort of time.
87, and then 89 is
one of the Seventh Son.
Seventh Son.
No, it was 88.
88. Okay, 88.
I was because I saw them at Donington Monsters of Rock that year, and in '89 it was cancelled because 2 people were killed in '88.
Sounds like Donington.
Yeah, there was a crush. It was the first time. It's the only time it happened to my knowledge. Is there was a rush towards the front that got crushed against the barriers. So there was no Donington for the first time ever in 1989. They cancelled it that year. I don't know when it became the Download Festival. That was sometime in the late 90s, I think, or 2000s.
Early 2000s. I think it was like 2005.
Yeah, early to mid 2000s, because the term download was become more after Napster and all that. That's what they called it, the download.
Yeah, because it was. People would still call it Donington until like 2011 because they were stubborn about it and didn't like it being called Download.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not wrong. It is still Donington, but like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it was Monsters of Rock.
It's kind
It
of
was the
shit there anyway. Like it's always the same
looks
old
a bit-
crap.
Looks a bit boring and very commercialized. I mean, they used to have the music shows showing it, and it was always very, I mean, you know, it's like the BBC cover of Glastonbury's terrible. It's awful. But no, it used to be. It was the Monsters of Rock. I remember it being a new thing, 1980 or 81. It was on the Midlands News when I was a kid. The Monsters of Rock, Donington Park. 81, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Megadeth did Monsters of Rock a couple times.
They did. That was 88. That was the year I went. The only time I went. But we missed them. We were just arriving when they were on.
They actually did a pretty good performance. They were off the head on drugs, and they played their music like 25% faster than they normally would. Fucking.
At the time, I quite liked
crackheads
Megadeth.
at the time.
I can't really get into them these days, but yeah, not a fan. They're
I
alright.
got a bias, but like, yeah.
It's like Metallica. There's bits and pieces I like, but you know. I spoke to Brutus Bathory, you know, recently, and mentioned doing a stream with him, and he said he'd be quite up for that. There's a couple of people who've said that, so maybe I'll do one of those one of the days.
Yeah, what's it like? If you get that set up, I'm down to either host it or be involved. Like that'd be sick.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. And it's a case of he does streams, and then I forget because I spoke to him on Patreon, and I haven't set up my own because I'm down as a Patreon creator and not a consumer. But I haven't got any Patreon tiers for people to, you know, because I don't have that big I've only got 262 followers or subscribers on YouTube, so.
I got 200 and something. I can't remember. It's 271.
I think you've got 300 now. 300 or something.
Shit, I fuck,
I think so.
Moving
I
up.
have I have 200,000 blessings from God.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And I've only my YouTube channel's only been active. I think it's 2021. My YouTube channel started being active, and it was very inactive for long periods of time. It might have been later than that. It might have been 20. It was actually what was saying. It was 2020, 2021, 2022, something like that.
Mine was 2021, getting pulled into action by the beginning of the Al-Aqsa flood.
Right.
Doggy. Hi.
Un perro.
Hey, who's a good boy?
Ah, dogs, you gotta love.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Pretty dogs.
Aww.
I miss having a dog.
Hi. Hello. Hola.
Hola.
He's a good boy.
Dogs are adorable. People who hate dogs are just weird. There's something wrong with people who hate dogs.
Yeah, like your mom, weird.
My mom's weird.
Not your mom, her mom.
All right.
Yeah, this is my night table.
She's one of them like fucking
Hey.
like the dog stays outside types.
Oh, yeah, God. My Ma's family are a bit like that, or they used to be. Some of them are.
Fucking Catholics, fucking Catholics, I tell you, like with their fucking. The Bible says they fucking bring diseases. You keep them out the fucking back. Like, shut the fuck up, you fucking bastard.
I actually, well, my mom is like that. She doesn't allow the dog to sleep inside, but I do. So,
That's what I'm saying. Like your mom's sort of like got the Christian mentality going on there with like, well, the Abrahamic.
I don't have any pets because my mom, she's very smart. Because my dog has had many pets his lifetime, but every time she leaves it outside, he desecrates them.
Yeah, because that's a sign of discomfort. Like when dogs wreck beds, that's normally because they're discomforted. Maybe if the bed inside, where it's warm and comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, every bed I gave him inside, he hasn't broken it, and he takes care of it. So,
Oh,
you know.
interesting that. Isn't that funny that when he's comfortable, he doesn't break his bed? My dad could never get that with my dog. My dog would wreck beds all the time, and it's like, yeah, because you kick the shit out of him and terrify him. He's uncomfortable. He doesn't get very much attention. And we ended up putting him down because when I was homeless, because his legs went, and I never even got to say goodbye to him. But like, yeah. People are so abusive towards dogs, animals in general. Like the way cats are treated as like heartless creatures and therefore like open for abuse is fucking insane. Cats are lovely, adorable little things. Yeah, sometimes they're not the most social, but I've known dogs that are not very sociable either, and like they're still adorable and I love them to bits. We shouldn't be judging animals based on how much they're willing to be like to our will, to our whims. Like kitty cats gonna be kitty cats, doggies gonna be doggies. They go do what they do. You gotta respect that. But like, you know, animal abuse is a real big problem.
But yeah, and it's funny because my mom had bought an anti-destruction bed that it was supposed to not be possible for the dog to destroy. And he destroyed it.
No such thing as anti-destruction. It's such a stupid product to buy.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a mum thing to go, or a dad thing to go buy. Like, oh, I bought the product that says anti-destruction on it. Oh, I have like a waterproof coat. It's like, shut up, man.
Yeah, the dog didn't annihilate it, but he ripped it open. But you know, it was still functional. I could use it now to give him like a bed, but she threw it away. So now that's gone. I only have a pillow to give him. He likes it, so. He's licking his bum.
Yeah, dogs can lick their testicles on their arses. It's terrible.
I mean, I saw a video of a cat, like, fucking sleeping. Like, or like, not even sleeping, just like sitting underneath the dog's testicles and like riding them, rubbing their cheek into them. And I'm like,
oh
my god.
Oh dear god.
You're very close-minded. That's the best way to bond with a dog, you know?
I don't know, like, I guess it's warm. Like, cats like warm places, but like, it comes a point where it's like, yo, it's like, get a room, you know?
There is this thing of cats also like smells of creatures they like. That's why with humans they like to rub against the...
My god.
Like, there are a lot of videos of cats rubbing against armpits and stuff like that. My cat has done that to me a couple of times. And, you know, it's because they like the warmth and the smells of someone they like. So... Stranger things.
I like how smelly you are.
I mean, I don't know if you should call a minority smelly in public, but you know, that's something you like to do.
Shut up. No more minority than I am.
Oh, this isn't a competence. Why are you treating me a minority?
The way that you're doing it, the way you're doing that like an asshole.
You're me. You're saying that I'm not a minority now?
No,
like
I'm saying no. No. You know, I'm really tired and not in the mood for it. Like, you're no more minority than I am. Like, stupid thing to say.
Yeah, no. I'm just pulling your leg, as some people say.
I know.
Yes, they do.
I'm hungry.
I'm tired. I'm fucking...
Well, maybe we should end the stream.
We could always, like, I mean, call it a day.
Yeah.
Mm.
Fucking. Well,
Oh, yeah, good stream, good stream.
what's it? Fucking. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, well, fucking. Might as well go all the way and,
You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day.
there we go.
Jesus. Had to give it to him.
The stream has been a bit all over the place topically, but the really key important thing that I really want to get across to people is that we are in the era of monsters. Fascism is at strength, and it is rising in strength. There have been certain setbacks in some countries to the rising movement, especially within certain electoral fields, but that has not slowed down the fascist movement, and people should not get caught up in a type of petty optimism that will not allow them to see the rising threat that's going on right now. Well, it's also not being so petty that they have no optimism. Optimism, revolutionary optimism, is important, but like we need to understand that the fascism is coming here. I mean, in America, it's here. In the UK, Labour is doing fascism light and paving the way for the fascists. You have Meloni in Europe, in Italy. You know, you've got the FD rising in Germany. And Trump is in power in America with the MAGA movement. Fascism is taken hold of the world. We need a anti-fascist united front struggle now. We need it to be tied to the Palestinian Intifada, and it needs to be a part of a global move against fascist violence. That is the really big important thing to take from what the year of 2025 should mean for anyone who dares to utter themselves as a communist.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
No, I won't disagree with that. No, obviously not.
Unity against fascism is defending human rights, you know?
Yeah.
To defend something, you've got to be willing to fight for it, and to fight for something, you've got to be willing to die for it. Like, we need to build a lot of elements of struggle. We need to build a survival program system. We need to build up our relationship with the most destitute and poor. Fascists will be trying to do the same so that they can recruit these very radical and desperate people. We must understand where the chief forces for revolutionary organizing are, and those forces are in the lumpen proletariat. So we must focus ourselves at the same time. Revolution requires cooperation between those for which at a certain given time share the same goal. So the communists and the anarchists, we share a goal in trying to destroy the capitalist system so much that we can enact a socialist system. Where our goals diverge is where we can diverge. In the same sense that social democrats often have an opposition to militant fascism. Great, we can support them in that. When they turn against us because we're revolutionaries and they are not, we can deal with that discrepancy. But at the moment, cooperation against fascism is necessary, and we must build up our bases off of that necessity to act in a cooperative fashion and a defensive fashion, so that if anyone we are cooperating with does betray us, we are capable of defending ourselves as much as we are capable of striking out against the fascists and the capitalists and all those that we would never see eye to eye with.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Revolution or extinction.
This is this has been the Red Raven Revolutionary Podcast. We are not very good at keeping up a consistent schedule, so you'll see me when you fucking see me. Love and solidarity. Keep the fight up. Don't let the system hold you down. Don't let fear prevent you from organizing and struggling against the rising tide of fascism. Stay strong, stay healthy. Slangafall.
Slangafall. Seriously,